Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Sword Spirit Possession. What test? When you asked, everyone present swallow their saliva. It would be very difficult to completely gain the recognition of this heroic spirit, whose previous life was comparable to the combat power of a totem. Can you pass the so-called test? 2. Mu Huan's heroic spirit spoke. The first one depends on whether you can withstand the possession of a sword spirit of the same level. This is a test of your own body, mind, and will. The second one is to control the sword spirit and defeat me. After the words fell, most people's heartbeats accelerated. Let's not talk about what the first test is. How is the second test possible? Although the current heroic spirit is just a trace of power, it also depends on who left it. Moreover, in the long river of time, these traces of power have not weakened because of time, but have gradually become stronger. The test is to fight with an ancient general who is comparable to totem, and to win. Even if it is a battle of the same level, this is a fantasy. At this time, Mu Huan, with her red hair and red pupils, drew out her sword, which was quietly suspended in the sky. Like the ice dragon general, this sword was also in the form of a spirit, wrapped in a flame or like the sun, shining brightly. The sword was red, with patterns, decorated with yangayan, and surrounded by a strong flame, and engraved with 2 words, Red Bird. After a while, the long sword fell into the altar and inserted into it. It was not a real insertion, but in the form of a spirit, like a fusion. Half of the sword body merged into the altar, leaving only half of the sword body and the hilt. Sword. Is this the form that the power soul will eventually turn into? Shiyu looked at the sword spirit. His eyes trembled slightly. If just now, he was just very interested. Then now, seeing this sword, it is the universe's invincible super very special interest. Sword spirit. It's a sword. This is not as handsome as the archer. Shiyu has already begun to imagine that he rides on the iron-eating beast, and then the sword spirit possesses him, and there is a small totem on each sword. Yes, and no, Mu Huan said, the power soul seed will eventually turn into a sword spirit, but what it looks like in the end depends on the person who hatches it. Red Sparrow is just my sword, the weapon I use to seal the power of my innate bloodline. In the end, both I and it will completely dissipate, merge into the soul seed, and turn into a brand new sword spirit. Do you want to accept the test? Mu Huan said, I warn you in advance that there will be life and death dangers. The sword spirit evolved from the traces of my power. Even if it is only extraordinary, it requires the body and soul of a beastmaster of the 5th rank or above to withstand its power. In order to suppress my own power, I had to contract many ice-type war beasts and become the ice dragon general in your mouth. This is a sword spirit with extremely violent power, which is difficult for ordinary beastmasters to control. After Mu Huan finished speaking, everyone present was speechless. Damn! How strong are you? Others can track pets to make better use of their talents. You, on the other hand, do it to suppress your own strength. In addition, even if the sword spirit is extraordinary, it needs the physical and soul strength of a beastmaster of the 5th rank or above to control it. In ancient times, the Dongyong dynasty had a rank system for the rank of beastmasters for a period of time. There are 9 ranks in total. The 9th rank is equivalent to an apprentice beastmaster, the 8th rank is a junior professional beastmaster, the 7th rank is a mid-level professional beastmaster, the 6th rank is a senior professional beastmaster, and the 5th rank is naturally the current master rank. Theoretically, if you want to control an extraordinary pet, a junior professional beastmaster is enough, and the beastmaster space of the 2nd level is enough. However, this sword spirit needs a beastmaster space of the 5th level. After everyone's judgment, there is only one possibility, which is easier to understand now. That is, the race level of the sword spirit is ridiculously high. At least there must be a high-level overlord race, or even higher, otherwise the requirements for beastmasters would not be so strict. I have controlled its power to the extraordinary level. If you can pick it up with your own strength, then you have passed the first test. If you can't pick it up now, you will definitely not be able to control it in the future. General Binglong stated the facts calmly. Shiyu, let's forget it. At this time, Director Li in the crowd frowned and looked at the sword spirit. The energy of that sword spirit is very violent and the intensity is very high. The load it brings may have been close to the king level. This is not suitable for ordinary Beastmaster contracts at all. Your Beastmaster space is only level 3, your own safety is important, Director He also said. They also hope that Shiyu can be recognized by the sword spirit. This is a major gain for Gudu University and even Donghuang. However, as top masters, they can clearly feel the horror of the power of this sword spirit. Even if I want to pick it up, I guess I have to bear a certain load. After sensing it, Instructor Su looked serious. This is only a transcendental sword spirit. It can be said that even if an ordinary master level instructor is asked to go up now, he may not be able to bear the power of the sword spirit. The 3 top masters all spoke to persuade him. But many students found that Shiyu was still staring at the sword spirit seriously. Forget it, I know you are very good, but don't try this kind of thing. Yu Shu, a student, actually spoke up. Although he envied Shiyu, as a psychic, he was very clear about the disadvantages of the dead spirit system. Especially the disadvantages of the dead spirit pets that can possess. Most dead spirits rely on devouring the life, soul, spirit and physical growth of the Beastmaster. In the state of possession, although the Beastmaster's combat power can soar, the physical requirements of the Beastmaster are ridiculously high, and the consumption is greater than the Beastmaster's talent. Shiyu obviously has no experience in contact with the dead spirit system and does not know the danger. Shiyu is indeed unable to bear the first hero spirit under the Time Emperor. Moreover, the test of the hero ruins has never been slackened. Thank you for the reminder, but I still want to try. Shiyu looked at the sword spirit. Does it require extremely high physical and soul strength? Shiyu stepped forward step by step and walked to the side of the sword spirit. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and Shiyu directly put his right hand on the hilt. If it was another request, Shiyu might still be afraid. But the physical strength and soul strength, 2 lives as a human, plus the feedback of the skill illustrations, every stage, he has reached the limit of the physical body, and he is not at all in vain. Although he is only an intermediate Beastmaster now, his physical strength has long been close to the top masters. Boom! The flame ore wrapped on the hilt, like the sun, directly wrapped around Shiyu's palm. Although the sword spirit is only a spirit body, Shiyu still touched it directly. At that moment, Shiyu felt as if he had put his hand deep into the sun, extremely hot, and that kind of hot feeling invaded his whole body in an instant, making Shiyu sweat profusely in an instant, as if his whole body was soaked in sweat. And as Shiyu touched the sword spirit, the power of the sword spirit was also released at this time. Suddenly, a huge heat wave erupted from the sword spirit, and with a hum, the terrifying hot wind spread in all directions. What? Almost instantly, the students who were watching around the altar felt dizzy, as if they had heat stroke. At this time, the entire altar and the surrounding ground were scorching hot. The thick air seemed to freeze. The horrible heat oppressed the students present and made them breathless. They felt powerless to move. Get out of the way, the master-level instructors present did not expect the might of the sword spirit to be so terrifying. It almost made the students dizzy. At this moment, beads of sweat flowed down their heads, and they hurriedly organized the students to retreat. It's so hot, it's impossible for a flame-type life form to have such a temperature. Many students felt their scalps numb. This temperature? Extraordinary? It's outrageous. However, what was even more outrageous was everything on the altar. After recovering, everyone looked at the altar in disbelief. At this moment, the sword spirit was like a blazing sun, covering the blade, as if it could turn all external objects into ashes in an instant. The altar was like a hot hell. Even a Master Beastmaster would find it difficult to hold on for long. That was the place with the highest temperature, like the core of the sun. As the sword spirit burst out with power, Director Lee, Director He, Instructor Su, and others once again felt that this was not a heroic spirit that an ordinary Beastmaster could control. They all regretted not stopping Shiyu. How could this be an extraordinary sword spirit? Theoretically, the load generated by this sword spirit could only be borne by top masters. However, as a vague figure emerged in the heat wave on the altar, all the instructors and students who retreated widened their eyes. Because in the core of the heat wave, the hottest area, Shiyu's hand was still firmly grasped on the hilt of the sword spirit. At this moment, Shiyu's sweat had been evaporated, and the flame ore like the sun was wrapped around his whole body, as if burning his physical strength, and making him feel like he was in the most blazing sea of fire. Buzz! As Shiyu exerted force, The sword spirit inserted in the altar loosened slightly. Everyone showed incredible expressions. How is it possible? Shiyu not only persisted, but also really made the sword spirit loose? Is he really a human? Muhuan Yingling, who was also on the altar, did not show any expression, but was surprised that Shiyu could do this. Have the beast masters of later generations reached such a level in their own training? When Shiyu summoned her in meditation at the altar, she could clearly feel Shiyu's realm. In her era, even beast masters with special talents could never reach Shiyu's level in their own training. Even a mixed-blood human like her may not be better than Shiyu at the same level. General Binglong looked around the altar again, looked at the group of children who were struggling to persist and seemed to be unconscious, and looked at Shiyu who was in the center of the altar. It seems that this young beastmaster is extraordinary in order to be recognized by the dragon. Like a ferocious beast in human form, his seemingly weak body hides a huge power. Damn, he's fine. How on earth did he hold on? Among the students, Yu Shu, Wang Ling and others did not expect that they would also suffer an unexpected disaster outside the altar. Feeling the power of the flaming sword spirit, they felt as if their bodies were about to explode. The Ice Dragon General did not lie. It is completely unimaginable what it would feel like to have such power in the human body. No wonder it has to rely on the power of the ice pet to suppress it. However, at this time, what is most difficult for this group of students who are struggling to resist but are unwilling to leave this side to accept is that Shiyu, who is about the same level as them, is actually in the center of the heat wave at this time, and is still slowly pulling out the sword spirit. This guy, is he not afraid of the heat? What kind of freak is he? On the altar, the sword spirit was slowly pulled out. During this period, Shiyu's hair color and pupils were red and looming. With the aura around him, he was about to transform from a super earthling to a super Saiyan god. During this process, the might of the sword spirit was still gradually increasing, but Shiyu also gradually began to adapt to the power of the flame sword spirit from a passive situation. Go! Shiyu used all his strength, his face was distorted and blurred to the extreme by the heat wave, and he was still pulling the sword spirit hard. Suddenly, accompanied by a boom wave, a hotter orange flame burst out from the sword spirit. The fire was like the sun. At this moment, the infinite heat, as if summoned by the flame overlord, regathered in the sword spirit. Hu on the altar, in the dazzling flames, surrounded by countless fire snakes, Shiyu, who drew his sword with both hands, suddenly felt relaxed. After the light flashed, the whole body of the sword spirit was directly revealed in Shiyu's sight. Shiyu held the sword spirit in his hand, and his whole body was still wrapped in the sun-like flame aura. His hair color, eye color, and sword spirit possessed state also briefly changed to color similar to Muhuian's. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The students opened their mouths slightly, looking at the scene on the altar in disbelief. Shiyu, with red hair and red eyes, and aura all over his body, gave them a feeling of soul trembling. Is this Shiyu? It's outrageous. Yushu glared and took a step back. Damn, did he really pull it out? This guy, he is really not a human. He is really a monster. Miao Dongdong also glared. Pull it out. At this moment, the masters also felt it was incredible. Looking at Shiyu, whose posture changed with flame surrendering in front of them. People swallowed their saliva frantically. It feels good. At this moment, Shiyu looked blankly at his hands and the sword spirit in his hand. Success? This power. At this moment, Shiyu felt that his blood had turned into flames. Although the load was extremely great, he had infinite power. Maybe, he could kill Shen Bao in 1 second. Shen Bao? No, maybe even space can be burned, killing Chong Bao in 1 second. Chong Bao? As everyone at the scene took a deep breath, Shiyu moved his side and looked at Mu Huan's heroic spirit. Is this the sword spirit possessed form? It is indeed powerful. Although it consumes a lot of physical energy, Shiyu can also clearly feel that it has brought him some other enhancements, but now there is no time to explore. This should be considered as completing the first test, Shiyu said, waiting for the response of Mu Huan's heroic spirit. Chapter 177 Shiyu vs. Mu Huan. Yet, facing Shiyu's question, Mu Huan Yingling nodded. She didn't say much. Instead, she continued, then, let's start the second test. As Mu Huan Yingling finished speaking, the students who were immersed in shock suddenly woke up. I almost forgot that there were 2 tests, and everything is not over yet. After that, people suddenly found that a chill was rising. On the altar that was ridiculously hot just now, snow suddenly appeared out of thin air. Under the snow, a huge dragon body slowly condensed. Roar, a behemoth more than 10 meters tall appeared. The strong body of this creature in front of him was made of ice and stone, and the color was intertwined with ice blue and dark purple, which looked cold to the bone. Not only the body, but also the neck, head, long tail, claws, fangs, 4 powerful legs, and the pair of wings, all have the texture of ice and stone, and the scales reveal the coldness, and there is snow condensation. Frost Dragon. Seeing this guy, Shiyu was obviously stunned. The students who were watching were also shocked. What's going on? How is it summoned? Damn. It's an ice dragon again. Shiyu can summon the ice dragon general. It can't be related to the ice dragon Snow Mountain in Bingagan City. Yushu thought that Shiyu's bugs could also summon ice dragons, and he couldn't help but analyze it. The more he analyzed, the darker his face became. He suspected that there was something shady going on. He suspected that Shiyu was here to PY and didn't use the proper summoning channel. At this moment, as the huge and imposing frost dragon appeared, the heroic spirit of Mu Huayan, who was wearing armor, had a beautiful face and was extremely beautiful, slowly walked towards the frost dragon. At this time, the phantom of the ice dragon that appeared crawled down and stretched out its huge claws, as if giving Mu Huayan a ladder to climb to its body. Mu Huayan walked up to the body of the ice dragon step by step. During this process, the hilt of her sword ignited the sun-like flame again, and a brand new sword spirit emerged. After a moment, the ice dragon general stood on the body of the ice dragon, staring at Shiyu, who was also holding a sword spirit below. Mutated frost dragon, high-level overlord race, commander level, defeat us, use the sword in your hand, I'll give you 3 chances to adapt. As Mu Huayan finished speaking, even the top masters' throats were a little hoarse. If everyone was a little confused and strange about the title of Ice Dragon General just now, then now, looking at Mu Huayan standing on the body of the Ice Dragon, everyone only felt a strong sense of oppression. Defeat them? It looks more than 10 times more difficult than the first test. This Ice Dragon is obviously a super fierce beast that can help Mu Huayan hunt overlords at will in ancient times. It's even a commander level. Shiyu, an intermediate beastmaster, has basically no winning rate even with the assistance of the sword spirit. Facing Mu Huayan in this state, even a master-level beastmaster dare not say that he can defeat her steadily. After all, her name is too loud. During the Donghuang dynasty, she was the most powerful general under Emperor Shi. Converted to now, she is the guardian of a country. At this moment, under the gaze of General Ice Dragon, Shiyu, who is holding the sword spirit, suddenly received 2 skill information. It was the information transmitted to him by the sword spirit that possessed him. Skill, light flame sword, level, high level, introduction, fire skill, concentrate the power of flame on the sword body, condense into a light flame sword with extremely high temperature, and instantly burn everything it touches without a trace. Skill, crossed sword, level, super level, introduction, fire skill, concentrate the power of flame on the sword body, and absorb and integrate external forces. The more the force conflicts with the power of flame, the greater the increase in the power of the sword. After receiving the skill information transmitted by the sword spirit, Shiyu subconsciously condensed the so-called light flame sword. The next moment, the sword spirit became extremely violent again. Infinite flames gathered on the sword body, not only the sword body, but also on Shiyu's body. As if wrapped in the scorching sun, the flames covered his body and blade. At this moment, Shiyu only felt that his arms were extremely heavy. It seemed that it was extremely difficult to control the sword spirit, and he couldn't control it at all. Feeling that the power of the flame seemed to burst him, Shiyu aimed at the ice dragon as if his power was out of control, and he could only release the power. Boom! Countless people looked at the altar, and felt that the light in front of them was taken away in an instant, and the world seemed to fall into darkness. At this moment, everyone felt a fatal threat, as if they would sink into the abyss in the next second. Then, murderous intent was full of white light, and a sword light that seemed to break out of the darkness passed by and turned into terrifying flame sword energy. When everyone reacted, they were sweating again. At the same time, the sword light bursting out from the sword spirit in Shiyu's hand swept away an extremely huge sense of oppression and flew towards the ice dragon and Mu Huayan. This power, at this time, everyone's heart seemed to be pinched, and they doubted the level of the sword spirit at this time. Is this really the power that an extraordinary sword spirit can exert with the help of a beast master? Even if it is a sword that kills a commander-level beast, it doesn't seem impossible. The sword spirit of a high-level overlord race. People have no specific concept of this. However, just when everyone was shocked by the light sword, their expressions stopped abruptly the next second. On the frost dragon, Mu Huan's heroic spirit slowly drew his sword with a calm expression. The next moment, it seemed as if a wind pressure suddenly rose and turned into an invisible big hand, which crushed the sword light swung by Shi Yu. The huge power burst out in the sky, and the terrifying power vented down like a meteor shower. Although the scene was huge, but it was blocked like this, countless people opened their mouths and looked at the ice dragon general. "I'll give you 2 more chances," Mu Huan said to Shi Yu. At this time, Shi Yu's palm had been burned and injured, and it was trembling slightly. However, as a ruthless person who ran to the infirmary to copy the skill, Shi Yu could still bear it. Mistake. Shi Yu raised his head and looked at Mu Huan on the ice dragon, pinching his right hand with his left hand to stop shaking. This test can summon a battle pet. After realizing Mu Huan's intention, Shi Yu confirmed. Yes, Mu Huan nodded. That's no problem. After getting the answer, Shi Yu no longer hesitated and summoned the array. Whoosh whoosh, a white summoning array appeared, and a small iron-eating beast over 1 meter long opened its eyes from the summoning array. It first looked up at the huge frost dragon, and then looked at Shi Yu, who was possessed by the sword spirit. Ying, you dyed your hair and wore contact lenses. 11 looked at Shi Yu. Can you also dye its white part black, so that it doesn't look dirty after training and fighting? Shi Yu, stop being naughty, there is a battle. How can you be a national treasure without white hair? Ah, there is a battle. Hearing what Shi Yu said, 11 looked at the frost dragon and Mu Huan holding the sword spirit on it. The next moment, it felt a strong sense of oppression. The whole body tensed up. Another chance to tear the dragon apart with bare hands? But why is it an ice dragon again? At this time, Shi Yu put his hand on it and said, "Relax, this time, you are the auxiliary." 11 was stunned, and then showed an aggrieved expression. Huh? Yes, night form. 11 was dumbfounded. Still coming. But, it can't refuse the order of the Beastmaster. It can only transform into a mount form under Shi Yu's order so that Shi Yu can ride on it. At this moment, Mu Huan's spirit was slightly silent. Is Shi Yu imitating her? But this is also. Looking at Shi Yu holding the flaming sword spirit riding on the iron-eating beast, the style is completely out of place, and Mu Huan's spirit is at a loss. But it is obvious that Shi Yu did not imitate her. Shi Yu and others have tried this posture a long time ago. After the professional assessment, the iron-eating beast swordsman is back. Fuck, Shi Yu plans to ride this thing to fight against General Ice Dragon. That's outrageous. Don't underestimate the iron-eating beast. Have you forgotten its performance in the professional assessment? Professional assessment is professional assessment. The opponent is a high-level overlord race, a commander-level ice dragon. General Ice Dragon's trump card war beast. Everyone looked at the altar, not knowing what Shi Yu was thinking. But it seemed that Shi Yu had no other choice at this time. But if they remembered correctly, Shi Yu should have a commander-level ginseng baby. This iron-eating beast has also reached the commander level. At this moment, a master-level beastmaster with detection talent looked at the venue and said. The instructor looked solemn and said, moreover, the energy level is not low. He stopped everyone from discussing. But there were still a few students who felt that it was a bit outrageous. Nima, not only the tonic baby has reached the commander level, but the main battle pet has also reached the commander level. Yushu and others were dumbfounded. Is Shi Yu still an intermediate beastmaster? Yin's Hengfen didn't cheat like you. Don't tell them that the worm is also in charge. This is normal. Don't forget Shi Yu's physique, director, he said after a silence. After this time, everyone discovered for the first time that Shi Yu's physique was even stronger than that of a master beastmaster. This is very abnormal. There is no beastmaster with a combined talent who is so evil. With such a strong physique, it is indeed not possible to be squeezed dry by contracting a high-level pet in advance. Monster, Zankai and others whispered in the crowd. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the small iron-eating beast under Shi Yu kept getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, its length reached more than 10 meters. Although there was still a little gap in size with the frost dragon, at this time on the altar, the two behemoths looked like they were already in the same level. As this scene happened, everyone couldn't help but be speechless again. Shi Yu stood on the giant iron-eating beast and confronted the heroic spirit of Mu Huan. This scene was really difficult for these young people to digest. Iron-eating beast knight versus ice dragon general. I feel something is wrong, but it feels okay. At this time, on the huge altar. The altar seemed to have turned into a ring. On the ice dragon, Mu Huayan, holding the flame sword spirit, stood on one side. On the iron-eating beast, Shiyu, holding the flame sword spirit, stood on one side. The two sides confronted each other, and after a moment, Shiyu took a deep breath. 11. Hardening. It is impossible to defeat the ice dragon general in front of you by relying on the light flame sword. The light flame sword is just a transitional skill to adapt to the sword spirit. What Mu Huayan really wants to do is not a battle of victory or defeat, but a battle of guidance, to see if he can control the skill of interlaced sword. At this time, Shiyu gradually understood why Mu Huayan, who has the talent of fire and contracts ice pets, can also become a super strong man who can compete with totems. This interlaced sword is the key. Although it is a fire skill, although the power of fire must be concentrated on the sword body, it can absorb and integrate external forces, and the more this power conflicts with the power of fire, the greater the increase in the power of the sword. Ice and fire are definitely conflicting forces. In other words, the crossed sword can combine these two forces to exert a force greater than the sum of 1 plus 1. Fire overcomes gold. These two forces should also be considered as mutually restraining and intertwined forces. At this moment, Shiyu stood on 11, his whole body was hardened by armor, and his physique was slightly enhanced. It was easier to bear the possession of the sword spirit. Moreover, the hardening force also covered the illusory sword spirit. The huge gold power and fire power intertwined with each other in the sword body and amplified each other. Shiyu tried to control the sword spirit for the second time. At this moment, Mu Huayan's heroic spirit showed special emotions for the first time after feeling the changes in Shiyu. This beast master has a very fast acceptance ability. In an instant, Shiyu felt that his load had reached the limit. Buzz! This time, golden flames filled the flame sword spirit. Countless people watched this scene, and they didn't know what happened at all. They saw Shiyu lift the sword spirit for the second time and slowly fell towards the direction of the ice dragon and Mu Huayan. Boom! The next moment, the golden flame turned into a terrifying shock wave, as if forming a huge domain covering half of the altar, like a tsunami, crushing Mu Huayan in the direction of the ice dragon. At this moment, everyone's face changed wildly, and they only felt a terrifying power wave burst out, which was several times the power of the previous attack, and the wind swept by the energy tide made them almost unsteady on the spot. The staggered sword pressure was released. And 11 followed with a howl. It was not happy that it could not fight in person. Where did this sword spirit come from? It completely hooked Shiyu's soul away. From now on, I will call you Fire Unhappy. On the opposite side. Seeing this sword pressure, Mu Huayan raised his hand again. It didn't take as long as Shiyu and the others to condense. In just an instant, a sword pressure formed by a white and cold flame burst out from the opposite side, and in an instant, it was squeezed together with the staggered swords released by Shiyu. Boom! Two huge shock waves directly formed a confrontation, squeezing, and collision in midair. At this moment, the fierce strong wind continued to blow out. The two giant beasts and the beast master in the center of the battlefield were still safe and sound, but the students standing not far from the altar could not hold on at this moment, and their faces seemed to be blown off by the strong wind. Mom, Shiyu, you are really a monster. I will be a puppy if I compare with you again in the future. When Yushu opened his mouth, he took a big sip of wind, and his lips were blown back by the strong wind, but his eyes were still fixed on the collision on the altar. This power. I am afraid it has reached the threshold of a quasi-king. Is there any justice in the world? Catcha. Everyone was shocked to watch the sword pressure on the field. After a while, on Shiyu's side, the sword pressure field was gradually frozen, and the huge ice flame was about to freeze Shiyu's golden flame to pieces. Catcha. The fluctuations of the ice flame were still spreading, causing Shiyu, who was holding the sword spirit on the opposite side, to change his face slightly. Teacher, many students looked at the master instructor. At this time, the group of instructors also looked solemn and said, although we don't know what kind of moves this sword pressure is, it seems to be created by the beast master, pet, and sword spirit. Shiyu is obviously at a disadvantage. The students no longer cared about what skill this sword pressure was, and looked at the follow-up situation on the altar. At this moment, Shiyu was in a dilemma. He was thinking about whether to let 11 enter the sharp state, so that he should be able to surpass the limit of strengthening the interlaced sword, but at this time, even though his body was hardened and protected, some of Shiyu's skin, such as between his fingers, still cracked and bled. At present, his body has reached its limit. If he bursts out with stronger power, he, the Beastmaster himself, will definitely be seriously injured. Don't be afraid of the ball. After a moment, feeling that the sword pressure field was about to collapse, Shiyu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Isn't it just a little more load? The iron-eating beast knight will never admit defeat. 11. Burst out with your sharpness, baby Shin. Remember to save me. I believe in you. 11 hesitated and continued to choose to obey orders. If you believe in baby Shin, you don't believe in me. Don't worry, I will control my strength. 11 roared. Shiyu held a sword and looked at the opposite side. Muhuan also held a sword and looked at Shiyu's side. Compared with Shiyu's difficulties, she seemed very calm. From beginning to end, she only used a slightly higher strength than Shiyu to test Shiyu. At present, Shiyu has performed very well, but still did not meet her requirements. Although he was not weak, Shiyu never burst out the sharpness of the sword. His moves were too stable and his potential had not been fully stimulated. Born in that war-torn era, she had high requirements for the heirs. The heirs who pursued stability too much would find it difficult to reach the peak, which was not what she wanted. Muhuan increased her strength again, trying to make Shiyu give up, or force Shiyu to have more potential. The next moment, under Muhuan's gaze, the huge iron-eating beast under Shiyu suddenly raised his head and roared at them. Boom! At this moment, under the frowning gaze of the heroic spirit Muhuan, the whole body of the iron-eating beast burst out with the light of evolution. With the light, 11's body continued to grow, and in an instant, it became closer and closer to the frost dragon. Most of the students were stunned at this time, not knowing what happened. The next moment, as the light dissipated, 11's sharp form appeared in front of everyone. The huge armor interwoven with black and white, the hardened arm covering the whole body, the blue pupils under the armor were like lightning, and the domineering blue thunder was still flowing between the metal armor. At the same time, the huge thunder and lightning power accumulated in the charging room in 11's body, the huge thunder and lightning that far exceeded its own limit, started to run wildly. 11 looked at the frost dragon. The thunder and lightning power, along the hardened material, began to flow to the sword spirit. After passing through Shiyu's body, the violent thunder and lightning force almost made Shiyu's body collapse. Even though Shiyu was wearing the hardening of the nature of flat thunder, and even though his body was strengthened by the sword spirit, he could clearly feel the pressure on his body after it exceeded the load. But, all this is a necessary process in exchange for stronger power. Boom! The more powerful thunder and lightning force replaced the gold power and entangled with the flame power. As the most violent power, the thunder and lightning and the flame produced a more wonderful energy reaction. The arrogance on Shiyu and the sword spirit suddenly increased and spread upwards more than 10 meters. In an instant, the sky was full of flames and lightning, causing Shiyu to have blue currents lingering and deep red flames flowing. At this moment, all the Beastmasters showed shocked expressions, looking at the iron-eating beast and Shiyu, who suddenly changed incredulously. That is, Yushu's lips trembled and his eyes widened. Wang Ling, Han Dong, Miao Dongdong and others were stimulated again. The iron-eating beast has evolved, Jiuli War Beast. Concealed Edge, Director Li blurted out. Shiyu's iron-eating beast has completed its evolution. At this moment, all the Beastmasters who participated in the ancient capital professional assessment and had a very clear understanding of the evolution chain of the iron-eating beast and Jiuli War Beast opened their mouths suddenly when they saw the changes in 11 in front of them. Shiyu, you jerk, how much stronger have you become after the professional assessment, and how many new cards have you added? Are you really the same examinees? Boom. After the sharp edge burst out, 11 is just like its name, becoming more like a war beast. It is covered in armor and Shiyu, who is fully armed. At this moment, the style of the painting is becoming more and more like a real warrior. On the war beast, Shiyu feels that his muscles are about to explode, and he can't help but squeeze the hilt again. Seeing this scene, and feeling the power of the Jiuli war beast that was close to the frost dragon, Muhuan showed a surprised expression. Bang! At this moment, the golden flame sword pressure that was frozen by the ice flame completely collapsed, and the ice flame sword pressure was suppressed from all over the sky, but in a flash, a more powerful thunder flame sword pressure came over Shiyu's side. In an instant, the power situation was reversed instantly, and the terrifying thunder flame sword pressure swallowed up the opponent's power at a divine speed, and swallowed up the frost dragon and Mu Huan's heroic spirit. In the face of this attack, Mu Huan's heroic spirit did not make another move, allowing the thunder flame sword pressure to swallow up their phantoms. Forget it, let's stop here. If we continue, their bodies will not be able to bear it. Mu Huan's heroic spirit gave up resistance and looked forward to the young beastmaster in peacetime in front of him. After experiencing the baptism of war one day, how far he can grow. Roar, the blurry figure of the ice dragon roared as the thunder flame sword pressure was pressed. Time seemed to freeze. Under everyone's shocked expressions, the phantom of the ice dragon and the phantom of Mu Huan's heroic spirit were swallowed up in an instant. It was as if they had never appeared from the beginning to the end. At this time, the sword spirit that possessed Shi Yu also disappeared directly. Shi Yu also returned to his normal appearance. Then, under the condensation of countless light sources, a red ball of light appeared in the sky. Everyone stared blankly at Shi Yu on the huge Jiuli war beast and the red soul seed in the sky. The ball of light slowly fell into Shi Yu's palm. At this time, in Shi Yu's blurred vision and consciousness, it looked more like a magic bean. The world is going to change. Seeing this, Instructor Su said with a serious expression. The pet of the high-level overlord race, that is, if there are enough resources, it will definitely grow to the peak of the overlord level. What's more, this is the heroic spirit of the ice dragon general who can compete with a totem. In other words, the growth limit of this heroic spirit is likely to be the totem level. That is, the guardian god level. Guardian god level, this is the peak combat power of each country. When a heroic spirit with the potential to be a guardian god recognizes his master, it will definitely create a huge wave on an international scale. Chapter 178 The Birth of the Little Sword Spirit. Outside the heroic spirit ruins, there was silence. Under the shocked gazes of the students, 11 slowly shrank from the size of a giant beast and returned to a restrained form. At this time, watching the changes in 11, Yushu and others had very complicated feelings. Originally, they thought that Shi Yu's performance during the club assessment was the limit of Shi Yu. Originally, they thought that his trump card was temporarily replaced by the baby. But they didn't expect that Shi Yu participated in the club assessment just for fun. The trump card was not sent out from beginning to end. Just relying on a new pet, their three views were shattered. Is it not okay to not compete? Starting from the survival trial, after countless blows, Yushu completely gave up. Even with the advantage of talent, he didn't know how to compete next. The sword spirit of the high-level overlord race. This almost means that Shi Yu will become a legend. This guy, who was recognized by the Ice Dragon General heroic spirit, was so lucky. However, Yushu couldn't be jealous at this time, because even if he was given a chance, he seemed to be unable to pass the test that Shi Yu had just experienced. Not only is Shi Yu's pet ridiculously strong, he himself is also ridiculously strong. Even when Shi Yu summoned the spirit of the Ice Dragon General, Yushu suspected that Shi Yu had planned it himself. Everyone heard the conversation between the two, and both sides obviously knew their common pet, the Ice Dragon. Shi Yu, when everyone reacted, they saw that on the altar, an iron-eating beast was still on all fours. And Shi Yu was not riding on it, but hanging on 11's back like a bow pendant, with his eyes closed. Anyway, he didn't look awake. In addition to Shi Yu, there was also a ginseng baby on the iron-eating beast to diagnose Shi Yu's condition. After a while, the ginseng baby came to the conclusion that Shi Yu's body was too weak and he just fell asleep. It condensed a nutrient whisker, opened Shi Yu's mouth, and let him hold it first, and then it felt that it was almost done. As for Shi Yu's injury, it was treated by the iron-eating beast and the ginseng baby with high-speed healing just a moment ago, and there was no sign of anything. What happened to him? At this moment, Director Li and others ran up to the altar in panic, looking at Shi Yu who was lying on the ground, his body trembling wildly. Shi Yu couldn't be in any trouble now. ZZZZ11 closed his eyes and pretended to snore, telling the group of people about Shi Yu's situation through role-playing. Sleeping, keep your voice down. Everyone, the soul seed has already merged into his body. Director He looked at Shi Yu's side. It should be. Instructor Su nodded. I don't know when it will hatch. The soul seed of the hero is a very magical thing. Except for the person who recognizes it as the master, outsiders cannot hatch or contract it at all. It is basically equivalent to being bound to a certain beast master after it is formed. It will merge into the body of the Beastmaster and wait for hatching. After hatching, even if it is not contracted, it will always protect the Beastmaster himself like a guardian spirit. Therefore, the hero spirit is very different from other pets. It is difficult to be coveted. Even if an outsider gets it, if it is not recognized by the hero spirit, both parties will reject it. Just now, everyone clearly saw that General Mu Huain's heroic spirit and sword spirit turned into light and condensed into soul seeds, and then fell into Shi Yu's hands. This means that General Binglong has recognized Shi Yu. Director Li, take them to rest. Next, we have to seal the heroic spirit altar here. We have one more thing to do. Instructor Su looked at the crowd below. Yes, Director, he nodded. Everyone present today had to sign a confidentiality agreement. The fact that Shi Yu got Mu Huain's heroic spirit must not be exposed. Mu Huain was the first person under the command of Emperor Shi of the Donghuang dynasty. He must have participated in the First Totem War. This person is indeed a person with a blood feud with the Totem aliens. Maybe there are still many Totem aliens who have a grudge against Mu Huain herself. If Mu Huain's record is true, then the hatred brought by her name will definitely not be small. The Totem aliens have never stopped their revenge on the descendants of those war heroes. No one in the ancient country of Donghuang could be sure whether there were any undercovers planted by the Totem alien clan. At least, Donghuang must have planted undercovers on the human side of the Totem zone, so there must be no shortage of Totem alien clan spies on the domestic side. Before Shi Yu fully grows up, it is better to block the news about Mu Huain to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shi Yu just contracted an ordinary sword spirit. Where did the Ice Dragon General come from? They know nothing. Nothing. Block the news first, Director Li nodded, and the rest will be handled by the 11th Bureau. Shi Yu. The members of the 11th Bureau are really not easy to deal with. Just after arriving at the heroic spirit ruins, there was such a big commotion. I wonder if the old principal will faint after notifying him. Shi Yu had a very long dream. In the dream, Shi Yu seemed to dream that he turned into a red sparrow, and then after being burned by flames, he was reborn like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. After a long time, Shi Yu woke up suddenly. He quickly got up from the bed and looked around. It was a medical room with a good environment. Next to him, 11 and Shen Bao were holding their phones and looking at something. After they found Shi Yu woke up, they quickly turned their heads. Mu Huang's original body died after suppressing the glacier totem, and now the heroic spirit has also turned into a soul seed. What a pity. Shi Yu still had many things he wanted to ask General Binglong. Compared with this soul seed, he wanted to know from him about the early days of the Donghuang dynasty, especially the matter of Emperor Shi. However, there was one thing that Shi Yu was very concerned about at this time. That was Mu Huang's bloodline and life experience. What race was Shi a hybrid of with a human race? From the beginning to now, Shi Yu has grasped 2 points. First, the sun. The flame of the sword spirit gave him a feeling that was very similar to the fire of the sun. Second, the phoenix. If the dream just now was related to this soul seed, Mu Huang seemed to be forcing him to fight beyond his load with the help of the power of the sword spirit, intentionally or unintentionally. After the battle, Shi Yu now recovered and could clearly feel that he did not have much negative impact. On the contrary, his current state in all aspects is stronger than before the sword spirit possessed him. The state of being wrapped in flames just now seemed to make him reborn from the ashes. After the flesh has endured great pain, a more perfect body was born. The strength of physique, spirit, soul and even the beast controlling space has increased almost in all directions. Sun, Phoenix, Shi Yu was at a loss. He was now even more curious about Mu Huang's life experience. How could such an outrageous bloodline, close to myth, be born in a human being? Shi Yu couldn't help but be curious, because the empress who established the third generation of the peak Donghuang dynasty seemed to also have the bloodline of the phoenix, belonging to mixed blood. Once could be a coincidence, but such a mixed blood appeared twice in history, and both became big figures, so the probability of a coincidence is much smaller. It seems that I have to ask the little female dragon in detail, Shi Yu muttered. Maybe it can know something. In addition, Shi Yu had a new discovery at this time. After the heroic spirit turned into a soul seed, it seemed to have been identified as a special life form. Shi Yu's illustrations can already see its information: name, soul seed, attribute, undead, fire, racial level, growth level, unawakened, energy value. 100 good guy. Shiyu called him a good guy. What should he say? I just think it's even more outrageous than the cocoon of the green cotton worm. This is equivalent to the young spirit being detected before it is born, still in the form of an egg. And the energy value is not low, completely surpassing the normal green cotton worm that has awakened to level 10. Ying, Yi, at this time, seeing that Shiyu has been staring at the soul seed, 11 and Shen Baobao also looked at the soul seed and asked, "Is this light ball the big sister from before?" Shiyu nodded and said, "It is, but not entirely. However, whether it is or not, the little sword spirit at that time should be female, right?" 11. Chong Chong, Shen Baobao. Shiyu felt that it was indeed time for a female pet to come around and neutralize it. Shiyu looked at the light ball and sensed his current state. He thought about it and then planned to awaken the soul seed now. He also knew the specialness of the heroic spirit. The loyalty of the heroic spirit is very high. Even without a contract, the two sides can communicate with each other. The premise is that the Beastmaster uses his own power to hatch it. Shiyu held the light ball and slowly fell into a meditative state. However, just as Shiyu entered meditation and wanted to hatch the soul seed, he was immediately interrupted by the awakened Chong Chong. "What are you doing?" Shiyu saw that Chong Chong was not sleeping well and waiting for evolution, and wanted to run out to watch the fun, so he couldn't help but say with disdain, I know, just this time." Unable to bear Chong Chong's soft and hard nagging, Shiyu summoned Chong Chong in the cocoon state. After coming out, Chong Chong immediately looked over excitedly. Is there a new teammate joining the team? Or is it a baby that has not yet hatched? It was sleeping just now and didn't know anything. It was awakened by Shiyu's injury and coma. It almost evolved forcibly to save Shiyu. After learning from 11 and Shen Baobao that Shiyu was fine, he was relieved. 11 told Chong Chong not to be happy too early. Shen Baobao also told Chong Chong not to be happy too early. A fire teammate suspected to be a high-level overlord race? Are you sure you can beat it after adding points? Shen Baobao looked worried. Fire type, or a high-level overlord. Burn the ginseng baby to death. Chong Chong was also startled and looked at the soul seed. You are not kidding. As a bug, it is also afraid of fire. Among the three pets, even 11 could not maintain a very stable mentality. Because 11 could feel that Shiyu liked the little sword spirit very much, 11 imagined it, and then his expression gradually became solemn. This is the rhythm of the iron-eating beast knight to continue to go online. In the future, it may not be the main output, but the power will be sucked away by Shiyu. Don't make a noise. Shiyu looked at the soul seed floating in his palm and glared at the three pets. The worries of the three pets are completely unnecessary in the short term. Just now, he had felt that the burden on the Beastmaster was very heavy when the sword spirit was possessed. The sword pressure bombardment just now looked powerful. But in fact, the growth level of the sword spirit at that time was the standard of the extraordinary level. This is outrageous. If the sword spirit grows to the commander level, Shiyu feels that he will be squeezed dry immediately before he swings the sword. Therefore, as a serious Beastmaster, he must control the growth level of the sword spirit and not possess it randomly. Whoever wants to be the iron-eating beast knight can be it, anyway, he is not interested. It is best, the sword spirit is always one level lower than the 11 of them, so that he can ensure that he will not be suddenly drained when he gets excited one day. Even if Shiyu's physique is strong and the ginseng baby is powerful, Shiyu is also very sure that in his current state, he can never contract and control a high-level overlord race, the commander-level sword spirit. Shiyu got up from his heart. He closed his eyes again and entered a meditative state. Tried to communicate with his soul seed through his mind. In the dark vision, looking for that ray of fire. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the outside world, three pets stared at Shiyu who was hatching the soul seed in his palm. After about a few minutes, Shiyu finally established a certain connection with his soul seed. At the same time, with Shiyu's continuous efforts, the light on the red light ball the size of a marble became more dazzling. The form also slowly changed under the light. The 11th level pet beast still stared at the soul seeds that were gradually changing in form, holding their breath and not daring to speak, for fear of disturbing Shiyu and the soul seeds. At this moment, although Shiyu closed his eyes, he could also feel the changes in the soul seeds in the dark vision. But after a moment, Shiyu opened his eyes blankly and looked at the little dead spirit in front of him. At this time, There were no soul seeds in front of Shiyu. Instead, there was a little sword spirit with an illusory figure, a dark red hilt, and a red sword body. The overall shape is similar to Mu Huang's red cardinal, but it may be because of its young age that it does not have so many tattoos. It is indeed a sword spirit, but Shiyu looked at the sword spirit in front of him, which was as big as a fruit knife or dagger, and fell into silence. No way, does the sword spirit also have to grow up slowly from childhood? Me. The little sword spirit floated in the air, turned around timidly, and felt the surrounding situation a little at a loss. Why is it me? But it's not important. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit and was completely sure that the newborn sword spirit was like a newborn baby, as tender as a blank sheet of paper. In addition, it was also very different from the sword spirit he had just taken. It obviously had its own consciousness. In addition, it might be because of some kind of connection. Although Shiyu had not yet contracted the little sword spirit, he could also clearly sense its situation with the illustrations, just like the perception 11, name, unknown sword spirit, unnamed, attributes, undead, fire, racial level growth level, awakening level 1 racial skills, Zanpaku, high-level necromancer skill, soul nemesis, can issue a soul slash, doubling the damage to undead creatures, possession, high-level necromancer skill, light flame sword, high-level fire skill, crossed swords, super-level fire skill, sun flame, super-level fire skill, a flame containing the power of the sun, soul release, super-level necromancer skill. The spirit with the skill has a second form, a third form, and a fourth form after being released. Energy value 500. Sensing the feedback from the little sword spirit, Shiyu's breathing became heavy for a while. This is too strong. It's only awakened to level 1, but its combat power is probably enough to kill ordinary extraordinary pets. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit in surprise and joy. Meow. At this time, the little sword spirit had already stuck to Shiyu's arm. Meow. The little sword spirit started to communicate with Shiyu like a spoiled child. It wants to eat popsicles, it's so hot. Chapter 179, Naming Wasted. Sitting on the bed, Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit with a smile. Eating popsicles? Little guy, are you serious? Shiyu had never heard that a fire pet would have the idea of eating popsicles. You are unscientific. Is it really okay to eat that kind of thing? Won't it cause stomach upset? Well, sword spirits don't have these messy problems. At this time, the little sword spirit was sticking to Shiyu's arm. Because it was a spirit, the touch was very different from that of a normal weapon. If the flame had a physical body, then Shiyu felt like he was touching a soft flame. Like a stream of water, soft, but hot. After touching it again and again, not only the little sword spirit, but he also wanted to have an ice cream to cool down. Meow, the little sword spirit begged. Shiyu was helpless. Ice? I don't have that. How about this one? Shiyu stretched out his hand, and an ice energy crystal appeared. Me. As Shiyu took out the ice energy crystal, the little sword spirit let out a long groan, seeming to be very surprised. It stopped sticking with Shiyu and immediately ran to stick with the ice energy crystal that was releasing cold air. Although it was said to be sticking, Shiyu, who was very upset, felt that it was more like sharpening a knife. A fire sword, sharpening it with ice cubes. What do you want to do? Are you practicing how to harm ice pets? Swish. As if it felt that this was not cool enough, the sword body of the little sword spirit suddenly became illusory, passed through the energy crystal, and wrapped it in the sword body. Me. The little sword spirit nodded with satisfaction. At this time, after discovering that the little sword spirit was a problem child, Shiyu, 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao were stunned. Then, Chong Chong looked at Shiyu. That is not the energy crystal left for it to transform into an ice dragon? It feels that the energy crystal is melting little by little. Pure waste. Shiyu turned his head. Is there a problem? Chong Chong, cack, no problem, just be happy. It's suspected that Shiyu valued spirits over insects. But forget it, there's a better ice dragon Whiskers anyway, so it doesn't matter if the energy crystal is not needed. It seems that it has perfectly inherited the characteristics of General Mu Huayan. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit wrapped in the energy crystal and flying happily, and smiled. Well, Shiyu could clearly feel that the little sword spirit was not afraid of heat, but hated high temperatures a little, and liked cold things very much. Isn't this similar to General Ice Dragon? She also specially contracted an ice-type pet to suppress her fire talent. Well, for now, the little sword spirit is happy. Shiyu observed the little sword spirit sticking to the ice-type energy crystal. It is worthy of being a dominant race. Shiyu could clearly feel the huge power contained in the little sword spirit. This power, even if it was cooled a little by the ice-type energy crystal at this time, is definitely not something that any trainee beastmaster can adapt to. Is this really an awakening level pet? Compared with the awakening level green cotton worm that was beaten by a human with one hand, it is simply a world of difference. The racial level really has a great impact on strength. Now, Shiyu estimates that only an intermediate beastmaster can normally control the awakening level small sword spirit. As the small sword spirit grows higher and higher, its existence, whether it is a contract, possession, or combat, will bring greater pressure to the beastmaster. When it grows to the extraordinary level, it is estimated that a master-level beastmaster will be required to control it. What about the commander and the king? It will not require a legendary physique. The conditions for the use of the small sword spirit are indeed very harsh. If the beastmaster does not meet the corresponding requirements and uses it forcibly, it is estimated that it will be sucked dry, squeezed dry, and the body and mind will be burned out. Fortunately, my physique is far superior to that of the beastmaster of the same level. Shiyu was thankful. Otherwise, he can only learn from General Mu Huayan and contracts an ice-type pet to suppress the power of the sword spirit. However, if one day, his physique can't keep up with the growth rate of the small sword spirit, this is not a method. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit playing alone and searched for its racial skills again. The undead of the dominant race, another big consumer of physical energy. 6 racial skills, 3 high level and 3 super level. Although Shiyu felt powerful, he was also a little dizzy. There really is not a single low-level skill. I will add more points in the future, and some will be tired. Having said that, the skills of the little sword spirit are really strong. High-level undead skill, Zanpaku. Soul Nemesis, undead traitor skill. The little sword spirit has the qualifications to become an undead traitor at first glance. But it is indeed a good skill. Whether it is a normal life form or a spirit, this move can cause huge lethality and is hard to defend. After all, few creatures have the skills to defend souls. High-level undead skill, Possession. Needless to say, this is to superimpose one's own power on other life forms, which is also a magical skill. However, possession also requires a certain degree of fit. Like the little sword spirit, it is basically impossible to possess the ginseng baby and the bug. According to research, the Beastmaster is actually the best object of possession. Although the Beastmaster is weak, the human physique is the most tolerant. If the two parties have a contract, they can enter a special state of resonance. After the Beastmaster and the undead who master the possession skill make a contract, they are the most capable partners to stimulate the potential of both parties, and the power exerted is even stronger than that of the pet with stronger possession. For example, the little sword spirit directly possesses 11, and 11 uses the staggered sword, which is far less powerful than the sword spirit possessing Shiyu, and then 11 transfers his power to Shiyu, so that the power of the three parties using sword skills together is greater. Therefore, many psychics use the undead who can possess as a life-saving skill. Of course, it is only a life-saving skill. After possessing humans, the consumption and burden are really great. This is also the reason why Yushu dared not go into battle himself, even if his dragon soul pet mastered possession, and let the dragon soul possess the bone dragon. Compared with the combined beastmaster talent, the disadvantage of the possession skill is super consumption and easy overload. High-level fire skill, light flame sword. Shiyu had used this skill before. It was a standard fire sword skill. Its characteristic was that the sword light was extremely fast, and it could destroy the enemy in an instant like a flash of light. A superclass fire skill, the crossed sword. Shiyu felt that this superclass skill was a bit like Zhang Qianyi's element coordination talent in the professional assessment, and a bit like the energy fruit of Shen Baobao, but it was different. Although Shen Baobao's energy fruit could contain two kinds of power, the higher the degree of compatibility between the two powers, the greater the power it exerted. Although the element coordination talent could coordinate the power of different attributes, it was the same. It was easier for the Beastmaster to coordinate the elements with high compatibility, and it would also consume a lot of energy to coordinate the opposing forces. However, the crossed sword was different. The more the two forces that were fused were more compatible, the more ordinary the power was, and the more conflicting the two forces that were fused were, the greater the power was. Fire borrowed the wind's momentum. This was a very common element combination skill, but it didn't work here with the crossed sword. The combination of wind and fire was not as powerful as the combination of two forces that were incompatible with water and fire. This should be a perfect skill for General Mu Huan. After all, she has an unparalleled talent for fire, while her pets are all ice type, which is exactly the opposite. However, this move also has disadvantages. The user himself has to bear the superload brought by the intertwined power. This is similar to the restrained edge of 11. They both use unconventional means and pay some price in exchange for extremely violent power. This is also the reason why Mu Huan wants to test Shiyu first. If Shiyu cannot control the power of the sword spirit of the same level, then even if Shiyu directly obtains the sword spirit, for Shiyu, the sword spirit will eventually become something that harms Shiyu, just like the burden her physique has caused to herself. Yangan. This is a super-level fire skill containing the power of the sun. It is considered a kind of strange fire skill. It is extremely powerful and can also be amplified by the power of the sun. At the same time, this move seems to be the nemesis of the dead spirit. For the dead spirits, what they fear most is the sun. The little sword spirit is on the road of being a traitor in the dead spirit system, going further and further. As for the spiritual solution, it is the skill that surprised Shiyu the most. The second, third, and fourth forms after liberation? What will it be like? Shiyu was very curious. Unfortunately, the little sword spirit can't even do the initial solution at present. The entry-level spiritual solution only provides an effect, which is to allow the little sword spirit to improve the proficiency level of this skill by burning the enemy's soul and killing the enemy. This move requires continuous devouring of souls and improving the skill level to release the second form, third form, and fourth form. It is a skill with a very clear method of improving the skill level. In a sense, it is to kill monsters to upgrade. 6 high-level racial skills. This is too wasteful for the Beastmaster and the baby. Shiyu sighed again in his heart. However, this spiritual solution skill can be a bit lazy. You can upgrade by killing monsters. Shiyu likes this rough way of upgrading. There is nothing else in the ancient capital, but there are many undead. Shiyu already has a hunch that the consumption of teaching a super-level skill can make him half useless. He is very happy about this skill with a particularly clear way to improve proficiency. Before contracting the little sword spirit, it is better not to add points to it, let it grow naturally. Shiyu thought about it and made a decision. The right way is to let the little sword spirit have a wonderful childhood, and there is no rush to grow up. He can barely hold on to the high levels of 11, bugs, and ginseng baby. As for the little sword spirit, Shiyu, who has experienced its power, feels that he really can't hold on in his current state. But then again, if he also teaches the little sword spirit a healing and recovery skill, and then lets it possess, will his burden be lighter? This should be similar to the effect of contracting ice pets to suppress the power of fire. Shiyu touched his chin and looked at the little sword spirit. By the way, I have to give you a name, Shiyu said to the little sword spirit. Me, the little sword spirit wrapped in energy crystals turned to Shiyu as if drunk. It's the name. I can't always call you a little sword spirit, just like them. Let me introduce you first. This is 11, this is Bugs, and this is Ginseng Baby. You should get along well in the future. Shiyu introduced the 3 emperors in the team to the little sword spirit. The 3 emperors have been observing the newly born little sword spirit for a long time. As soon as the little sword spirit was born, it was almost appointed as the leader of the team. The fire system directly restrains the gold system, the insect system, and the wood system. What kind of suffering is this? Me, the little sword spirit shook, and it was not very clear who was who. It only knew that it had a very deep connection with Shiyu, and Shiyu was its mother. Whatever Shiyu said was what it was. How about calling you Xiaohong? Shiyu said. Little sword spirit? It took back what it said just now. The little sword spirit shook its head frantically. It might have retained the aesthetic taste of General Mu Huan. It felt that this name was lame. Then Xiaomi, me, the little sword spirit looked at 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao for help. At this time, the 3 pets showed helpless expressions. From their names, haven't you discovered the naming level of your own Beastmaster? 11's name is the serial number of the breeding base. Chong Chong simply took a word from the race name. Shen Bao Bao simply called the race name directly, and occasionally played the role of Emperor Shen Ying Yi 11 looked regretful. Why don't we just teach you to read, and then you can choose it yourself? Me, the little sword spirit, fell into deep thought, which is not impossible. Shiyu? Chapter 180. The senior sister is here. Because he felt that 11, Chong Chong, and Shenbao Bao would affect his authority in front of the little sword spirit, Shiyu called them back directly. These three guys are too outrageous. Are their names not nice? I was so angry. Obviously, they are very appropriate. After Shiyu called them back, he looked at the little sword spirit again. At this time, the little sword spirit was a little nervous, fearing that Shiyu would give it another name, Xia Hong or Shami. Shiyu, forget it, you should adapt to the outside world first. Shiyu held his forehead. Me, the little sword spirit, turned around happily, his eyes, no, the sword light pointed directly at the refrigerator. At the same time, are you awake? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Shiyu heard the familiar voice and looked over immediately. Senior sister, the person who came was wearing a black t-shirt and brown shorts, with a white research coat on the outside, and her slender legs were wrapped in black silk. It was Lu Qingyi. Why are you here? Shiyu was quite surprised and immediately got out of bed to greet her. You caused such a big thing, can't a bureau not come? Lu Qingyi was helpless. She looked at the little red sword spirit that had just entered the refrigerator. After a moment of silence, she asked, it must be the heroic spirit transformed by General Mu Huai's power, right? After I got the news that General Mu Huai's heroic spirit was summoned by you, I came directly from Binghayan City. Shiyu nodded. Wait, how long have I slept? Shiyu glanced at the time on the electronic clock. Then, his face darkened. Another day? Although he was no longer injured and his physical strength had gradually been replenished to its peak state, Shiyu still slept for a long time afterwards. That's fine. Shiyu scratched his cheek. He was not so sleepy in his previous life. Senior sister, why are you here? It's nothing particularly important, but it's important for you to get Mu Huai's heroic spirit, so I came to see it, Lu Qingyi said. I didn't expect that what the ice dragon said was actually true. There really is such a person as General Mu Huai. This is also a very coincidental opportunity, Lu Qingyi sighed. Shiyu and Mu Huai are both from Binghayan City. Shiyu has cracked many Binghayan ruins, so it is not difficult to accept that he can summon General Mu Huai's spirit now. Yet, I didn't expect it either. By the way, how is the matter of the glacier totem handled? Shiyu asked. Not bad. The ice dragon has already expressed its intention to cooperate with humans to completely eliminate the glacier totem. If it knows that you have obtained the recognition of General Mu Huai's spirit, our relationship should be able to go further. However, activating the forbidden weapon is of great importance. Even the 11th Bureau does not have direct decision-making power. It may take some time to make a decision, Lu Qingyi said. Really? You just said that General Mu Huai's spirit has a great influence, Shiyu asked. Is there anything I can help you with? Just cooperate with us to block the news. The news that you have been recognized by the heroic spirit of General Mu Huai has been blocked. All the beast masters present at the time have signed a confidentiality agreement. You should temporarily treat it as an ordinary sword spirit to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Qingyi looked at the little sword spirit that flew out of the refrigerator timidly, shining and seemed very excited. It was hard to imagine that this was the heroic spirit of General Mu Huai, who had repelled countless totems. It was also too cute to be degraded. Ah, is it that serious? Shiyu stretched out his hand, and the little sword spirit fell on him. Shiyu also wanted to announce the deeds of General Mu Huai. How to say this? It is also a good archaeological discovery. If the secret is not announced and the curiosity that is satisfied cannot be shared, this is not a lonely test. Of course, although the country is relatively safe, you should not want to be targeted by those aliens who have a blood feud with General Mu Huai. Lu Qingyi smiled. At that time, the ancient Zhongyuan kingdom successfully killed only a small number of totems, and most of the hostile totem forces are still active. They are still eyeing the human realm. If they knew that you had the spirit of a great general, you would not be happy. Or do you want to lose your freedom and live under the surveillance of bodyguards 24 hours a day? Shiyu was speechless, and Lu Qingyi continued, but I still found a bodyguard for you, who, you should know him. You are now a student of Gudu University. You will live there for the next 4 years. Your best bodyguard is naturally Teacher Ying, Lu Qingyi smiled. Rich cat, Shiyu was stunned. Lu Chengyu looked at Shiyu strangely. What is this name? Ahem, Gemcat. Shiyu was embarrassed and excited. Yes, Lu Chengyu nodded without thinking too much. Don't worry, in Gudu City, with it protecting you, nothing will go wrong. Shiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if there was no such thing, the Gemcat seemed to say that it would protect him in the future. After all, Shiyu seems to be the largest snack supplier for Gemcat at present. Senior, are you familiar with it? Of course. On its birthday, I gave it an 8th level gem found in the ruins, Lu Chengyu said, then Teacher Ying took me to clear several ruins. We worked together for a while before and became comrades in arms. Shiyu, that's indeed very familiar. If someone gave him a gem worth more than 1 billion, he would immediately become sworn brothers. The two sides turned the topic around and returned to General Mu Huan. By the way, Lu Chengyu asked, I heard that General Binglong is a mixed blood. Well, I feel it is related to the Phoenix clan, Shiyu said. Lu Chengyu was startled and said, isn't that the same as the Empress? Shiyu nodded and said, yes, rumor has it that the Empress has the blood of the Phoenix, and the 9 pets she contracted are all members of the Phoenix clan. The 9 Phoenix clan members, such as the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix, span the 9 attributes, and their strength has all reached the totem level, which for a time pushed the Empress to the position of a quasi-mythical beastmaster. When the Empress ascended the throne, there were even a group of phoenixes dancing together. Some archaeologists in later generations believe that the Empress might be a human emperor supported by the Phoenix clan, and that she came to the throne illegitimately. But it cannot be denied that when the Empress was in power, it was the most stable and prosperous period of the Donghuang dynasty. At that time, the Donghuang dynasty was so powerful that no totemic foreign race dared to invade. With the people living and working in peace and contentment, no one cared about the origin of the Empress who ended the Totem War. Moreover, the Phoenix clan has been close to humans since the Totem era. They are a kind totem and often bring auspiciousness to humans. In comparison, humans have accepted the Phoenix clan. However, whether the Empress led the Phoenix clan or the Phoenix clan supported the Empress has always been a controversial topic throughout the ages. Senior sister, I remember that you have explored the relevant ruins of the Phoenix clan, right? Shiyu asked. What do you think? Lu Chengyu shook her head. I'm not sure, but there is indeed a saying that the Phoenix clan deliberately cultivated the human race and supported the symbiosis of mixed blood. The Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan can be traced back to the mythological era. The ancestors of both sides were the most powerful mythological creatures. Unfortunately, with the end of the mythological era, the descendants of the Phoenix clan were not as mixed as the Dragon clan. Compared with the Dragon clan, which has spread its bloodline to various species, the Phoenix clan has always pursued pure bloodline by relying on the Dragon clan, which has become stronger through mixed blood evolution. However, because of this, the clan has become smaller and smaller, and the reversion to the ancestors is not as fast as the mixed blood evolution. In the end, the Phoenix clan also began to learn from the Dragon clan and spread its branches and leaves, so some archaeologists speculate that the human race is one of the targets of the Phoenix clan. It seems that all signs indicate that the Phoenix clan's plan reached its peak during the period of the Empress. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. In addition, as the dynasty established by the Empress collapsed due to the internal strife of the Phoenix clan disappeared from human sight again, which made the mystery even greater. Why did the Phoenix clan have internal strife during the Empress dynasty? This is also one of the 10 major problems in the Donghuang archaeological community. If you are interested, you can investigate it yourself in the future, Lu Chengyu said. In fact, some time ago, when you mentioned plant pets to me, I was investigating this matter. Shiyu raised his head. The battlefield of the undead outside the ancient capital, I remember, because of the Phoenix clan. Yes, Lu Chengyu nodded. There is a totem-level immortal phoenix sealed there, suspected to be a witness to the internal strife of the Phoenix clan, but unfortunately, except for that seal, we humans currently have no effective way to defeat it, so we can only keep it sealed like this. Gudu didn't want to make the surroundings a little more normal. Unfortunately, because of the existence of the immortal phoenix, it is impossible to do so. There are plagues and curses everywhere, and it is a paradise for the undead. If the key factor of the immortal phoenix is not solved, it can only be left alone. It is precisely because of the existence of the immortal phoenix that the ancient capital has evolved into the current city of the undead, which is rich in undead pets. Let's wait until I reach the legendary level, Shiyu smiled bitterly. This is not like the ice dragon or even the glacier totem. Like the ice-type glacier totem, it is a supernatural creature with strong power but relatively ordinary abilities. Humans can destroy it with forbidden weapons of the fire system. However, if it is a top-level totem-level creature of the undead and dark dual systems like the undead phoenix, and the blood of the Phoenix clan, no one is sure to completely destroy it. But the battlefield of the undead is a good place. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit and said, there are more undead there, which may be very suitable for it to grow. It needs to rely on burning other souls to release other forms. Shiyu was a little curious about what the other forms of the little sword spirit look like. In fact, it is more because he heard that there are many ancient ruins there. It shouldn't be dangerous there. How can it not be dangerous? Lu Chengyu said speechlessly. It's more dangerous than the ice dragon Snow Mountain, but if you take Teacher Ying to travel together, it's not dangerous. I understand, Shiyu nodded, hugging thighs. He is good at it. It's a pity that the thigh of the rich cat is not big enough. Otherwise, if the little sword spirit directly kills the undead phoenix, it is estimated that its spiritual solution proficiency can directly reach the perfect level or above. Chapter 181 Red Eyes. After Lu Chengyu came, Shiyu was no longer sleepy. Shiyu talked to her about many things about the Phoenix clan. Lu Chengyu had done a lot of research on this race. After all, her Kingling Fing Niao was the bloodline of the Phoenix obtained during an archaeological excavation of ruins. Meow, however, as the two chatted, they almost overlooked the real protagonist of their encounter. The little sword spirit listened to the two talking about Donghuang for thousands of years with a blank face, and it was a headache. Little sword spirit, cap, 555. In order to attract the attention of the two, the little sword spirit condensed flames on the sword body and used the flames to form a crying expression. Fire is unhappy. Meow. Oh, Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit. Are you hungry? Shiyu found that the little sword spirit was really gifted. How long has it been since its birth, and it can use the power of fire to make emoticons. Not only is it stronger than Chong Chong, but it is also smarter than Chong Chong. Meow, the little sword spirit nodded frantically. It threw away the ice energy crystal. Although it was quite comfortable to carry, it felt a little hungry after carrying it for a long time. Okay, Shiyu also understood. After all, the little sword spirit had just been born and was a dominant race. It was the time when it needed to supplement a lot of nutrition. Fruit. Shiyu fell into deep thought. The little sword spirit mastered Yangain. If the ginseng baby made nutritious fruit by absorbing light energy, theoretically, it seemed difficult. There was still a big difference between sunlight and Yangain. The little sword spirit fell into Shiyu's hand. What was that? You should give it soul crystal. Lu Chengyu helped the little sword spirit to refuse this food first. Is it reasonable to give fruit to the undead? Even if it is really nutritious, what is the difference between it and feeding rare metals to the green cottonworm? It can't absorb much at all. For awakening undead creatures, soul crystal is the most perfect food. Even the flame system can be delayed for cultivation and developed after it reaches the extraordinary level. That's right, but I don't have it prepared. Do you have it, senior sister? Shiyu said. I don't have a pet of the undead. Go ask Master Su for one. The beast taming core must have some in stock, or, do you want me to take you hunting? I just want to see its ability. Senior sister Lu looked at the little sword spirit with interest. Go outside the city wall. Shiyu's eyes lit up. Yes, Lu Chengyu nodded. Soul crystals are pure energy crystals, just like fire energy crystals, thunder energy crystals, and water energy crystals. However, natural element energy crystals such as fire, thunder, and water are all born in the form of mineral veins in nature, or are condensed and made by creatures above the commander level. The birth method of soul crystals is different. It only appears in the body of undead life forms and is considered the core of the opponent. Therefore, the competition and fighting between undead creatures is also the most serious. Almost most races can form a food chain. The battlefield of the undead is said to have tens of millions of undead. The beast taming core is stationed nearby and will go to sweep regularly. Resources such as soul crystals cannot be scarce. Even if the beast master goes hunting by himself, as long as he has the strength, soul crystals can be obtained like picking up stones. Did you just say that this little sword spirit has mastered the spirit solution skill? Yes, to reach the proficiency level of spirit solution from the entry level, you need to devour 10,000 extraordinary level undead spirits, plus a commander level undead spirit. The process of obtaining soul crystals can also improve its spirit solution skills, which is a two-pronged approach. You can come to the undead battlefield more often to train in the future, Lu suggested. Not only can you improve your skill proficiency, but you can also get a lot of reserve food. Then let's go and have a look. Shiyu was also tempted, mainly because he had seen your sister Lu with him, so it should be safe even if he went to the undead battlefield. In addition, what Lu Chengyu said was right. The promotion conditions for the spirit solution skill were like this. To liberate the second form, you need to devour 10,000 extraordinary level undead spirits, plus a commander level undead spirit. To liberate the third form, you need to devour 1,000 commander level undead spirits, plus a king level undead spirit. To liberate the fourth form, you need to devour 100 king level undead spirits, plus a hegemon level undead spirit. They correspond to the three proficiency levels of proficiency, mastery, and perfection. The spirit release skill is not exclusive to the little sword spirit. In addition to it, there are still some dead spirits that have mastered the spirit release skill. This kind of dead spirit has a common characteristic, that is, their own race is too strong, and their power is too strong. They need to seal up some of their power and release it one by one. Otherwise, the excessive power will interfere with their growth and cause their power to run away. This skill currently only has a perfect level proficiency record. The higher fifth form has not been heard of, and no pet should have reached it. According to the previous conditions, some people have inferred that it may be necessary to devour 10 overlord dead spirits and 1 totem level dead spirit. The former is okay, but it is too difficult to kill a totem level dead spirit. This difficulty is not achievable under normal circumstances. Let's go, Lu Qingyi smiled. Let's go. Shiyu pulled the little sword spirit and said, take you to a big meal, because it is a spirit body. The texture of the little sword spirit's body is not like a real sword. Its body can even bend and make various arcs. Shiyu can also stretch its sword body like plasticine, like pinching a face. This is very cute, otherwise if it was a gold sword, Shiyu would really be afraid of chopping off his hand when interacting. Meow. Dr. Lu, Shiyu. When Shiyu and the others came out, the instructors and mentors outside were immediately shocked when they saw them. Shiyu woke up. Shiyu, how are you? Director Li asked with concern. Also, what are you doing, Director Li? Director He and Instructor Su had been staying outside. When they saw Lu Chengyi bringing Shiyu out and it seemed that he was going to leave here, they couldn't help but ask. Nothing serious, Shiyu said. Thank you for your concern. The 3 top masters also heard from the doctor and the medical assistant that Shiyu was fine, but it was hard not to think too much since he had slept for a day without any problem. I'll take them to the edge of the undead battlefield for a walk and we'll be back soon, Lu Qingyi said. Shiyu nodded, and the little sword spirit that came out of Shiyu's pocket also popped up. The soul seed has hatched? It's really a sword spirit? The 3 were stunned, and then looked bitter. What? Go to the undead battlefield? The superiors have ordered that nothing should happen to Shiyu. At this juncture, they are taking Shiyu to the battlefield of the undead and taking a walk. Is that okay? It's okay, Lu Chengyi said with certainty. Okay, Instructor Su was embarrassed. Who let Lu Chengyi have more say? Moreover, Lu Chengyi's strength was stronger than the 3 of them. Top Master. Lu Chengyi is now one of the few Master Beast Masters under the age of 30 in Donghuang ancient country who is close to the legendary level. In addition, although they are all top masters, there are some differences in strength. After all, the threshold of fighting against overlord level creatures is too wide. Fighting against a leader race, overlord level is also fighting. Fighting against a king race, overlord level is also fighting. Struggling to hold on for a few minutes under the overlord is also fighting. Fighting back and forth is also fighting. Lu Qingyi, whose many pets have quasi-god blood, is obviously one of the top ones in terms of combat power. A moment later, outside the ancient capital, a gentle starlight appeared above the plain battlefield, which was shrouded in dark clouds. A giant bird with a sky blue body, beautiful blue feathers, bright colors and a light body slowly emerged. Its wings were as green as the morning sky, emitting a soft light, wrapping the 2 figures above and dispelling all the yin energy. Soon, the kindling windbird slowly fell. Lu Chengyi and Shiyu got off it together. Because the plain battlefield was full of plagues and curses, for convenience, Lu Chengyi simply let Shiyu and her share a pet. Shiyu should not have experience in such a place, but Lu Chengyi, who has come here many times for archaeological research, and her Kingling Windbird and the Wind Demon Lion with the blood of the evil-suppressing lion, have the ability to dispel plagues and curses. Puff. After the next time, standing on the black ground, looking at the bones and ghost fire on the ground, Shiyu held his breath. What a broken place. You'll get used to it. Lu Chengyi looked at Shiyu and smiled faintly. Okay, Shiyu responded with difficulty. The problem is that it's hard to get used to it. Shiyu was quite brave and had slept next to the tomb, but the environment here was really depressing. In addition to the visual depression, there were also various negative energies that depressed the spirit and soul. Meow. Shiyu was depressed, but at this time the little sword spirit flew up excitedly. It was burning with flames all over its body, completely ablaze. The will to fight was rising frequently. In its opinion, the atmosphere here was very suitable for a big battle. Although it looks timid, it seems to be very courageous. Lu Chengyi couldn't help but smile when she saw the little sword spirit like this. After all, it is the heroic spirit of General Mu Huaiyan, who rose completely in the war. He killed dozens of overlords alone, and destroyed countless kings. Shiyu felt that since the little sword spirit inherited Mu Huaiyan's characteristics of liking to stick to ice, it is estimated that he also inherited some of his will to fight. Beep beep beep. The two landed in a good place, with many undead creatures nearby. Just now, because of the breath of the Kingling Windbird, many undead spirits immediately pretended to be dead and hid themselves, but as the Kingling Windbird fell and put away its breath, many undead spirits immediately became restless. Shiyu and Lu Chengyi both had illustrations. With the energy display of their illustrations, they quickly locked onto a pile of skulls about 300 meters away from here. In the skull pile, after a crash, a ghost-like undead spirit with a burning ghost fire, facial features, and a terrifying face, which looked like a big red lantern, floated up. Name: Lantern Monster. Attributes: Undead. Racial level: Medium Extraordinary. Growth level: Extraordinary. Racial skills: Ghost Fire. Introduction: Originally a symbol of happiness, light, vitality, perfection and wealth, it turned black into undead spirit because of war. Energy value: 555. It's a lantern monster, Lu Chengyi said, turned his head to look at Shiyu and the little sword spirit, and said, "It's up to you." At this time, Shiyu also looked at the little sword spirit. But before he could give the order, the little sword spirit immediately turned into a red light, and before the lantern monster knew what was happening, it pierced a hole in the middle. With a boom, the lantern monster exploded immediately, and flames emerged from inside, and the will-o'-the-wisp spread directly. Then, another stronger, hotter, and more dazzling flame covered the will-o'-the-wisp, swallowing it up in an instant. In the explosion, a broken soul crystal fell, and at the same time, a flame flew from the lantern monster to the little sword spirit that passed through, and merged into the body of the little sword spirit. At this moment, the little sword spirit's breath grew a little bit, and it shouted with joy. Meow. After shouting, it looked at the soul crystal that the lantern monster exploded. It didn't rush to take it, but looked at Shiyu as if asking for credit, hoping to get Shiyu's praise. Well done, but don't attack rashly next time. What if the opponent is very strong? Shiyu was stunned for a moment, and said to the little sword spirit, "Remember to listen to my instructions. I told you to attack again and again. Of course, if you are facing danger, you can counterattack on your own." The little sword spirit was just born and awakened to the first level, while the lantern monster was extraordinary level, a full level higher than it. The little sword spirit went up and rushed, which made Shiyu very embarrassed. I don't know if the little sword spirit understood it or not. On the side, Lu Chengyi nodded slightly and said, "The high-level skill Zanpaku can kill the lantern monster in one hit. The one just now is the spirit solution, which can burn the killed lantern monster and decompose it into special spirit power to improve the skill proficiency. It's just a bit of a useless soul crystal." She looked at the fallen soul crystal again. It should have been a good soul crystal, but now it looks broken. It can't be sold at a good price, so the little sword spirit can only solve it by himself. Unlike other energy crystals, it is not easy to get a good quality soul crystal, which tests the Beastmaster's hunting skills. It's already pretty good. Shiyu went to pick up the soul crystal. And the little sword spirit also flew over. It burned the soul crystal in no time and devoured its soul power. Meow. The little sword spirit was content to stick to Shiyu. However, it still felt hungry. It looked around again. Don't worry, there are many undead here, Shiyu smiled. Senior sister, the race level of the little sword spirit should be judged as a high-level overlord. Well, 3 high-level skills, 3 super-level skills, plus this energy value comparable to the extraordinary level, and the attack just now, there is no doubt that it is a high-level overlord race. Lu Qingyu gave a very high evaluation. Generally speaking, if you have 2 super-level race skills, you are a low-level overlord race at least. 3 super levels, a medium-level overlord race at least. 4 super-level race skills are a high-level overlord race. But this is a criterion that ignores other qualities of the pet and only looks at the skills. Although the little sword spirit only has 3 super-level race skills, this outrageous energy value is enough to make it a high-level overlord race. Awesome. Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit. At this time, Lu Qingyi thought again, maybe, it's not just that. The spirit solution skill is very special and can't be regarded as an ordinary super-level skill. What do you mean? Because the method of improving the proficiency of spirit solution is relatively clear. The growth level is divided into 7 stages. After the overlord level, it is the totem level. Of course, this level has many names. Some people like to call it totem, some people like to call totems close to humans guardian gods, and some people like to call this level quasi-mythical level, which means that this is a level close to the mythical realm. Do you know the requirements for overlord level creatures to be promoted to totem level? Lu Qingyi asked Shiyu. Shiyu shook his head. There are actually many ways to advance to the totem level. One of them is to train the superclass race skills to the superb level after your own growth level reaches the standard of the overlord level. At this time, the superclass race skills will once again drive the growth of the pet and allow it to advance to another level, which is what we call the totem level. You can understand that most totem level creatures have mastered a superclass skill of superb level. General Mu Huai's heroic spirit has mastered the spirit solution skill, which is the skill with the clearest way to improve proficiency. As long as there are enough resources, it is not an exaggeration to say that it has the potential to be a totem, that is, a quasi-myth race. After all, there are very few pets whose promotion path is so clear. Meow, the little sword spirit was so proud. The standard for advancement to the totem level is that the superclass race skills reach the superb level. Shiyu was stunned. Yet, Lu Qingyi nodded and said, but there are differences between totems, like a totem that has only trained one superclass ability to the level of perfection, it can only be considered an ordinary totem, and some totems have already raised 2, 3 or even 4 superclass abilities to that level. They have new nicknames, just like the undead phoenix in this battlefield of the undead, which is a top-level totem, under the influence of its power. Even an ordinary red lantern that symbolizes happiness at the time can be transformed into a dead spirit. I'm off topic, so as long as it grows smoothly, your little sword spirit may also have the hope of being promoted to the totem level. Lu Qingyi said, you understand what to do now. I understand, Shiyu nodded. What senior sister Lu meant was to let them develop more steadily. Steady development, don't waste time. Then, let's continue to hunt with it, Lu Qingyi said, but suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Shiyu and the little sword spirit with interest. A faint smile appeared. By the way, I seem to have heard that after the sword spirit possesses you, you will become red-haired and red-eyed. I heard from Director Lee that you look pretty. No, you look pretty. How about you transform for me? If it looks good, I will also consider contracting a possessed undead. Shiyu? So your purpose of contracting the undead is to dye your hair and wear contact lenses to look good in seconds? Wait a minute, Shiyu said. Senior sister, you just said red hair and red eyes. Lu Qingyi was stunned and nodded. What's wrong? Shiyu looked at the little sword spirit and said, smile. The little sword spirit was at a loss, but still condensed a smiley face on the sword body with flames according to Shiyu's request. The fiery red but watery big eyes are very lovable. Got it, let's call you Red Eyes. After possessing, your power will make me red-haired and red-eyed, which is our common symbol. How about it? Shiyu asked the little sword spirit. Meow, the little sword spirit was startled, then nodded happily. Okay, it's better than Xia Hong and Xiaomi. Chapter 182 Shiyu and Shidi's eye contact. Shiyu named the child on the spot. Lu Qingyi was speechless. She thought Shiyu was going to do something. This beastmaster is too ambitious. He actually found inspiration for the name of his pet from daily chats. Then I have half the credit for this name, Lu Qingyi said beside him. Shiyu was speechless. If you say yes, Then yes. No other requirements. Hurry up and transform and see, Lu Qingyu said. It's only awakening now. Even if it is possessed, you shouldn't be under any pressure. Shi Yu was distressed. He really wanted to see it. That's what he said, but he has sworn not to be an iron-eating beast knight. This thing is a bit addictive. It also makes him a bit useless as a beastmaster. Forget it, this is the last time, and I will definitely not do it next time. Okay then, Shi Yu nodded, looked at the little sword spirit and said, Qi Tong, possess it, me. The little sword spirit was stunned for a moment. After understanding what it meant, it immediately flew in front of Shi Yu, circled around, paused for a while, and then slowly merged into Shi Yu's heart. At the same time, Shi Yu closed his eyes. This was the first time he was possessed by the little sword spirit, not counting the test. The sword spirit's proficiency in possession should be quite high, and its proficiency in other skills is not low either, but his own little sword spirit is obviously just getting started, a freshman, and very unfamiliar. So it may take a long time for both sides to get used to each other. Lu Qingyu watched carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, a cyclone began to linger under Shi Yu's feet with his eyes closed, blowing up dust. Then, Shi Yu's body began to become blurred and hot, and red fire threads slowly burst out and linger around him. Buzz! The fire threads slowly became dense, and at this time, Shi Yu slowly opened his eyes. After opening them, his eyes seemed to contain flames, and gradually changed in the direction of the red pupils. However, perhaps because the two sides have not yet signed a contract, the little sword spirit is not very skilled in using possession, and the process of the two sides' fusion is still a little difficult. Shi Yu's pupil color keeps switching between black pupils and red pupils. In addition, his hair color also flashed between black and red, constantly changing. After a few seconds, the two sides finally matched. Boom! With a sound, countless fire threads condensed, and a fierce aura like the sun's flame turned into a flame that covered Shi Yu's whole body. At this moment, Shi Yu's whole body seemed to be thinner but more powerful. And at this moment, his hair also turned completely bright red, his eyes were the same red eyes as before, and his skin became whiter under the illumination of the flame aura. At this time, Shi Yu's aura completely changed, not like a human, the emotion in his eyes faded a lot, and his voice became a lot more ethereal. He stretched out his hand, and the next moment, an adult version of the red-eyed sword spirit appeared in his hand like a flaming sword. Senior sister, it's done. Shi Yu looked at Lu Qingyu, but saw that Lu Qingyu was full of admiration and kept nodding. Very good, it looks much more reliable than Baizai's combined talent. Compared with Baizai who turned into a beast-ear girl, Lu Qingyu felt that Shi Yu's special effect was more handsome. It's decided. The next contract will be a dead spirit with possession skills. Moreover, the race level cannot be low, at least it must be a dominant race. It's not like she hasn't seen dead spirits possessing humans before, but humans don't change much. It may be related to the power of the dead spirits. Those dead spirits are too weak, resulting in a little less special effects. It's nothing like Shi Yu's, which simply makes the Beastmaster change his temperament. Are there any cute dead spirit creatures with high race levels? Lu Qingyu fell into deep thought. It's okay, Lu Qingyu said hurriedly while thinking. Okay, Shi Yu exited the sword spirit possession state, the arrogance of his whole body disappeared, the hair color and eye color also recovered, and the sword spirit in his hand slowly degenerated into the young spirit form that looked like a fruit knife at the beginning. Whew, Shi Yu exhaled. Although the little sword spirit was only at the awakening level, the consumption was not small. Next, we can continue, let's go. Lu Qingyu smiled and was satisfied. After her curiosity was satisfied, this time, Lu Qingyu began to take Shi Yu to fight monsters seriously. But to put it bluntly, it was purely to bring Shi Yu to familiarize himself with the environment on the edge of the undead battlefield. After learning that the little sword spirit had mastered the skill of spiritual solution, Lu Qingyu knew that the undead battlefield was the best place for Shi Yu and the little sword spirit to practice. The tens of millions of undead here can meet the promotion needs of most of the little sword spirits. There are even totem-level undead. The premise is that someone can kill it. After a while, Lu Qingyu and Shi Yu went together, and soon they took the little sword spirit to hunt more than a dozen undead. All of them were hunted by the little sword spirit himself. Fighting across levels. Its growth level also broke through to the second level of awakening. Name, sword spirit, red eyes, attributes, undead, fire, racial level, high overlord, growth level, awakening second level, racial skills, Zanpaku, entry level, possession, entry level, light flame sword, entry level, interlaced sword, entry level, Yangayan, entry level, spiritual solution, entry level. After the little sword spirit grew up, Lu Chengyi saw it. You're wrong. It's a three birds with one stone approach. Bringing it here to hunt the undead can improve its proficiency in spiritual solution, solve the food problem, improve its racial skills, and absorb nutrients from food, which will drive its growth level to increase. Lu Chengyi smiled and said, this is a good place, right? Next to him, Shiyu, who was watching the little sword spirit burning the soul crystal, was helpless. It was a good place, but in the villa, with the air conditioning on and the fragrance inhaling, it would be nice to add some to the little red pupil. But to be honest, if there is a big boss leading the team, then the battlefield of the undead is not impossible. Yet, whatever the senior sister said, Shiyu agreed. By the way, little red pupil, are you full? He asked little red pupil immediately. At this time, Lu Chengyi glanced at the time. Continue, or go back, it feels about the same, otherwise Director Li and the others will be anxious, Lu Chengyi said. Little guy, are you full? She also asked little red pupil telepathically. Little sword spirit, meow. Little sword spirit nodded, everything is fine. It looked satisfied. Of course, it wasn't enough to eat, but it was almost enough. Shiyu saw that the little sword spirit looked like a foodie, and he smiled and said, then let's go back first. Lu Chengyi nodded. After a moment, she summoned the Kingling Windbird. How did the two of them come? How did they go back? On the Kingling Windbird, although the Windbird flies very fast, because it is a wind system, it forms a perfect wind field. Inside, Lu Chengyi and Shiyu can't feel any wind pressure. The two were not far away. When flying, Lu Chengyi slightly tilted her head, glanced at Shiyu who was looking ahead, raised her arm, and patted his shoulder. Is your physique fed back to you by the iron-eating beast? She suddenly asked. After rushing here from the ice field, Lu Chengyi heard a lot of things from Director Li and others, including about Shiyu's physique. If Shiyu didn't have this physique that was not inferior to any master, it would be difficult for him to control the extraordinary sword spirit normally and get the recognition of General Mu Huain's heroic spirit. It is true that part of it was fed back to me by 11, and the other part is another opportunity. What's wrong? Shiyu was curious. After 11 upgraded and evolved, the physical strength fed back to Shiyu was not low. It is not entirely true to say that his current physical condition is all the feedback. Didn't you tell me before about the scene you saw at the Iron-Eating Beast ruins? Hundreds of Iron-Eating Beasts have mastered the hardening of proficiency above the superb level, and then completed the evolution through this skill, right? Lu Chengyi said. Yes, Shiyu nodded. Aren't you curious? Although the history of the Iron-Eating Beast ruins is long, the historical period corresponding to a large number of human traces is the Emperor Wu period, Lu Chengyi said. Shiyu continued to nod. This was actually the point that made Shiyu most entangled. He hoped that the Iron-Eating Beast ruins would better involve Huangdi and Xiao, so that it would be exciting. But if you think about it carefully, it is basically impossible. In the mythological system of Huangdi and Xiao, mythical creatures are frequent visitors, and in the mythological era of this world, humans have not yet been born. The truth is that the history of the Iron-Eating Beast ruins is only 2,000 years old. This is a site where there are a lot of traces of human activities during the Emperor Wu period. In that period, such a site might be a special force of the Emperor Wu, Lu Chengyi said. It is indeed possible, Shiyu did not deny it. The Emperor Wu dynasty is one of the few dynasties in history whose cause of destruction is relatively clear. Emperor Wu was too warlike. After unifying the dynasty, Emperor Shi and Empress Envy did not continue to launch foreign wars, but Emperor Wu was a war maniac. After expelling the totem, he kept chasing and killing, and he would take his troops to fight with the totem tribes in the totem area at any time. He went deep into dangerous places many times, hoping to completely eliminate the hostile totems. For decades, the totems have been oppressed to the point of being breathless. However, it may be because of the years of war that the human race has also felt the pressure. The totems have not died out yet, and conflicts have arisen within the human race. It is said that in his later years, Emperor Wu suffered from many serious injuries that were difficult to heal and required regular rest. People around Emperor Wu knew this well, and for unknown reasons, One day they betrayed Emperor Wu and united with a totem tribe to rebel against him, thus destroying the dynasty. Then, Emperor Wu's information was also deleted and modified by the usurper to maliciously smear him. The Emperor Wu is the only beastmaster in human history who has tempered his body to the extreme. All of his war pets are pets famous for their bodies. If the army of iron-eating beasts is the secret army of the Emperor Wu, and the iron-eating beasts have such strong potential, is it possible that the Emperor Wu himself has contracted the evolution of the iron-eating beasts? Lu Qingyi asked. In addition to the feedback increase of the Emperor Wu's physical body from the combined talent, the feedback from his pets should also be the top priority for the Emperor Wu's extremely powerful physical body. Shi Yu was stunned and said, "Now that you say that, it is indeed possible. After all, with just one stage of evolution, the physique of the iron-eating beast is comparable to that of the dragon." 11. It is now a quasi-dominant race, because its physique is not inferior to any dominant race creature, right? I heard from President Feng that you are not doing something called the iron-eating beast village. If archaeological discoveries show that the evolved form of the iron-eating beast is the Emperor Wu's war pet, then the value of the iron-eating beast is expected to skyrocket, Lu Qingyi said with certainty. Shi Yu smiled at first, and then cried immediately. "Stop digging holes. I have a headache now. Time Emperor, Martial Emperor, Female Emperor. This is impossible to pass. Time Emperor, Martial Emperor, Female Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, Evolution Talent Master, Mechanical Giant, and one of the ancestors of the Mechanical Department. 7 legendary beast masters in Donghuang history. Shi Yu didn't expect that he would be involved with 3 of them in a short time, and he needs to investigate. This woman will dig holes for him." Lu Qingyi smiled slightly. "Live to old age, take exams to old age." After a while, the two returned to the ruins protection area. In the protection area, Instructor Su, Director He, Director Li and others were still waiting anxiously. "Ah, you are back, finally," they waited. Seeing Lu Qingyi bringing Shi Yu back, the 3 of them were relieved and wiped their sweat. "I said it would be fine." Lu Qingyi was helpless. At the edge of the undead battlefield, Shi Yu's little sword spirit alone could sweep it. What could happen? Can the immortal underworld phoenix break the seal and come out? "Isn't this worrying about you?" Director Li laughed. Dr. Lu, are you going to stay here today? I'll ask someone to prepare a room for you." Instructor Su looked at Lu Qingyi. "No, thank you. I'll leave in a minute," Lu Qingyi said. After that, she looked at Shi Yu and said, "Are you still planning to continue the military training, or just come back to school with me?" Shi Yu thought for a while and said, "I want to stay here for a while longer, and then go back with other students. By the way, Director Li, I remember that it is possible for one person to summon multiple heroic spirits in the heroic spirit ruins, right?" Shi Yu asked. Director Li was stunned and smiled bitterly. "That's true. Are you still planning to summon them?" Shi Yu shook his head repeatedly. No, I just asked casually. I don't have this idea anymore. Even if he summoned another heroic spirit of a great general, he would not be interested. One little sword spirit was enough. He really couldn't afford to support more. "I just want to stay a little longer and learn more about history," Shi Yu said. "Okay," Lu Qingyi nodded and said, "I hope you can gain something." She also stayed here for a long time, but unfortunately she didn't gain much, not as much as Shi Yu did in one day. Comparing people makes people angry. Shi Yu's talent is better than she thought. "I hope so." Shi Yu also hoped so. He looked at Director Li again and said, "Director Li, has anyone else been recognized by the heroic spirits today? The heroic spirit altar has not been unsealed yet. No one has gone up since you came down. Everyone is busy with a confidentiality contract." Director Li laughed and said, "Now that you are awake, it's time to unseal it again." Shi Yu nodded. Next, Shi Yu answered some questions about the little sword spirit from the 3 top masters, and he began to return to the normal track of military training. After senior sister Lu told Shi Yu a few words, she left directly and ran to the ancient capital university to deal with things. At this time, after the blockade of the heroic spirit ruins, it has finally begun to be unsealed. The students are so depressed. After seeing Tao Yi and Shi Yu summoning awesome heroes one after another, no one was not envious. Among them, the heroes summoned by Shi Yu even made them sign a confidentiality agreement. Although this group of students was a little confused, they could also feel Shi Yu's awesomeness. Now, after the heroic spirit relics were unsealed, Hundreds of students immediately swarmed towards the heroic spirit relics. They hoped to reproduce the glory of Shi Yu on the altar. At the very least, they could have a omen like Tao Yi. Damn, one step slower. After learning the news of the unsealing of the ruins from the instructors and mentors, countless students ran over. However, with hundreds of students, there must be some who were faster and some who were slower. It was impossible for multiple people to go to the altar at the same time, so people could only line up. People like Yushu and Wang Ling, who felt that they could summon heroes but could not get to the front of the line, could only worry at this time. The altar scene was suddenly lively. Even though it was approaching evening, it was still extremely lively. So lively, Shi Yu packed up, changed his clothes, and came back to the scene wearing a hat to watch the excitement. At this time, watching students put on painful masks on the altar one by one, he couldn't help but smile. At the moment, everyone's attention was focused on the people on the altar one by one. Shi Yu changed his clothes, put on a hat and a mask, and walked in the crowd, but no one noticed him. This disguise talent, just when Shi Yu felt that his disguise talent was simply invincible, suddenly, a palm fell on Shi Yu. Yu woke up. Wang Ling and Yushu were together, and they stared at Shi Yu. Shi Yu took back what he had just said. Yo, seeing this pair of good friends, Shi Yu waved and said hello. Good evening, what a ghost. Wang Ling and Yushu looked at Shi Yu with complicated expressions at this time. I want to ask Shi Yu about the heroic spirit of General Mu Huayan, but unfortunately I can't say it because of the contract. Shi Yu, is that secret book you said true? Wang Ling said. What secret book? Shi Yu was stunned. You should communicate with a heroic spirit with an archaeological mood. Wang Ling and other students in the archaeology department, 1, class had already regarded Shi Yu's words as a metaphysical secret book, memorized them, and waited for the moment when they could go up and summon them. Yushu also inquired about it and thought it was worth a try. Shi Yu was speechless. This thing, how to say it? Shi Yu looked in the direction of the altar. It was completely hard to say, it all depended on luck. For example, now, with an archaeological mood, he went to communicate with the ruins with his mind, wanting to know more about Emperor Shi and Mu Huayan. Would it work? Would it work? It wouldn't work. Just when Shi Yu was about to tell the two that the mysterious could not save the innocent, and Krypton could change fate, his brain suddenly trembled. His eyes suddenly became confused, and his brain was a little dazed. Everything around him seemed to be quiet. Shi Yu's mind seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Just now, with the mood of trying it out, Shi Yu used telepathy to communicate with the ruins again. However, what Shi Yu never expected was, the feeling came again. This time, a picture appeared in front of Shi Yu again, a very blurry picture. Although it was blurry, he himself seemed to be in this world. In the picture, there were two backs. One of them was a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, domineering and unparalleled. Shi Yu couldn't see clearly and didn't recognize him. But from the blurry figure behind him, Shi Yu vaguely saw the image of Mu Huayan, the Ice Dragon General. Are you leaving? The man's rather majestic voice came out. I plan to return to the ice field and guard there. A snow-capped mountain is not enough to isolate the huge ocean empire, the woman said. Leave the border of the dynasty to me, but remember to erase my information. It's a pity. I still hope you will continue to fight with me. I have no interest in the mythological field, and even less interest in immortality. You'd better not immerse yourself in it. Now is the most critical moment for the dynasty. It's already close. How can I not take a peek? Don't worry, I will leave enough backups and explore again. This heroic spirit relic is one of them. With it, even if there is no me in the future, the human race will have the power to fight against the totem. Your bloodline is quite special. I will use my strongest power to preserve the traces of your power. At that time, your heroic spirit can be transformed into an unparalleled general and shock the totem. The woman began to remain silent, and the man also began to remain silent. At this time, Shi Yu, who seemed to be in a different space, was already numb. He was shocked beyond words, as if he had heard some huge secret. Next, what made Shi Yu's heart almost explode was that in the blurred historical images, the man standing with his hands behind his back seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly tilted his head slightly, then turned around, and his dark pupils seemed to have traveled through the long river of time and looked at Shi Yu. Who's there? Click. The picture stopped abruptly, and the world that Shi Yu saw was completely shattered. He was frightened and broke into cold sweat. Shi Yu, Shiyu, what are you in a daze about? What do you want to say? Next to Shiyu, Yushu and Wang Ling looked at Shiyu, whose expression changed drastically. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Mysterious Crystal. I'm not in a daze, I'm cracked, Shiyu murmured. This time, when he listened to the voice of history, the ruins didn't crack, but he was scared to death. That was Shidi and Muhuan? Was it a conversation between the two when the heroic ruins were built? But why did Shidi suddenly turn his head, as if he had discovered his peeping? His eyes were fixed on him, and he scared Shiyu directly. You're cracked, Yushu and Wang Ling were at a loss. Shiyu looked at the two of them, and then at the heroic ruins. After waiting for a few seconds, he found that Shidi did not cross the long river of time to catch him, and there was no Shidi heroic spirit emerging, and even the other heroic spirits in the ruins did not move. Shiyu said to Yushu and the others, the water here is too deep and involved too much. I don't want to play anymore. Come on, you guys. After Shiyu warned the two, he felt a little weak and wanted to go back and lie down for a while. This time, Yushu and Wang Ling were confused again. What do you mean? Looking at Shiyu's back as he left, Yushu said. He looked at Wang Ling. Wang Ling said, didn't you hear what he said? I just want to say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will find it difficult to explain. Please think carefully, Yushu, I'm so weird. Not long after he went out, Shiyu came back. His mind is a bit confused now, and he wants to be quiet. The ruins are too noisy. Shiyu began to recall the situation at that time from the beginning. Shiyu has had many experiences of triggering the voice of history, and there is nothing to say about this. Judging from the conversation between the man and the woman in the video, their identities should be Emperor Shi and Muhuan. The heroic ruins were built after the Totem War. At that time, the war had ended, and the Donghurong dynasty had completed its unification and was on the right track. It was the beginning of the Eastern beast taming era. After the dynasty entered the right track, Muhuan seemed to have chosen to return to his hometown in order to guard the border of the dynasty. It was not difficult for Shiyu to understand this. The ice-filled city has a special geographical location and is close to the ocean. In the Totem Age, the Glacier Totem led his tribe many times to fight with the totems in the ocean for resources. After the beast taming era, the ocean totems also took advantage of the war between the land totems and humans many times. But humans can't do much with marine creatures. They hide in the deep sea, just like hiding in different spaces. It was not until the Dragon Emperor period that the Dragon Emperor reached an agreement with the underwater dragons. With the Dragon Palace City dragons as allies of the Donghurong dynasty, the threat of the ocean to humans was reduced. From the conversation, after expelling the totems, the Emperor Shi did not seem to give up the war, but the target did not seem to be the totems. According to records, the Emperor Shi was extremely powerful at the time. He led the Donghurong dynasty and was fully capable of continuing to eliminate the escaped totems like the Emperor Wu, but he did not choose to do so. Instead, he looked to a higher realm, from the words of General Binglong, the myth realm, immortality. Was the Emperor Shi pursuing these at the time? Shiyu sat on the bed with a frown. Why do all emperors want to be immortal and achieve myths? But it seems normal. After reaching that level, if you don't pursue these, there won't be much else to pursue. Shiyu was still young and had no feelings about these things. He was not sure whether he wanted to die or live forever when he was old. So, the first generation of Donghurong dynasty was destroyed, most likely because Emperor Shi fought in the mythical realm, and they even found the lost mythical creatures, which led to the Donghurong dynasty encountering an unknown catastrophe. This was a very surprising, but not very surprising secret. Legends said that beastmasters pursue the mythical realm, which was normal. I'm afraid that every beastmaster who reached that level did it, including but not limited to the legendary beastmasters of the ancient Donghurong kingdom. The legends of other countries must have pursued the mythical realm. Even those totem aliens were pursuing the promotion to myth. Emperor Shi pursued the mythical realm, and the Donghurong dynasty might have perished because of mythical creatures. This speculation could be guessed by even a high school student, but in the absence of evidence, speculation is always speculation and cannot become real history. But now, As Shiyu saw the historical images, this speculation became clearer. Emperor Shi was indeed preparing for something. Even Emperor Shi at that time had already found a target and knew that he might fail. Therefore, he left behind many so-called backup plans. However, compared to these, what puzzled Shiyu the most was the reaction of the emperor at that time. Aren't the images of history recorded by the naturally generated spirits of history? Theoretically, when he watched the historical images, it should be equivalent to watching a recorded video. Why can the person in the video still sense who is watching him? The Yuanbi was broken this time. Or is it that there is a parallel time and space of the past, present, and future? The emperor of ancient times at that time, because he mastered the power of time, could feel that someone was watching him in the future. Or is there also the heroic spirit of the emperor in the ruins? Do you know anything? Shiyu asked the little sword spirit that came out of his chest. Me, the little sword spirit was at a loss. Shiyu was helpless. This was no longer the ice dragon general. Forget it, take a good rest tonight and start investigating tomorrow, Shiyu said. Although he said that the ruins were evil, the water was too deep, and it was too involved, but for Shiyu, he still had to continue investigating. He is the kind of person who follows his heart when encountering strange phenomena, but after calming down and analyzing carefully, he feels that the more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. I am a beast master recognized by the heroic spirit of General Mu Huan. The ice dragon that has made great contributions to the Donghuang dynasty and shed blood asked me to call it Grandma. What am I afraid of? Even if the Emperor Shi is still alive, we are all family members with all these relationships. After Shiyu figured it out, he meditated and rested. In the past few days, he had just strengthened the beast control space to level 3, but 11 evolved and broke through, the ginseng baby broke through, the insects evolved and broke through, and he was possessed by the sword spirit. Shiyu felt that he had not practiced much, but the beast control space seemed to have made great progress. Although it is not to the point that it can reach level 4 immediately, but if he is given another 2 or 3 months, it should be fine. Rather than saying that it is the feedback of the pet, it feels to Shiyu more like his space is too small, and the pets have broken through one after another, accidentally expanding it, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to stay. While practicing, Shiyu did not forget to let little Qitong and 11 and Shen Bao Bao improve their relationship. Little Qitong, go to the ruins and play with 11 and Shen Bao Bao, use your Yangayan to help them train their fire resistance. Well, just burn them with fire. Shiyu found that his team, whether it was 11, Shen Bao Bao or Chong Chong, were all a little weak to fire. It was really a great honor for a fire element to come to his team. Me, the little sword spirit was confused, but his attitude was very serious. After a while, in the ruin space, 11 was very excited. As long as the new teammates trained with it, everyone would be good friends. As for Shen Bao Bao, he put on the pain mask. This was not to train fire resistance, but to train its healing ability. Compared with 11, it was obviously weaker to fire. Even if it was at a high level, because it was a plant, it could not be said to be unscathed by resisting the super-level flame of the little sword spirit. There are 3 guys in Shiyu's team who are weak to fire. Only Chong Chong in the beast control space escaped because of her pregnancy. That night, Shiyu heard a lot of noises. A light suddenly appeared outside the window, as if someone else had been recognized by the heroic spirit. After taking out his mobile phone and looking at the group messages, he found that it was just an ordinary heroic spirit, so Shiyu didn't pay attention to it. Until the next morning. Shiyu came to the place where he was yesterday. There are still many people here today. After all, it was already very late when the ruins were unsealed yesterday. There was no time for many people to try to summon. Is it not possible? Near the heroic spirit ruins, Shiyu tried to find the feeling of yesterday, but unfortunately, he couldn't enter that strange feeling again this time. Shiyu certainly didn't believe in evil. The altar of this ruins didn't crack. Theoretically, it should still be able to enter the listening state. If it had cracked directly like the Ping Chang stone statue and the stone wall of the iron-eating beast ruins, Shiyu wouldn't have bothered. After all, the dead are the greatest, but the problem is that it hasn't cracked yet. Have breakfast, read a book, and come back. Shiyu turned and left. He decided to spend the remaining 5 days of military training with this relic. As for longer, he really couldn't afford it. After all, he still had a bunch of pets to raise. Then, morning, noon, and night, Shiyu came to the relic altar mysteriously and stealthily many times. When others summoned heroic spirits, he chatted with the altar in the corner. When others accepted the test, he paid tribute to the Emperor of Time in the corner. When others were happy to get soul seeds, Shiyu was depressed and hoped that he could answer the question of who is there from the Emperor of Time. In fact, because he missed the Emperor of Time, Shiyu even found Director Lee and Instructor Su and applied for it, hoping to go up to the altar again when no one was there. What if there is really the spirit of the Emperor of Time in there? Didn't you say you won't go? And when there is no one, Director Lee and Instructor Su looked at Shiyu and were stunned. I didn't plan to go up there originally, but we made a new discovery, which is part of an important archaeological plan. In order to avoid making a noise again, let's choose a time when no one is around. It will be very troublesome for you to go through the confidentiality agreement again. Shiyu coughed dryly and explained. Understood. Director Lee and Instructor Su looked at each other and nodded. With Shiyu's status as the 11th Bureau, this request is not difficult to meet. He deliberately chose a late night when no one was around to avoid the embarrassing situation when the heroic spirit of Mu Huayan appeared before. In short, although it was quite confusing at first, Director Lee and Instructor Su immediately cheered up after thinking about it. Oh wow! Shiyu is going to make another big discovery. Shiyu looks so confident. Is it the heroic spirit of General Xianzhen, General Zhenhe, or General Belan this time? Late at night, with only Shiyu, Director Lee, and Instructor Su, Shiyu once again went up to the altar. Looking at Shiyu who went up to the altar, the two masters showed expectant expressions. However, this time, Shiyu stood at the altar in military posture for an hour. Not to mention the spirit of Emperor Shi, even other spirits did not appear this time. On the altar, Shiyu looked blank. The scene was awkward for a while. This also made Director Lee and others look strange. Although they didn't know why Shiyu suddenly wanted to go up to the altar again, in theory, Shiyu had been recognized by General Mu Huayan. With Shiyu's qualifications, it was not difficult to get recognition from other spirits. It is not uncommon for a talented beastmaster to be recognized by multiple spirits. Like Lu Qingyi at that time, she summoned 7 or 8 spirits at once. But Shiyu's here was quite strange. He clearly summoned the spirit of General Binglong, but later, no spirit responded. After a while, Shiyu came down. He was still muttering to himself, I didn't expect General Mu Huayan to be so unpopular with his comrades. The ancients were really prejudiced against mixed bloods. After Shiyu came down, he put the blame on the little sword spirit for the lack of a spirit. Director Lee, Instructor Su, so that's how it is. In the next few days, Shiyu still didn't give up. Occasionally he meditated, occasionally he added some points to his pet, but the main energy was spent on reading. The ruins protection area has collected a large number of antiques and historical materials from the time of Emperor Shi, and Shiyu plans to read them all in the next few days. While learning about history, he chatted with the altar. So, in the next few days, the famous scene appeared again. Other students were trying to summon heroes, Shiyu was reading, and other students followed the instructors and mentors to the edge of the battlefield of the dead to train, and Shiyu was reading. In the past few days, the students of Gudo University have gained a lot. The most abundant harvest is a group of beastmasters recognized by heroes, including Shiyu, Yu Shu, and Wang Ling. The ruins were unsealed, and after Shiyu, another 10 people were recognized by heroes. However, although they have great ambitions, these people hope to get the same treatment as Shiyu and be recognized by the general, but reality is reality. The next 10 people are just recognized by an ordinary heroic spirit like Tao Yi. This is not bad. After all, those who can leave traces of power by the Emperor Shi are all powerful. They were basically master beastmasters during their lifetime and the elite force of the Donghuang dynasty. Their heroic spirits are basically kings. This is a huge improvement for this group of students. If nothing unexpected happens, in 1 or 2 years, they will definitely become the elites of the battle club and candidates for school team members, and are expected to compete in the national competition. Special meow, in the protected area, in the library, Shiyu sat in a corner. After reading 116 books, he was very sad. The little sword spirit poked his head out and followed Shiyu, competing with him for the cool air of the air conditioner, which made Shiyu, who couldn't find any useful information, even more depressed. It's almost 1 o'clock, military training will end tomorrow, I should have known not to name you Qitong. If you were called Red Hair, Maybe the ruins would give us more face. Shiyu fell into deep thought. The little sword spirit looked confused, and the Beastmaster was saying weird and stupid things again. Let's try again. Shiyu saw that it was getting dark, and knew that it was time for him to go out. After 12 o'clock, the heroic ruins will be blocked and there will be basically no one, but Shiyu has the privilege to go in by himself. 2 days ago, Director Lee and Instructor Su followed them on purpose, hoping to see some surprises, but then, only Shiyu went there to chat late at night. In the dark night, under the moonlight, Shiyu walked on the altar again, looking at the ruins under the moonlight. Still talking. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I won't come back after I leave. Ruins, I'm really leaving. Shiyu said I'm leaving more than 10 times in a row. Shiyu was angry, he was so humble. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to use provocation against a heroic relic, a relic built by the Time Emperor, for he was afraid that the old man, the Time Emperor, would come back to life and beat him to death. It was 2:30 in the morning. Shiyu was completely desperate and planned to come back when he had time. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The relic, which had not responded to his saying I'm leaving hundreds of times, changed after he really turned around. A diamond-shaped crystal emerged with a faint light and slowly fell into Shiyu's hands. Shiyu's expression changed slightly. This relic was indeed spiritual. But what is this thing? It doesn't look like a soul seed, and the resources don't look like resources. Where is the instruction manual? Looking at the crystal, Shiyu was in a daze for a long time, and he didn't figure out how to use it. Forget it, it's better to have a gain than no gain. After all, this is what we got after 5 days of chatting. Chapter 184 Time and Space Key. Holding the crystal, Shiyu asked the ruins what it was for a long time. But the ruins didn't want to pay attention to him. Shiyu, oh, bad review. Alice, just ignore it. After a day of tossing and turning, Shiyu was also sleepy. He yawned, put the crystal in his pocket, and went back to sleep. Shiyu classmate, did you gain anything? Outside the heroic ruins, there were still a few soldiers on night duty. The crystal didn't make much noise just now, and they didn't even know what happened inside. Seeing that Shiyu came out so late today, they couldn't help but ask. Still the same, Shiyu laughed and perfunctorily passed it over. Even if there is a gain, you can't just say it casually. He saw the Emperor of Time, and the Emperor of Time also saw him, and then the heroic ruins shook out something other than the soul seed for the first time. This is a big deal. Even if you want to share it, you have to share it with the right people. It's impossible for these soldiers to know the crystal. As Shiyu walked, he took out his mobile phone and took out a crystal to take a photo. Shiyu, Senior, help me see what this is. Crystal picture JPG. He used a chat software to take a photo of Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi, why haven't you slept yet? Somewhere, Lu Qingyi looked at the time and gave Shiyu a bunch of points. Shiyu, you haven't slept either. Who among the serious Beastmasters goes to bed before 3 in the morning? Lu Qingyi, Crystal. Use the illustration to see. Shiyu, I must be asking you because I can't detect it. Lu Qingyi, the illustration can't detect what it is. You ask me. Where did you pick it up? Shiyu, nothing. The listening talent accidentally heard the conversation between Shidi and Mu Huayan, and then talked more with the ruins, and it shook out a piece of this for me. Lu Qingyi, cat shock JPG. 1 minute later. Shiyu, where's the person? Lu Qingyi, on the way, wait for me, I'll be there in 20 minutes, we'll talk when I get there. Shiyu? Shiyu glanced at the moon, then at the time, waiting for you? What time is it? If you don't go to bed, I'll want to sleep. What a mistake. Putting down his phone, Shiyu looked bewildered. I should send photos to Senior Lu after I wake up tomorrow morning. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Qingyi really came here. In order to cooperate with Shiyu's research, Director Li and others found a single dormitory for Shiyu. Lu Qingyi came in a hurry, but she didn't disturb others. Where's the crystal? As soon as Senior Lu came, she grabbed Shiyu's shoulders and asked, shaking him. Her tone was nervous and excited. Hey, don't get excited, it's there. Shiyu pointed to the table. Lu Qingyi. She showed a painful expression. Such an important thing, you just put it together with a water cup. What you just said is true, isn't it? How could I lie about something like this? Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and looked at Shiyu with a complicated expression. Weird guy. You use your listening talent too often. Blue, diamond-shaped, crystal, I think I know what this is, she sighed. Along the way, combined with Shiyu's words, she recalled for a long time and finally remembered. You know, Shiyu was shocked. You should have said it earlier. Shiyu was no longer sleepy. I've only heard of the text description, but because there is no specific physical object passed down, it is normal that the illustration cannot detect it. Lu Chengyi looked at the diamond-shaped crystal. This is the key. Shiyu was at a loss, picked up the crystal. What can this thing open? The key to time and space, Lu Chengyi added. You should have heard of it. Although the earliest origin of the discipline of archaeology may not be the Emperor of Time, he was the first person to systematically organize this discipline, so, the Emperor of Time is also known as the ancestor of archaeology. Shiyu was stunned. There is indeed such a saying. The lifespan of Blue Star is billions of years, and the beast taming era is only more than 2,000 years. Before that, the historical fault was more serious. There were many mythological relics and totem relics. The Emperor of Time was the first person in the records to classify the relics, organize personnel, and establish institutions to systematically explore many relics. However, some relics are difficult to crack even for the Emperor of Time. According to records, in order to open some relics, he used the power of time and space to tailor-make time and space keys for some relics to forcibly open the doors of the relics. This kind of time and space key is said to consume a lot of the Emperor of Time's power. The Emperor of Time did not make many in his life, so only some simple text records were left, but no physical objects. Well, I'm afraid that the only things that can stop the Emperor of Time from leaving and require him to spend a lot of money to make keys are those mythical relics. Lu Chengyi looked at Shiyu. Shiyu almost lost his grip on the crystal. Does this mean that this crystal is the key that can 100% open a certain mythical relic? Shiyu suddenly felt that this thing was a Pandora's box, and he felt cold all over, and immediately put it back on the table. Well, Lu Chengyi said seriously, it must be. The relic spaces we are in contact with now are all left by legendary beastmasters. However, in addition to this type of relic space, there are also naturally formed alien spaces, or special spaces created by mythical creatures themselves. They may be their habitats or their treasure houses, but no matter what, they are not easy for outsiders to enter, even legendary beastmasters, and the time and space key made by the Emperor of Time, who is proficient in the power of time and space, seems to be a prop that can forcibly open the corresponding space. You are so lucky. Lu Chengyi looked excited. What's so lucky about this? Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, perhaps, it was because of the exploration of this mythical relic that the Emperor Shi led to the destruction of the Donghuang dynasty. Shiyu thought carefully. When he chatted with a relic, the most talked about thing seemed to be asking where the Emperor Shi went in the end. Damn, the more Shiyu thought about it, the more he felt that the mythical relic corresponding to this relic crystal was the culprit that caused the Emperor Shi to die and the Donghuang dynasty to suffer a catastrophe. Although he wanted to know what the relic was, reason persuaded Shiyu. Don't be stupid. If you guess right, there lives a ferocious beast that can kill the Emperor Shi in seconds. If you awaken it, it won't be just him who dies. Maybe the entire ancient Donghuang country will be buried with him. Fast forward to the next totem war. Tell me more, Lu Chengyi asked Shiyu. Shiyu told Lu Chengyi about the conversation between the Emperor Shi and Mu Huayin that he first saw, as well as his own guess. After a moment, Lu Chengyi's expression also became solemn, thinking that this relic crystal was not a good thing. She was very similar to Shiyu. Beastmasters with the talent of listening were more likely to commit suicide, but this time and space key was clearly leading to disaster. In fact, we can guess in a good direction, Lu Chengyi said after a silence. Stop, Shiyu persuaded the senior sister and said, even if there is a 99% chance that the Emperor of Time conquered this mythical relic and left us a bunch of treasures in it, we should still hold the 1% worst plan. After all, we can't afford to gamble. Lu Chengyi smiled. That's right, and we don't even know which relic this time and space key corresponds to. There are only a few mythical relics in the country, and there are many mythical relics in the totem area. Shiyu nodded, and then said, that senior sister, let's keep this matter confidential for now. As for the crystal, I'll keep it here for the time being. Lu Chengyi was stunned. Shiyu touched his nose, a little selfish. He was afraid that after handing it over, the bosses of the 11th Bureau would not be able to help but form a group to explore without him. He was also afraid that this mythical relic would really bring some disaster. Of course, with such a thing, it would be a lie for Shiyu to say that he was not curious. If possible, he hoped to wait until he became stronger before exploring with everyone. A legendary beastmaster is nothing more than having a totem-level pet. And he already knew the standard for promotion to the totem level, super-level skills. As long as he can teach super-level skills, theoretically, he has every hope of stepping into the legendary realm and standing in the same echelon as those super-powerful people in history. Even, what if he maxed out the super-level skills? God-level skills represent the origin, rules, laws, and laws, which are abilities that only divine beasts can master. And the super level is the level closest to the mythical skills. If the super level skills are upgraded to the skills are advancing to the Tau level, can they be comparable to the divine skills, or in other words, can they be promoted to divine skills and let the pet step into the myth? Shiyu felt that he could expect something, so he wanted to wait until he developed to that point, at least until his strength was not inferior to that of the Emperor and Empress Shi, before trying to open this magic box, which would be safer. No problem, Lu Chengyu said, it was originally given to you by the heroic relics. If it is placed somewhere else, there may be unknown hidden dangers, but since you have already let me know about this, Lu Chengyi stared at Shiyu. Shiyu, I understand, he was digging a hole for senior sister Lu. If he did not satisfy her curiosity in the future, she would probably die of depression. Digging a hole without filling it is a bad habit. The next morning, Lu Chengyu left. Shiyu was glad that he asked her and satisfied his curiosity immediately. Otherwise, not knowing the purpose of the relic crystal would probably be more uncomfortable than not being able to explore the mythical ruins. The next morning, Shiyu got up and took a deep breath. Although I didn't sleep for long last night, it seems that I can go back to school to sleep next. The military training is over today. This military training is outrageous. He first summoned a general, then was glared at by the Emperor of Time, and then got a key to the mythical ruins. His experience was too exciting. Who else? The next half of the morning was a farewell meeting for the instructors and students, and there were speeches and so on. Shiyu didn't care much, because he didn't seem to know any instructors except Master Su in the past few days. And the thing that impressed Shiyu the most about Master Su was that he provided meals for Xiao Chiden in the past few days. When the students were packing up, Shiyu, who had space equipment, was already waiting to leave. Welcome to come and play next time, the meals are full. Outside, Instructor Su came to Shiyu's side. His grandmother, the future guardian of Donghuang, had eaten his food when he was a baby. How face-saving it would be to say this out. Oh, no problem, Shiyu smiled embarrassedly. He would bring Xiao Chiden here to brush up experience later, and he would definitely come to visit more often. Did Dr. Lu come again last night? Director Li and Director He, two top masters, naturally stayed with Instructor Su throughout the whole process. After all, the three of them were the persons in charge of this military training. It was about 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. He came here directly on the Kingling Windbird. Director He looked at Shiyu with a strange face and said, could it be that something went wrong with the ruins yesterday? Instructor Su also looked at Shiyu. Shiyu fell into deep thought. I'm sure you won't be scared if I tell you about it? Ask, what are you asking? Director Li coughed and said, don't ask about the 11th Bureau. It's all confidential. Do you still want to sign the contract? Instructor Su and Director He waved their hands embarrassedly. How could they not do that? The three stopped asking about Shiyu. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, forget it. I'll go to the car and wait. How he came here, he would naturally go back this time. Shiyu boarded the armored school bus. A moment later, the other students who had packed their things also got on the bus one after another. A student came up and passed by Shiyu. He was silent, looked at Shiyu in awe, and then walked back. Another student came up and took a deep breath as he passed by. He looked at Shiyu in admiration and then walked back. Su Jingyan, Wang Ling, and every classmate of Shiyu had very complicated views on Shiyu after this. In this military training, Shiyu became the biggest winner. He actually contracted the spirit of the Ice Dragon General, a high-level overlord race. The most uncomfortable thing is that because of the contract, they can't discuss it yet, and can only worship Shiyu with their eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, the more than 600 freshmen this time, the freshmen of the Archaeology Department and the Combat Department, will become a beautiful landscape in the ancient capital university in the future. Later, when they met other students from Gudo University who were evaluating Shiyu, They could stand on a commanding height and say disdainfully, "You don't understand Shiyu at all. He is not that simple." But for the specifics, I can only say that those who understand understand. I can't say much about those who don't understand. Don't ask me what's going on. There are too many interests involved. It's not good for you or me to tell you. Just pretend you don't know. For the rest, I can only say that the water here is very deep. When Shiyu thought of this picture, he couldn't help but smile in the car. It's hard for these people to keep it a secret with him. When Shiyu smiled, on the way back, squad leader Wang Ling still sat next to Shiyu. This time, he said carefully, "Are you still selling that sachet?" He thought about it, maybe Shiyu really didn't lie to him. This sachet really has something. Anyway, Shiyu's must be a good thing. Shiyu glanced at him and said, "It's too late, out of stock, Wang Ling?" Shiyu was helpless. He had contracted another energy-consuming user. How could he have extra sachets to sell to you? I can't even absorb enough. Little Red Eye, Mimi. Chapter 185 Panda Senior's New Discovery. Ancient Capital University, Student Dormitory. At noon, Shiyu returned to the campus. After returning, Shiyu took an ice bath, ate a popsicle, and lay down on the bed contentedly. Ying, 11, also held a bowl of milk-flavored ice cream and ate it with relish. This is ice cream made from the breast milk of female iron-eating beasts. It is produced by Senior Panda Sister's family. The iron-eating beasts all said it was good. Yaa hiccup as for the baby ginseng, he gulped down the iced soda. If the food that 11 ate was still nutritious, then what it drank was purely garbage-happy water. But in the words of the baby ginseng, it itself was already very nutritious, and the water source and so on, just drink it to feel good. Along the way, Shiyu and his team were all influenced by the little red pupil and were very eager for something cool. Unfortunately, the bug had no mouth, so he could only continue to paint the world's famous paintings, and the bug was sleeping. Meow. After arriving in the new environment, the little red pupil undoubtedly got into the refrigerator again, still holding its ice energy crystal. Shiyu didn't care if the refrigerator was at risk of being burned. He yawned and started to look at the courses that would be held after the school officially started the day after tomorrow. But as he was looking, a video call box suddenly popped up on his phone. Huh? Shiyu glanced at the ID and found that it was Senior Panda, so he swiped to answer the call. A moment later, Lindsay whose face appeared on the screen. Her face was very close to him, and her expression looked very excited, with joy in her eyes. Big super big discovery. Lindsay who got straight to the point and said, "There are two good news." "Which one do you want to hear?" Shiyu blinked. "Listen to the second best one first." Lindsay who smiled and said, "I have researched a way to allow the Iron Eater to stably awaken the giant skill before evolution." "Really?" Shiyu was surprised. "Well, the resources used are more expensive, but compared to the evolution materials, it's not bad." After determining that the amount of evolution materials determines the potential of the Iron Eater after evolution, Lindsay who has been researching a way to allow the Iron Eater to awaken the gigantic skill before evolution. If it can be researched, it will be a significant improvement for the potential of the iron-eating beasts. It means that as long as there is money, every iron-eating beast has a chance to reach the high-level king race. Great, Shiyu admired. Master Lin Hongyan has researched the skill secrets that allow the iron-eating beasts to learn the Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Now Lindsay who has researched the skill secrets that allow the iron-eating beasts to awaken the giantization. This father and daughter are really talented in their research on the iron-eating beasts. The price of the iron-eating beasts has increased by +1, so he just needs to wait and collect the money. Wait, is there better news than this? Shiyu found a blind spot. Lindsay who looked proud and said, "I also found a way to quickly improve the proficiency of the iron-eating beast's hardening. In the breeding base, a young iron-eating beast used this method and reached the mastery level of hardening in just 1 week. If Shiyu was only slightly surprised when Senior Panda said that she had researched a method of awakening the giantization. Then now, he was very surprised. "How did you do it?" Shiyu was stunned. Senior Panda was too strong. The 4 years of studying in the breeding and research departments were not in vain. If a method is really found to quickly improve the proficiency of hardening, then the iron-eating beast can be evolved in batches. At that time, the status of the iron-eating beast will rise again. Shiyu originally planned to do some research on his own when he had time, but firstly, he was temporarily busy, and secondly, He had more important tasks at the moment, such as exploring the second stage of evolution of the iron-eating beast. However, in the blink of an eye, Senior Panda figured it out. Remember that the research paper on the evolution of the iron-eating beast mentioned that the hardening material of the Geely war beast is slightly different from the hardening material of the iron-eating beast. Shiyu nodded. This is the key point. The hardening of the Geely war beast has a nourishing effect on the hardening of ordinary iron-eating beasts, with the characteristics of the superb hardening, such as the externalization, flow, and application. The Geely war beast can use its own hardening material to nourish the small iron-eating beast. Undernourishment, as long as the hardening energy flows through the small iron-eating beast's body, the amount of hardening of the small iron-eating beast and its ability to control hardening can be rapidly improved. I have experimented with my father's Geely war beast. Its hardening has a promoting and strengthening effect on even the perfect level hardening of my iron-eating beast. In other words, as long as one Geely war beast devotes all its energy to continuously strengthen the hardening of another iron-eating beast, then the hardening improvement speed of that iron-eating beast will theoretically be very fast, and the upper limit that can be improved is very high, depending on the hardening level of the Geely war beast. Shiyu, this is indeed a super big discovery. He was stunned and said to the screen. What is the difference between this and the power transmission and body tempering in martial arts novels? Can the hardening skill be played like this? No wonder there are so many iron-eating beasts mastering high-level hardening in the images on the stone wall. As long as there is a big boss to lead the upgrade, a highly skilled iron-eating beast army can indeed be cultivated with some time. Is there anything I can do? Shiyu asked. Doesn't the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute at Gudo University still raise 3 iron-eating beast cubs? Zheng Yingji and the others are taking care of them. Yeah, Shiyu nodded. Lindsay Azu, can you take them to verify again and see if 11 can help them improve their hardening level? No problem, Shiyu nodded. Even without Lindsay Azu's advice, he would try it. The superb hardening can help the iron-eating beast strengthen the hardening material, so what about the full-level hardening of his own 11? He felt that among the iron-eating beast army he saw, there must be at least one Geely war beast that has mastered the full-level hardening. Please, then I'll go now. If it works, senior sister, please come to Gudo again when you have time. I'll let 11 help your Zaya improve her hardening proficiency, Shiyu said. Okay, Lindsay Azu smiled. 11 had just finished eating a bowl of milk ice cream and was about to do a 10,000-meter high-altitude fall training when Shiyu called him. 11 scratched his head. What's wrong? Don't train yet, come with me to do an experiment to see if you have the potential to take care of a baby. Huh? 11 was at a loss. It was only 2 years old, and it was a baby itself. Let's go, and I'll get you a student card by the way. When the time comes, you can go to the gravity room, charging room, competition tower and other training facilities by yourself. 11's eyes lit up. It cheered. I looked at the training facilities of Gudo University a few days ago, and 11 liked it very much. For example, in the gravity room, you can freely adjust the indoor gravity, 5 times gravity, 10 times gravity, 20 times gravity. 11 had only done weight training before, and had never experienced such a high-end training method as a gravity training room maintained by Mechanical Life. It's just a pity that Shiyu was busy and only took it to the charging room of Gudo University. Now, when Shiyu heard that Shiyu was going to get a student card for it, so that it could go to various training facilities by itself in the future, Shiyu was extremely excited. That's right. It is already a mature pet and can already swipe the card for training by itself. Next, Shiyu set out for the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute. Because he was worried about Xiao Chicken being alone at home, he also pulled the sleeping little sword spirit up from the ice cream pile. Hardening can drive hardening. Along the way, Shiyu first felt magical, and then felt that it was understandable. Judging from various historical traces, the Iron-Eating Beast should have a very strong group-based legionary combat style. They are closely connected to each other, which can be seen from the skill Solid as Gold. Although Shiyu has not had time to add Solid as Gold to Shiyu has already understood the characteristics of this skill. This gold skill is described as being protected by the power of gold, enhancing all-round resistance, and Solid as Gold has resistance to elemental, physical, mental, and soul damage. This is undoubtedly a very strong skill, but if it is just like this, wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it Golden Guardian than Impeccable? The reason why the ancients named this skill Impeccable is very simple, because after reaching the mastery level, It will become a resonant skill. There is nothing special about a pet using impeccable, but if there is another pet next to it that also uses impeccable, then the impeccable skills of both parties will resonate. Although it cannot achieve the exaggerated effect of effect superposition, it will strengthen each other. Moreover, the resonance effect and the number of resonances will increase with the improvement of skill proficiency. Imagine if there is an army of pets of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of beasts, all of which master the impeccable skill. When they fight, the power of 10,000 impeccables strengthens each other. How terrifying the effect will be. Although this is only a high-level skill, its tactical value is not inferior to any super level. This is a skill that becomes more effective the more people use it. It is specially designed for war and is a legion skill. With a combination of restrained edge, gigantism, and hardening, it can easily create an invincible army. In ancient times, Jintang referred to solid city walls and well-defended moats. It is undoubtedly very appropriate to compare the army of pets that master the skill to this. It's a pity that I only plan to train one iron-eating beast, and the skill of solid as a rock is wasted. He can't train a legion of iron-eating beasts just for a skill, just like he wants to start a war. Thinking about it, Shiyu sighed. This is a single high-level skill, a group super-level skill. Only group combat can achieve the greatest effect. Unless, Shiyu thought for a while. It is not impossible to avoid waste. One is to let Chong cooperate to materialize a bunch of teammates who have mastered solid as a rock, and the other is to teach 11 a matching clone skill. Chapter 186, Beastmaster 11 is online. The Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute. This research institute, which was used to study the evolution of the iron-eating beast, is actually half abandoned at present. The evolution of the iron-eating beast has been announced. Although there are several other research projects, Senior Panda took most of the research materials back to Pingchang for research. At present, there are only 3 little iron-eating beast cubs left here as mascots, which can be regarded as a testimony of the cooperation and friendship between Senior Panda and the ancient capital university. The age of these 3 little iron-eating beasts is about the same as when Shiai was just taken away by Shiyu, just 1 year old. All of them are petite and cute. They are currently being taken care of by the 7 archaeological heroes in turn. When Shiyu came, it happened that no one was here. Only a moon silver wolf was watching the research institute. This was Zhang Yingji's pet. After the moon silver wolf found out that it was Shiyu, the head of the research institute, it turned a blind eye and continued to sleep. Shiyu didn't care about it and went straight to the backyard amusement park of the 3 little iron-eating beasts. Zzz, as expected, the 3 little iron-eating beasts who had just finished lunch were piled together and sleeping in their nests. Ying, Shiyu's pocket, 11 poked his head out. What a lazy atmosphere. This is a normal iron-eating beast, who trains every day for a normal iron-eating beast. Shiyu thought it was normal. 11 in Shiyu's pocket? So I'm not normal. It's not that you're not normal, but it's also right to combine work and rest. Shiyu coughed dryly. If it weren't for the ginseng baby and the skills of absolute sleep and shrinkage, 11 would have been useless long ago. 11 was angry. It worked so hard, didn't it want Shiyu to become the strongest beastmaster, so that it would be worthy of Shiyu's recognition and cultivation. Ying, 11 firmly believed that no matter what, its determination would not change. Work hard to train, strive to have the strength to help Shiyu deal with various situations, help Shiyu become the most powerful beastmaster, and let Shiyu not regret choosing himself. Maybe it was because Shiyu and his arrival made a lot of noise, and the 3 little iron-eating beast cubs opened their eyes in a daze at this time. Ying, they made calls one after another, and then looked at Shiyu and Shiai with watery eyes. Shiyu and Shiai have lived here for a long time, so they are naturally familiar with the 3 iron-eating beast cubs. Although they are not as familiar with them as Senior Panda, they have fed them several times. Seeing them, Shiyu smiled, as if he saw Shiai when he was a child. Do you want to become stronger? After Shiyu arrived, he immediately said telepathically like a charlatan. Ying, do you want to become stronger? Shiai also jumped down and looked at the 3 brothers and sisters. On the way, Shiyu had already told Shiai about the auxiliary training method of hardening and the purpose of this visit. Ying, the 3 iron-eating beast cubs looked confused. Can they eat if they become stronger? Now someone feeds them every day, they eat and drink, sleep after drinking, and play after waking up. What's the point of becoming stronger? They like their current life very much? 11. 11 looked at Shiyu. Is that reasonable? Do you think they are reasonable? The iron-eating beast clan is looked down upon because they are not motivated. Remove their treatment. The iron-eating beasts should be raised in poverty. 3 small iron-eating beast cubs. See, bad bear. Go away. Shiyu, calm down. I guess it's not something that can be changed in one generation. Shiyu smiled. Okay, go and consecrate them. 11 looked at the 3 small iron-eating beasts with a vengeance, jumped off Shiyu's shoulders, and slowly grew bigger. Then he walked over and grabbed the small iron-eating beast cub with one hand, and held another in his mouth. After a while, 11 began to use hardening to pass on his skills to them. 11's full-level hardening quickly flowed through the 3 small iron-eating beasts and circulated for a circle. At this time, the 3 small iron-eating beasts were still at a loss, and only felt a slow flow through their bodies. But a few minutes later, after 11 used hardening substances to temper their bodies for several rounds, the young iron-eating beasts could clearly feel that their physical fitness had been qualitatively improved. Moreover, one of the little iron-eating beasts suddenly had the light of awakening all over its body, and it was upgraded to the 4th level of awakening. Without thinking, it is also known that it is the improvement of hardening proficiency that has driven the growth. It is worthy of being a full-level hardening, much better than the superb hardening effect described by the senior sister. Shiyu was stunned. At the same time, the 3 little iron-eating beasts that originally didn't care much about becoming stronger found that their strength was so easily improved, and they cried out in surprise. What is this? 11's expression was calm. Add points. The little iron-eating beasts didn't understand what it meant, but after a moment of silence, they shouted in unison, Big brother, add points. 11? 11 was about to teach, but found that this was not his catchphrase, and his face fell. God has a good cycle, and no one can be spared by adding points. Beside him, Shiyu smiled slightly, and then said, You guys play, I'm going to call my senior sister back, and then I'll help you get a card on the way, and I'll be back later. After a moment, 11 told Shiyu to go without worry. It wanted to correct the thoughts of these 3 children. Why haven't even a bug realized it? After saying that, it began to emit the deterrence of the Panda King. One of the deterrent effects is that it can make the same tribe worship, respect, and follow you. Shiyu was about to leave, and was almost knocked down by 11's deterrence. Good guy. I just asked you to use them as an experiment, and you still want to use deterrence plus hardening to create a mental stamp of train hard to become stronger for them. The effect is correct, it can indeed be done. Really? Haha, yeah, let's talk later. Tell me before you come to the ancient capital. Shiyu walked towards the battle club while talking on the phone with Lin Xiaozu. After learning that Shiyu was also successful, Lin Xiaozu was very happy. Her father has researched the secrets of Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Shiyu has found the evolution method of Iron-Eating Beast, and she has finally made some contributions to reviving the glory of Iron-Eating Beast. Lin Xiaozu has been studying Iron-Eating Beast for 4 years in college, all for today. Pingchen. Did Shiyu succeed? Lin Hongyan asked his daughter. Yes, Lin Xiaozu smiled and nodded. He also asked me to go to the ancient capital, planning to use this method to let 11 help my Iron-Eating Beast improve its hardening. Dad, I think the day when Xiaohu masters the superb hardening is not far away. Remember to prepare the evolution materials. Our family must at least produce a high-level king race. In this day and age when the pets of the hegemon race are potential strategic weapons and no country has a stable breeding channel for the pets of the hegemon race, the high-level king race is super powerful for the Beastmaster. What? He asked you to go to the ancient capital. How about I go with you? Uncle Lin Hongyan was shocked. 11's hardening level is definitely high, at least definitely higher than his Jiuli War Beast, otherwise he can't play the super electromagnetic gun, and can't carve a mark on the armor. Let 11 help my war beast too. Lin Xiaozu shook his head and said, no, according to the data results, the hardening material of the Jiuli War Beast only has a strengthening effect on the hardening material of the Iron-Eating Beast, and has no reaction to the evolved form. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try it, but please believe my data. Lin Hongyan, what a sin. Lin Hongyan regretted being the first person to eat crabs. First, he didn't use enough materials when evolving. And second, he missed the opportunity to hug thighs to improve hardening. Ancient Capital University Battle Club. Before Shiyu came, he asked the beast-eared senior sister about the student card. In addition to the school, the Battle Club is also eligible to apply for some training cards. Shiyu's purpose this time is to prepare 2 cards for 11 and the others. Anyway, all consumption will be reimbursed by the Battle Club, so don't miss it. I heard that you went to the heroic ruins this time and brought back a sword spirit that can possess people. When Shiyu came here, Baizai gave him the 2 training cards that Shiyu wanted, and said with a very interested expression. Because of the confidentiality contract, she only heard that Shiyu had contracted a sword spirit, but she was not too clear about the source. Yes, thank you. Shiyu took the training card and smiled slightly. How is the combat power after possession? Do you want to fight with me? Possession versus fusion. Baizai licked her lips, ready to move. Shiyu is worthy of being her promising junior, and his fighting style is getting more and more popular with her. A real man should fight by himself. What's the point of hiding behind a pet beast? This, Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, forget it, it's only awakened to the 2nd level, although the little sword spirit is very strong, the level difference is too big. Baizai's a ruthless woman who can smash the king-level pet beast after merging with a pet beast in the national competition. Shiyu doesn't want to be pressed to the ground and ravaged by her. You should cultivate it quickly, give it more resources, and the club will reimburse it, Baizai said. Okay, Shiyu said yes, but he chose to ignore it in his heart. Because the heroic spirits are very strong when they are alive, their growth rate is still very fast as long as the resources are in place. Well, if your sword spirit can reach the commander level during the holidays, you can also contract it. In addition to taking you to the imperial capital to have a look, I can also take you to participate in another competition. Baizai sat down, leaned back in the chair, and stretched. What competition? Shiyu asked casually. It's a cold competition specially prepared for us beastmasters who fight on our own. The martial arts competition was quite popular during the period of the martial emperor, Baizai smiled and said, but the rewards are very ordinary. They are all some bodybuilding methods, sword skills and martial arts handed down from ancient times, and some body-strengthening nutritional supplements. You shouldn't be interested. Shiyu's hand trembled, and he said casually, well, let's talk about it later. Let's prepare for the exchange activities at the Imperial Capital University that you mentioned. Senior sister, come on, work hard. The beast-eared senior sister encouraged Shiyu. Go for it, the future of the Battle Club. In just one day, after Shiyu gained something from the 3 wealthy seniors, he returned to the Iron-Eating Beast Research Institute exhausted physically and mentally. This time, when Shiyu came back, he silently found that less than an hour had passed, and the 3 iron-eating beast cubs had already started training in the backyard, looking very hard-working, and 11 was still encouraging them. 11 suddenly found that it was more satisfying and fulfilling to bring the misguided little guys back to the right path than to train them to become stronger. Shiyu? 11, don't force them, they are still children. Ying, ying, ying. Before 11 could speak, the 3 iron-eating beast cubs who were doing sprint training shouted seriously and seriously. It had nothing to do with the leader, but they suddenly woke up. Youth needs to sway blood and cannot stagnate. This is the meaning of life. Shiyu? You are only 1 year old, what youth do you have? Go back and drink milk obediently. 11, where are the training cards? I want to take them to the gravity room for a stroll. Chapter 187, Strange Phenomenon at Gudo University. Can pets go to a hotel by themselves with a training card? Theoretically, Gudo University has really taken this precedent. After Gudo University built various training facilities, the Guardian Overlord Gemkatir often went to inspect the work by himself. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to use the training facilities as an amusement park. However, this is just an exception after all. Most pets, even after being contracted by the Beastmaster, still retain their wildness. It is easy to cause trouble when separated from the Beastmaster. In addition, few pets have a good understanding of the rules of human society. Of course, it is not to say that pets cannot understand things in human society. In fact, it mainly depends on whether the Beastmaster is willing to cultivate the pet's ability in this aspect. If the pet's combat effectiveness is only cultivated, it is impossible to expect it to play soy sauce. Like Shiyu, he is actually quite comprehensive in the cultivation of pets. Gudo University, one of the training facilities, the gravity room. Where did these 4 little iron beasts come from? The school season has just ended, and the gravity room hall is full of students who hope to test the results of their training during the vacation. While most students were waiting with their heads down playing with their phones, 4 iron-eating beasts swaggered through the door. For a moment, they attracted everyone's attention. The introverted 11, who was just over 1 meter tall, walked towards the registration office with 3 cute little iron-eating beast cubs. After entering the registration hall, 11 looked around and raised the training card in his hand. Get a room. Seeing the training card in the hands of the little iron-eating beasts, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Where are your beast masters? Training facilities like Gudu University have telepathic employees. A sweet-looking girl walked over to 11 and asked, bending down, and at the same time, she looked out the door with a blank face. In the end, she found nothing. 11 waved the card and explained. You are a beast master yourself, and the 3 iron-eating beasts behind are the ones you are training? This time you bring them to see the world. The female employee was dumbfounded. Hearing her words, the other beast masters in the hall were also dumbfounded. 11 handed the training card to the staff. Speed, 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 speed. Time is money. The staff took the training card. Forget it, just swipe the card and you'll know what's going on. The staff took the card in silence, walked 2 steps, and stuck it on the self-service registration machine. Beep. 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 The machine immediately displayed the information. Special training card for the Battle Club, owned by Shiyu, a member of the Battle Club. 11. The Iron-Eating Beast? Staff? 11 opened his eyes wide with curiosity and stood on tiptoe. So this is how it is used. I understand. I can do it myself next time. At the same time. Student dormitory. After telling 11 to send the little iron-eating beasts back to the institute after playing, Shiyu came back first. However, just after he came back, he received a call from the school training facility. Is this classmate Shiyu? A female voice came from the other side. I'm a staff member of the gravity room, I want to confirm with you, then. The staff told Shiyu what he saw. That's right. Under my training, 11 has been self-disciplined since he was young. I can do soy sauce by myself at his age, so I think he should be able to go to the training facility by himself. Staff, that makes sense. After a moment, the staff understood the situation, and Shiyu, who explained it clearly, hung up the phone. Gravity room, Shiyu nodded, not bad. The gravity environment is a place that restrains electromagnetic suspension, which can train 11's electromagnetic control very well. On that day, a strange urban legend spread in Gudu University. A ferrocarad beast called himself a beast master and took 3 small ferrocarad beasts to soak in the gravity room for an afternoon. At this time, Shiyu, who taught well, sat on the bed and added some food to the bugs. Shen Baobao worked diligently beside him. As for the little sword spirit, he was sleeping in the ruined space. When he came back, Shiyu deliberately passed by the resource library and exchanged some more soul crystals and ice energy crystals. The former was food for the little red pupil, and the latter was to build a big frost bed for it. Since returning from noon, little Qitong has been sleeping and not very active. Shiyu can understand that. After all, she is a child, and it is the time when she needs to sleep and rest to grow. These days, little Qitong has spent most of her time sleeping, so Shiyu is very relaxed. When taking care of a baby, the baby is sleeping, which is the most worry-free time for the Beastmaster, and Shiyu can also take time to do other things. Therefore, he deliberately did not teach Qitong absolute sleep early, for fear that it would only sleep for 1 hour a day and then be full of energy for the remaining 23 hours. At this time, Shiyu is still adding points to Chong's telekinesis skill. This newly awakened racial skill of Chong after evolution must be maxed out before evolution. Skill, telekinesis, superb plus 188, almost. After more than 10 days, it is finally maxed out, and Shiyu is in tears. Chong is also in tears, and telepathically cheers for the Beastmaster and Shen Baobao. Although the level of telekinesis is not high, it is practical. At the entry-level telekinesis, the user can only materialize the mental power and make crude attacks such as telekinesis impact. At the proficient level of telekinesis, the user can already finally control telekinesis, use telekinesis to control objects, replace hands and feet, drink water from a cup, control a pen to write, wrap himself and fly slowly, all without problems. At the master level of telekinesis, the user can do some complex things, such as using telekinesis to control many objects at the same time, or create a telekinesis barrier for defense. As for the perfect level of telekinesis, it is more perfect in terms of precision, and can use telekinesis to control elements, such as controlling water elements to form a water wall, controlling sand to make sand sculptures, and squeezing air to form an air cannon. Nowadays, in addition to these, the most valuable use of telekinesis at the superb level is the telekinesis field. That is, the expansion of telekinesis covers a large area, and the user can easily perceive all changes in the area, which is better than the low proficiency supervision. Of course, as the proficiency increases, the power of the telekinesis that the user can condense each time will definitely increase, which is also very important. Sometimes, changes in skills may just be embellishments and foils. Without these skills, the user will only use pure telekinesis to attack. As long as its mental power is strong enough, it can also blow up a planet with one blow, restraining all the fancy tricks. Just like an awakening level pet, even if it has mastered the full level telekinesis, it can only be crushed by a king level pet that has mastered the entry level telekinesis skill. Telekinesis skills are close to the Tao. Next, Shiyu and Shen Bao continued to work hard. After a while, in the dormitory, there was a sound of a dot. After completing the addition of points, Shiyu fell directly and lay on the bed like a salted fish. Next to him, Shen Bao also wiped his sweat. Chong, who was only in the form of a cocoon, closed his eyes, released telekinesis, and quietly experienced the changes in himself caused by the full-level telekinesis. Without waiting for Shiyu to ask, Chong told Shiyu about the changes in proficiency that he could currently perceive. It felt that it had a higher control over its telekinesis, and could capture elemental particles better. In addition, the time for continuous release of telekinesis was almost unlimited, and it was not easy to be interrupted by external factors until the mental power was exhausted. However, it felt that it needed to experiment with how to use it. Shiyu stood up and said, "If it is higher, then use telekinesis to control the weather, modify memories, control thoughts, and create things with thoughts to affect reality." Chong's eyes widened. It made sense. You should lie down first, and study it after evolution. Don't waste too much energy. In addition, since your endurance is almost unlimited, you should also try to see how high your telekinesis field can extend upwards. When you can use telekinesis to cover the meteorite outside the atmosphere and then pull it down, that would be amazing. Using telekinesis to stir up tsunamis, cause earthquakes, control the weather, modify memories, and control of thoughts are all things that are often played in movies, but in reality, few pets can achieve such an outrageous degree. The front is okay, and the later it is, the more difficult it is. Controlling the weather, pulling down meteorites, modifying memories, and controlling thoughts are all ideal situations, and the requirements for proficiency are too high. Moreover, isn't it better to use weather skills to control the weather, and isn't it better to use hypnosis skills to modify memories? The reason why telekinesis is judged as low level is that it is too basic. Although it is very powerful and has strong plasticity, it is difficult to develop. In comparison, there are many high-level skills that can replace it and complete the corresponding tasks at a more relaxed cost. However, this does not mean that telekinesis cannot do it. Shiyu threw several difficult tasks for Chong in the future. Among them, Shiyu is most looking forward to pulling down the meteorite. Of course, it is estimated that with the current strength of Chong's commander level, it is a bit difficult to complete it. Pulling down a meteorite, even if the telekinesis proficiency is high, it seems that it is not easy to do without a totem level. Chong excitedly sent out telepathy. Good. It is very happy now. It feels that the full-level telekinesis is much higher than the full-level hardening limit of the leader, and it is much more powerful. Judging from the current upper limit, it is indeed the case. The power of full-level hardening is that 11 can make various magical weapons through hardening. Full-level hardening can be maintained for a long time without 11's body. In other words, as long as 11's power is strong enough in theory, it can completely make a battle armor and magical weapon with explosive strength, and keep it intact for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. No wonder it is the mount of the Lord of Soldiers Chi-Yu. If it is just this effect, it is definitely not as good as telekinesis. However, one of the properties of full-level hardening, the growth ability, gives hardening unlimited possibilities, so which skill is more powerful depends on the subsequent development of the two pets. The low-level skills at full level are so powerful, then the super-level skills at full level, I'm afraid they can really be comparable to the magical skills. Shiyu lay down again. As for Chong Chong, although Shiyu also asked it to lie down, it was so excited at this time that it couldn't sleep. Chong Chong showed off to Shenbeo again. Full-level telekinesis, isn't it powerful? Isn't this more exciting than full-level sweetness, full-level hardening, and full-level nutrients? Shenbeo curled his lips. What's so great about it? It was all thanks to him. Great, but your ice dragon whisker is gone. I just saw Chi Tong take it away and use it as a pillow. Shenbeo stabbed Chong Chong again. Chong Chong. The next morning, Shiyu got up with a refreshed body. The little sword spirit was still sleeping on the ice pile, Chong Chong was still sleeping in the beast control space, and even Shenbeo and 11 were in absolute sleep, which surprised Shiyu. He was the first one to get up today. The other three were fine, but 11 was also sleeping. Was the training in the gravity room yesterday so tiring? Yesterday afternoon, 11 used the introverted state to practice for half a day under high gravity. Shiyu thought about it. While using electromagnetic levitation to resist gravity flight, he also had to use his physical body and supervision to resist the energy bombs released by the gravity room, and he also had to heal himself. It was indeed quite stressful. Go to sleep, go to sleep. After Shiyu woke up, Shenbeo was the second one to wake up in a daze. Shenbeo rubbed his eyes. Although Shiyu had no classes today, he had classes. Shenbeo looked for his student card with his little hands. Shiyu applied for 2 student cards from the battle club, one for 11 and one for Shenbeo. 11's was used to open various training facilities. Shenbeo's was to audit various high-end courses. The hundreds of millions of smell changes contained in the full-level sweetness allowed Shenbeo to enter the door of botany and olfaction. Some smells can make the overlord gem cat lose its resistance and indulge in it, and some smells can make dragon creatures crazy and enter a runaway state. This kind of magical knowledge makes Shenbeo very emotional. Compared with 11 and Chong Chong, who have a headache about test paper knowledge, Shenbeo, who has tasted the sweetness in this regard, has discovered the wonderful use of knowledge in battle. Under 11's deception, it does not reject reading. 11 is right. Looking at this thing may really make you stronger. This is the secret to becoming stronger. After careful consideration, Shenbeo made a big decision about ginseng. Since the training intensity can't exceed 11, the number of evolutions can't exceed Chong Chong, and the racial potential can't exceed the little sword spirit who just joined the team, then it won't fight to the death. It found its own ginseng motto. Knowledge changes destiny. It wants to find another way, temporarily change from combat ginseng to university ginseng, and even evolve into research ginseng and doctoral ginseng. Don't you really need me to take you to class? Shiyu looked at Shenbeo suspiciously. Shenbeo shook his head frantically. 11 can go by himself, so can he. He is no longer a child. As for human language, he already understands it as well as elementary school ginseng, so it is no problem to listen to the class. I'm afraid that you will be taken away by some pet beast on the road. Shiyu's mouth twitched. Greek letter sigma, degree. Shenbeo was startled. I'm just scaring you. You can go by yourself. I call the gem cat clone to secretly look after you. Remember to pay the reward yourself. Shiyu laughed. Shenbeo breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was no problem. After a while, Shenbeo went out with his small school bag, leaving Shiyu alone in deep thought. Oh my god, my pets are getting more and more weird. Fortunately, Chong Chong and Xiao Chideng are not making any trouble at the moment. Shiyu sighed and ran to wash up. After washing up, a group chat message suddenly popped up on his phone, attracting Shiyu's attention. It was from the class group. Wang Ling, big news. Our archaeology department got a complete fossil of a Tyrannosaurus rex from ancient times. This is an extinct overlord-level beast. I heard that they will use this to teach us the first lesson. A classmate. Fuck, what the hell? I just saw a Shenbeo with a school bag passing by the cafeteria door. Wang Ling, Shiyu. Chapter 188 Ancient Overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex. On that day, many people saw a strange phenomenon. A ginseng baby, carrying a small school bag, walked towards the course classroom of the breeding department like a primary school student. In the classroom, A pale-haired breeding master pointed at the top-level spiritual plant ginseng baby in the back seat in confusion. So, this is a student, not a class material? How did it swipe its card to get in? Let it go. By the window, an elegant big white cat licked its paw and telepathically transmitted to the instructor. Only by attending classes can better fruits be grown. Nutrition, not bad. What the hell? And the students, looking at the ginseng baby sitting in the back with a notebook and a pen, and an expression more serious than them, also completely lost the ability to think. There are actually precedents for pets to attend classes, but most of them are mechanical pets, which are used to assist in research, record, take pictures, and act as computers, mobile phones, and instruments. However, a ginseng baby came to attend classes by himself, and as a student, not as an experimental material. This is definitely the first time in history. Wang Ling, oh my god, the ginseng baby is in class. All classmates, weren't you just paying attention to the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wang Ling, is it your ginseng baby? Is it? I heard it looks like yours. What's going on? At Shiyu's ginseng baby is also considered a half-wind and cloud supplement. After all, it passed the assessment of the Battle Club with such violent means. It has only been a few days, and everyone is still impressed. Some people who have watched the battle soon discovered that the two ginseng babies are super similar. They are both so arrogant and have no sense of supplements. Shiyu, it seems to be, all classmates, fuck, it's really yours. They have only heard of letting pets free to live and fight in various places, but have never heard of letting pets free to take classes with breeders. Even if there is, it will definitely not be a ginseng baby. Even if it is a ginseng baby, it will definitely be accompanied by a beastmaster. Letting it go by itself, is that reasonable? Wang Ling, you are not right. I just read the forum and heard that yesterday there was an iron-eating beast who claimed to be a beastmaster and took 3 small iron-eating beasts to soak in the gravity room for an entire afternoon. Where did Gudo University get so many iron-eating beasts? Could they be yours? Since the evolution of the iron-eating beasts was announced, students also know that there is an iron-eating beast research institute in Gudo University and that there are several iron-eating beasts raised there. The person in charge of this research institute is Shiyu. Shiyu, it seems so. Wang Ling, don't copy your ID when you copy the answer. Shiyu, I'm going to study. I'm going anonymous. Shiyu turned off his phone. His pets are working so hard, so he should work hard too. Let's meditate today. Try to upgrade the beast controlling space to level 4 as soon as possible, so that we can have a new physical breakthrough. By then, the contract, the beastmaster, and the possession of the little red pupil will all be okay. Shiyu chose the task for today. After a while, 11 and the others also got up. Of course, Chong must still be sleeping and absorbing the evolutionary materials. Although it has only been a few days, because it has absolute sleep. The speed of absorbing evolutionary power is still very fast. Even if the level of evolutionary materials is very high, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be able to complete the evolution within this month. Ying, after packing up and saying hello to Shiyu, Shiai went out again with a training card. The gravity room has not been successfully conquered yet, and we have to work hard today. As for the little sword spirit, Shiai's task for it is to play. In order to cater to its previous life, Shiayu found some ancient war movies and TV series for Xiao Chiden to watch while lying on the ice. Well, these are all what Shiai and Chong have watched. Except that there are a lot of dead people and pets. The scale is fine. Children can watch it. It can be regarded as enlightenment education. This is the correct way to open the Beastmaster. After finding that there was no pet around him and everyone was working hard on their own, Shiayu sighed and continued to meditate. Without the distraction of pets around him, and with the sachets left by the baby ginseng to calm his mind, Shiyu's meditation efficiency is very high now, and it is very easy to immerse himself in it. It is rare that he would interrupt his meditation from time to time because of distraction as before. The next day, the freshmen of the archaeology department who came back from military training finally had their first class. Shiyu was in a particularly good mental state today because he meditated all day yesterday. After going to the cafeteria to drink a cup of nutritious soy milk and a meat bun, he walked towards the classroom with satisfaction. Fuck. When Shiyu arrived, there were shouts of fuck in the classroom. The reason why this group of students was so excited at this time was because of the gossip revealed by Wang Ling yesterday, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. The moment Shiyu entered the classroom, he saw the giant fossil skeleton of about 15 meters long displayed in the classroom at a glance. Although it has become a fossil, the skeleton is still filled with a faint deterrence, declaring its former status as the overlord of the earth. "Fuck, Shiyu is here." As Shiyu came in, someone suddenly shouted, "You have a cat disease." Shiyu was very upset. "Why do you say fuck all the time? And why is he treated the same as the Tyrannosaurus Rex? And both of them are called fuck." At this time, it was the fourth time that the classmates looked at Shiyu with strange eyes. The first time was when the school started, because of Shiyu's performance in the professional assessment. The second time was when he went to the ruins, because of Shiyu's performance in the assessment of the war club. The third time was when he came back, because of the commotion Shiyu made in the Yingling ruins. This time, it was because of the legend of the Beastmaster eating Iron Beast and the legend of the University Ginseng that were circulated in the ancient capital university. So this is how pets are cultivated? Let the pets swipe their cards to open a room for training, and let the pets learn the breeding knowledge by themselves. It's great. It directly makes up for the shortcomings of the Beastmaster's lack of energy, allowing the Beastmaster to take time to meditate and exercise. I've learned it, and I'll arrange the pets this way next time. Classmate Shiyu, good morning. On the podium, a gray-haired old man saw Shiyu and smiled slightly. "I'm your fossil teacher." "Hello, Professor Zhao." Shiyu knew this person. He had learned about the tutors and professors of various courses in the Department of Archaeology and Advance. This person is one of the masters in the field of fossil research. Although he is not as good as Grandma Li from the 11th Bureau, he is also a very senior figure. There is nothing he can do about it. These people in the 11th Bureau are too good. Fake archaeologists study historical knowledge seriously, accumulate background, carefully investigate the relics, and use modern technology to study in detail. Real archaeologists watch history as a documentary, talk about the past and the present, and listen to the secrets. "Hello," Professor Zhao smiled. He was not familiar with the names of other students in the class, but he was still very clear about the name of Shiyu, the rising star in the field of archaeology. "Go and sit down," the professor said. "Okay." Next, Shiyu found a seat and sat down. Other students also entered the classroom one after another. Not surprisingly, they were all shocked by the huge fossils. When Shiyu was observing this fossil, a moment later, the class bell rang. Professor Zhao stood in front of the fossil and introduced himself to the students present with a smile, then said, "In the first class, I was going to explain the history of the course and the syllabus for this semester. It's not time to touch the real fossils yet. You are very lucky. You just happened to catch up with a special situation." Under the stage, many students' eyes flickered. Gudo University is indeed the strongest in the archaeology department. It's awesome. In the first class, they showed freshmen such a complete fossil of an ancient hegemon. Which school can do it? This fossil. It must cost billions, right? Many students speculated. As you can see, this is a fossil of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus rex is an ancient creature that lived more than 60 million years ago. According to existing research, they belong to the Earth system and are the pinnacle of the subdragon species. Their racial level is as high as the Middle Overlord, and their population is huge. They are the undisputed overlords of that era. They have a strong body and infinite strength, and they master many powerful skills such as brute force, wild body, earth domain, and overlord aura. In this class, I will first use this fossil to explain in detail how fossil research can help humans understand pets, the history of Blue Star, and the changes in the ecological environment. But before that, let me ask a small question. Does anyone know how we determine the historical age of biological fossils and even some ancient objects? This question is relatively simple, and everyone present can name one or two methods. Element particle dating technology, time-light dating technology, among them. Most of them use scientific and technological machines, but there are also some special techniques. Meditation detection method, class leader Wang Ling said. That's right. After many students finished talking, Professor Zhao nodded and said, most of these methods of detecting age are various archaeological techniques developed after the Department of Mechanical Engineering pioneered it. Before that, the most common method for ancient people to determine the age of antiquities was meditation detection. This is a special meditation method developed by the Emperor of Time. It can capture the traces of time on antiquities in a meditative state and determine the approximate age of the antiquities from the quantity. However, this method except for beastmasters with a talent for time, will inevitably produce certain errors when used by others, and its precision is not as good as various modern scientific and technological archaeological techniques. However, in some specific situations, we can only rely on meditation detection. Therefore, this is also the basic skill you have to master in the next 4 years. Next, before the formal class, let's play a small game. I will guide you into this special state of meditation, and you can each judge how many years this Tyrannosaurus rex fossil can be specifically judged. Professor Zhao smiled slightly and said, "Now, come to me according to your student number to receive the meditation stone. This meditation stone can assist you in entering a special meditation state before you can use the meditation detection method independently." Most of the students present were very interested. Shiyu also received a pebble-sized black meditation stone. Although he had learned about this technique from various channels before, he had not used it formally and was waiting for the school to teach him. Soon, everyone received the meditation stone, and followed Professor Zhao's request to enter the meditation state with it. After a while, all the students who entered the meditation state saw darkness in front of them. Under the guidance of the meditation stone, it was very different from the usual meditation state of strengthening the beast control space. However, although it was dark in front of them, it was not completely empty. Everyone was surprised to find that in the darkness, in the position corresponding to reality, they could still capture the shape of the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil. However, it was a little different from what they had seen before. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton was covered with traces of time smaller than sesame seeds, which wrapped the fossil in a whole circle. If an item has existed for more than 100 years, there will be corresponding traces of time. By counting the number of traces of time, you can determine the age of the item. Meditate carefully, observe carefully, and judge carefully. I will tell you the specific age of the fossil later, and see who has the smallest judgment error. Professor Zhao laughed. This was not supposed to be taught in this class, but it was a common skill, so it didn't matter if the students knew it in advance. How do I count this? In the state of meditation, although the students could adjust their perspective, zoom in, and clearly see the traces of time, the densely packed traces of time, which were smaller than sesame seeds, made everyone's scalp numb. This required too much mental strength. If the mental strength was not up to standard, they could not capture the traces of time at all and then count them. Damn, I have intensive phobia. I am not suitable for archaeology. The students had a headache. Of course, there were also gifted guys, such as Shiyu, who had begun to try to detect because his mental strength was strong enough. Physical fitness is the foundation of a person. People with good physical fitness will not be weak in mental strength and soul strength. Moreover, Shiyu has taught his pets so many mental skills. The feedback from the pet's advancement has more or less made his mental strength far superior to that of the same level beastmasters. Interesting. Soon, Shiyu got involved. However, before he could get excited for long, something strange happened. Shiyu's head was buzzing, and he heard a chi sound, and light gradually appeared in the darkness in front of him. When Shiyu opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the Tyrannosaurus rex covered by the traces of time just now had its true appearance. Not only that, the surrounding environment also changed rapidly and turned into a plant area that Shiyu was completely unfamiliar with. Roar! At this time, the Tyrannosaurus rex poked its head out, stared at Shiyu with a ferocious look, opened its bloody mouth, and roared. The blazing fishy wind instantly made Shiyu's scalp numb. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus rex swept over with its tail, and Shiyu's eyes exploded. He felt a strong pressure, and just wanted to turn around subconsciously, but failed and was hit by the tail. However, when he turned around, Shiyu saw the green cotton cocoon on his shoulder, which was also frightened. Bang! Like a nightmare, Shiyu was instantly killed by the Tyrannosaurus rex, and then suddenly woke up in the classroom outside, interrupted from the meditation state, and broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, sitting in the seat, Shiyu breathed rapidly. Just now, what was it? Listening to history? No, it was definitely not. It was different from any previous time listening to the voice of history, and at that time, it gave Shiyu a very special feeling. He was not like a bystander, but stood in front of the Tyrannosaurus rex himself. It felt more real than the time when he was discovered by the Emperor Shi. It was not right to say that it was real. It felt more like waking up from a nightmare. Bugs. Shiyu suddenly sensed that the bugs in the beast control space had woken up. At this time, Chong Chong was also very confused, because just now, it saw the same thing as Shi Yu. What did you do just now? Shi Yu calmed down and asked. If he was not mistaken, Chong Chong was there too, which indirectly showed that it was definitely not the talent of listening to history. Chong Chong was innocent, it did nothing, it just woke up suddenly and tried to use telekinesis to sense the outside world, and then, that's it. Gee, although it didn't know what happened, Chong Chong timidly sensed it. It felt like it accidentally broke into the dream of someone else. Moreover, the owner of this dream is not a normal life form. Outside, hearing this, Shi Yu looked up at the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil that had been dead for 60 million years again, and fell into deep thought. Outrageous. Don't tell him that he and Chong Chong just broke into the dream of a fossil. Chapter 189, Butterfly Transformation Conference. Is it a special use of full-level telekinesis, or have you awakened some special ability? After the change, Shi Yu had no mind to attend class. He was thinking about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, my Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shi Yu felt that this change might be related to Chong Chong. Otherwise, why did Chong Chong also appear beside him at that time? Moreover, Chong Chong's various abilities are also related to dreams. There is definitely a connection. Let's try again, Shi Yu called Chong Chong. Chong Chong nodded frantically. Damn it, although I don't know what happened just now, but the dinosaur feels so strong. It didn't even take a few more glances to sense its power. Otherwise, after it materializes, it will be another good fighter, not inferior to the Frost Dragon. At that time, with the two guardians of the Frost Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, wouldn't the dragon trainer Chong Chong take off? Next, Shi Yu entered the meditative state again. Then, as at the beginning, he tried to sense and determine the age of the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. In the beast control space, Chong Chong also used telekinesis to try to penetrate the space to sense the outside world. It was the same as before. And the goal was very clear, to sense the Tyrannosaurus fossil that Shi Yu was also sensing. In an instant, Shi Yu and Chong Chong's perceptions were synchronized. A ray of light appeared in Shi Yu's dark vision again. However, this time it was not as smooth as before. There was a feeling that it was indeed feasible, but there was still something missing. It seemed to be like the listening talent, it depends on luck. Unintentional planting of willows will bring shade, but intentional planting of flowers will not bloom. After a moment, Shi Yu and Chong Chong gave up struggling. Because of the accidental success just now, there was no reaction, but when they took the initiative to try, Chong Chong consumed a lot of physical energy. In order not to affect Chong Chong's state, Shi Yu stopped quickly. Alice, Shi Yu opened his eyes again and said to himself, there is definitely a problem. The meditation method developed by the Emperor of Time is not that simple. It is not just used to detect the year. With the ability of the pet, there may be other wonderful uses, and it is mainly based on the power of the pet. I have made another great discovery. After class, Shi Yu returned to the dormitory. He sighed and felt that there were pits everywhere around him. Moreover, they were all pits that he could not explore in his current state. The relic crystal left by the Emperor of Time, he did not dare to go without strength. The mystery of the bloodline of the Ice Dragon General and the Empress, he could not contact the Phoenix clan. Now Temiao has discovered the particularity of the meditation method left by the Emperor of Time, and he is restricted to the insect state and cannot explore it in depth. Just kill me, Shi Yu lay on the bed. Then he turned over and searched for information through the channels of the 11th Bureau. Finally, he shook his head. I don't want to do homework anymore, let's look through it to see if there is an answer. Shi Yu chose to ask the boss directly. He is still a student, and it is not shameful to ask the teacher. Just like the crystal, he didn't believe that no one knew what was going on. There are so many capable people in the 11th Bureau. Maybe some big guys know what's going on. A moment later, Senior Li Lanping from the 11th Bureau answered Shi Yu's call. This is the most authoritative archaeologist and researcher in the field of fossils in Donghuang and even in the world. Shi Yu, is there something wrong with the ginseng baby? Shi Yu said, no, Senior Li, I want to consult you about some issues in the field of fossils. Oh? Are you interested in the field of fossils? Senior Li laughed. The field of archaeology is also divided into different branches. Some archaeologists focus on investigating myths, some archaeologists like to investigate totems, some archaeologists study ancient dynasties, and some archaeologists study extinct fossils. Hearing that Shiyu was interested in fossils, Senior Lee laughed. Suddenly I felt that there was someone to take over. Ask it, Senior Lee, is it possible for a fossil to still be alive? Is it possible for it to have remnants of dreams? Does the special meditation method left by the Emperor of Time to detect the age have any special uses? After a moment, Senior Li Lianping's laughter came from the other side. Fossils cannot be alive. Of course, it is not ruled out that one day in the future, it will revive and evolve into dead spirit or elemental life. On that day, perhaps the entire fossil research field, even the entire archaeological world, and the beast-taming world, will be boiling. Although it is not as good as the birth of mechanical life, it is definitely a super discovery. Your other question is well asked. Fossils can indeed have remnants of dreams. Did you peek into the dreams of fossils and accidentally dream back to ancient times? Senior Lee asked with a smile. Yet, when Shiyu heard the other party's tone, he understood what the other party really knew. It's a bit difficult to explain specifically. This is actually a manifestation of the traces of time. It is another form of spirit and will only appear on the remains of powerful ancient creatures. The currently known method of peeking into the dreams of fossils is the meditation method developed by the Emperor of Time. With the assistance of a pet that has learned the superb dream-stealing skill, the Beastmaster and the pet's perception are unified, and there is a chance to peek into the dreams of ancient fossils, and this probability is even lower than the probability of seeing the shadow of history with a listening talent. Although I have cultivated a dream-stealing pet, I am generally too lazy to use this ability. However, some foreign dream stealers are very proficient in this. After all, there are few people in their country, and there are not many beastmasters with a listening talent. They can only rely on other methods to do archaeology. Dream-stealing skills, Shiyu asked. Skill, dream-stealing, level, advanced, introduction, a spiritual skill that can enter the dreams of other lives, peek into their secrets, and copy their dream phantoms to manifest in your own dream world. Yes, by the way, you actually have a pet that has the dream-stealing skill? And, the level is so high, Senior Lee suddenly found a blind spot. The dream-stealing skill of the superb level, in the whole Donghuang, there may be less than 3 people who have mastered it. This skill is too difficult to practice. No, Shiyu was stunned. There really is a way to enter the fossil dream, but the problem is that the bugs don't know the skill. No. Senior Lee was at a loss. It's my green cotton worm. It assisted me in entering that state, but it is now in the form of a cocoon, and it doesn't have the dream-stealing skill at all. Wait, the evolution material I used for it uses the dream fruit. The dream tree has the dream-stealing skill. Is this a sign that the green cotton worm will also awaken the dream-stealing skill in the future? Shiyu suddenly thought of something. Name, Dream Tree. Introduction. The dream tree is the king of the dream field, and can pull prey into the dream world. In the dream world, it can create an illusion that is exactly the same as the hypnotized person, allowing it to fight with a hypnotized person. Senior Lee was silent. It was indeed possible, but why did your green cotton worm do something that even pets with superb dream-stealing skills could not do without mastering the dream-stealing skill? Is this scientific? Also, you just said that your green cotton worm is a cocoon. Shouldn't it be asleep? Why can it help you fall asleep? Is it sleepwalking? There were too many complaints, and Senior Lee didn't know where to start for a while. At this time, Senior Lee hadn't spoken yet, but Shiyu was already happy. Awesome, bug. If you awaken the dream-stealing skill, it would be awesome. Wasn't that why he used the dream fruit in the first place? The most difficult part of using virtual and real phantoms to summon powerful pets is that you don't know enough about the creature and don't have enough fit, which leads to the pitiful combat power of the summoned phantom. Even with the dragon whiskers, it is impossible to almost perfectly replicate the ice dragon. However, the dream-stealing skill allows pets to go deep into the dreams of other life forms, peek into the secrets of their skills, and almost perfectly replicate their abilities. Because the dream tree has mastered this skill, it can pull its prey into the dream world, summon the opponent's phantom copy, and let the opponent fight itself. This is already very powerful, but if Chong Chong masters it, it can be even more powerful, because the dream tree can only control the enemy's dream phantom in the dream, but Chong Chong can summon it to reality through the virtual and real phantom skill. Stealing dreams plus virtual and real phantom, this is simply an invincible combination. In other words, as long as Chong Chong's 2 skills are high enough in the future, it can even make the Tyrannosaurus Rex reappear almost perfectly and come to the world. Even if there is a mythical beast willing to let Chong Chong enter its dream, Chong Chong can even materialize it. Awesome Chong Chong. It is worthy of being a fantasy bug. After evolution, you must awaken the dream-stealing skill for me, so that you are worthy of the dream fruit. As for why Chong Chong can bring himself into the dream before awakening the dream-stealing skill, Shiyu was silent for a moment, thinking that it might be related to the full level of telekinesis. Telekinesis is the basic skill of the spiritual system. There are endless directions for its development. It is the cornerstone of most spiritual skills. It is still unknown what effect the full-level telekinesis can have on other skills. Of course, the biggest possibility is that I am gifted. Shiyu nodded. It is indeed possible. After all, he has mastered the talent of listening. It is not impossible for him to perfectly match the meditation method developed by Emperor Shi. Your green cotton worm, it seems that your talent is really not simple. In the end, Senior Lee gave up asking, because he thought it was troublesome. Shiyu's green cotton worm was weird from the beginning, but after all, it was a green cotton worm inherited from the dream shell, so it was normal for it to be a little unscientific. By the way, did you just say that your green cotton worm is still in the cocoon state? Can you determine when the evolution period is? Senior Lee suddenly spoke. It should be within a month, Shiyu said. Within a month, Senior Lee said with a somewhat uncertain tone. I don't know if it will be in time. Is there something wrong? Shiyu asked. Senior Lee said, I got the news 2 days ago that one of the guardian gods of Donghuang, the butterfly god who lives and sleeps in the capital of the gods, has awakened. Donghuang guardian god, that is to say, a totem-level creature. Shiyu calmed down. Butterfly god? Meaning, a butterfly creature? Do you know about the Butterfly Transformation Festival? Senior Lee asked. Shiyu said, I haven't heard of it. Well, this is an evolution conference held by the Butterfly God. The Butterfly God is a guardian god-level butterfly pet, and its race is a high-level overlord, but at the beginning, it was just an ordinary green wool worm, very ordinary, just like the green wool worms that can be seen everywhere on the street, and it is far less talented than your green wool worm. Shiyu, you overestimate the worm. It was not as good as those ordinary green wool worms at the beginning. And the true identity of this butterfly god is a pet that Senior Lin casually raised, and there is no contracts between them. Senior Lin, Shiyu pondered for a moment. To be called a senior by the big boss of Bureau 11. Is he Senior Lin Feng, one of the legendary beast masters of Donghuang, who possesses the talent for evolution? Shiyu asked. Li Lianping said, yes, Senior Lin Feng has a talent for evolution. In addition to the 9 pets he contracted, he also likes to raise some other pets. Although there is no contract, these pets that have completed multiple stages of evolution after his guidance are willing to serve him as their master. The butterfly god is a pet raised by Senior Lin. It is said that it has undergone 5 stages of evolution. After Senior Lin and his 9 pets disappeared, these pets he raised searched for them for a period of time without success, and then they settled down and slept in the land of Donghuang and became our patron saint. Among them, this butterfly god. Because of his special experience, every time he wakes up, he will use his special metamorphosis talent to assist some of the green woolworms in the forest where he is sleeping to complete their evolution. The green woolworms that have evolved with his assistance have very strong racial potential and vitality after evolution. Later, after evolution, it became the famous Butterfly Transformation Festival. With the permission of the butterfly god, now even the green woolworms of some beast masters can receive its blessing of evolution after it wakes up. Just like the wild green woolworms in the forest. Therefore, every time the butterfly god awakens, it is a carnival for the beast masters who raise blue wool worms, because this means that they can receive the blessing of the butterfly god for free, the blessing of a totem-level creature with a talent of metamorphosis. You are lucky. The last time the butterfly god awakened was 10 years ago. I was also at the scene. Tens of thousands of blue wool worms transformed into butterflies at the same time. The scene was simply beautiful, haha, and it is said that the most perfect evolved body can get extra gifts from the butterfly god. Shiyu said, in other words, I can also take my own blue wool worm to participate in this butterfly transformation festival. Li Lianping said, well, but the butterfly god has just awakened, and the specific time is still uncertain. I don't know if you can catch up. If your blue wool worm completes its evolution ahead of time, you will miss this opportunity. You can pay attention to the time of the Butterfly Transformation Festival. If you can't make it, you can find some ways to temporarily slow down its growth. Shiyu fell into deep thought. He could definitely catch up, because his own insect was very clear-minded at this time and could freely control whether to evolve or not. Even if he evolved now, it was not impossible for the insect to break out of the cocoon easily. It was just that the evolutionary power had not been fully absorbed, so it was not worth evolving in advance. At this time, Shiyu was considering whether to take the insect to participate in the butterfly transformation event held by this patron saint creature. Originally, the insect had the hope of advancing to the dominant race. If he participated in this, wouldn't it be more stable? Shiyu made a decision to participate, and maybe he could take the opportunity to copy some rare skills. He firmly believed that his own insect was definitely the strongest evolution. By the way, this evolutionary talent is so awesome. Not only did he cultivate a bunch of quasi-divine beasts, he also left a patron saint to the ancient country of Donghuang. The insects he raised casually became the national patron saint and butterfly god. Wow, it's really awesome. A role model for our generation, worth learning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Foreign Beast Tamer. After being reminded by Grandma Li, Shiyu started to pay attention to this butterfly god. The race of the butterfly god is god feather swallowtail, which is a dual type of winged insects. It is said that the main body is 100 meters tall, and its wings can cover the sky when spread out. The wings are covered with feather-like scales. With a slight wave, it can roll up a strong wind to destroy a city. Its feather-like scales are very special and are a very rare resource. After falling down, they can melt into light, helping insect-type life to be reborn and improve the level of life. Therefore, there is also a saying that it can metamorphose into a butterfly. Shiyu took out a small notebook and wrote it down. He has made up his mind to make friends with his friend. Shen Bao Bao, don't study the food of the gem cats for the time being. There is no rush for this. First study what the god feather swallowtail likes. HU, somewhere, the gem cat clone watching Shen Bao Bao taking the experimental class, as well as the gem cats from all over the ancient capital university, frowned together. How could the powerful sixth sense make it feel that someone is plotting against it, behind its back? Which bastard is it? From the first fossil class, Shiyu has completely ushered in college life. He began to accept new knowledge little by little, because he was quite interested, so he didn't have to worry about failing the course. For example, the special meditation method required for archaeology was difficult to practice, but because Shiyu knew its special use and knew that in the future he could even make this extinct creature that made insects appear, how could he not practice it well? Who said that interest is the best teacher? Just like 11 was interested in training, he didn't need Shiyu to urge him at all, and he worked hard on his own. At present, although 11 was tossing in the gravity room and the charging room, he gained a lot. In just 2 or 3 days, his electromagnetic suspension and energy storage lightning proficiency levels have reached a mastery level or above. Shiyu didn't add any points at all, he practiced it all by himself. Of course, 11's hard work is one aspect, and the proficiency of new skills can be improved so quickly, which is also related to the proficiency of old skills, which drives the proficiency of new skills. He has mastered the superb level of Thunder Palm, and added the Thunder system. He has long been proficient in the control of thunder and lightning. Compared with the ignorance of learning Thunder Palm from scratch, now learning new thunder skills in reverse has twice the result with half the effort. This actually saved Shiyu a lot of effort, allowing him to do his own things first. After 3 or 4 days, Shiyu was completely immersed in the ordinary and peaceful university life. He was studying very low-key. 11 was also training very low-key. After training in the introverted state every day, he would come back to the sharp state to see how much stronger he had become, which was 11's fun. This has to mention another feature of the introverted sharp skill. In the introverted state, the pet can withstand greater external training pressure, so the training efficiency is better than in the sharp state, and the training effect can be perfectly inherited to the sharp state. As for the baby Shen, it is natural to say nothing of it. He studied various courses seriously and enriched his knowledge. Its evolutionary skills and variants, Shiyu has locked the target and can copy it at any time. However, before collecting the evolutionary materials, Shiyu is not in a hurry to copy and teach, mainly because he has no time to leave school for the time being. The sleepy bugs and the infant red pupils can be ignored. At present, what Shiyu looks forward to most every day is the so-called Butterfly Transformation Conference. Originally, Shiyu thought that he would just wait calmly, but one Saturday morning, a message in the battle community chat directly blew up the lurking him. Teacher those who are free now, come to the battle club's main training hall. Someone will come to challenge the hall later. No, it's a visit and exchange. You know, all members, who is so bold that dares to challenge the hall of Gudo University? President Baizai, I leave it to you. I'm not in school and can't get back today. Vice President Suzette, which school or which battle club? The former is easy to say, while the club Beastmasters are Beastmasters trained and signed by some consortiums. They are often active in various public competitions. Generally speaking, their level is lower than that of the 9 top universities. Teacher neither, he is a foreign Beastmaster. His father is a legendary Beastmaster, from Donghoangudu, and a former member of the national team. During the world competition, he fell in love with a foreign Beastmaster and settled abroad after the competition. Now I'm back to Donghoang to have a look, and I've also brought my child back at Baxi. It shouldn't be a big problem. It's said that the other party is not a master yet. All members, duck shocked JPG. Is it a mixed blood baby? I'll go right now. How dare you come to challenge the master if you're not a master? After a while, the members of the battle club responded one after another, and even the reserve members like Yushu and Wang Ling also bubbled up to join in the fun. Foreigners. At present, even legendary Beastmasters have difficulty in crossing borders, and it takes a huge cost. There is almost no communication between China and foreign countries. Maybe the top leaders know a lot about foreign situations, but for ordinary people, even low-level Beastmasters, there are few channels to contact foreign things. It is only limited to very few film and television works and novels, but this kind of work, adults understand. Just take a look, and those who believe it are fools. Shiyu rubbed his eyes, a foreign Beastmaster. Don't sleep, get up. Shiyu patted the bed under him. Huh? The big panda bed opened his eyes blankly. The sun is up, it's time to go to training. No training today, let's go to the battle club to see the situation. Shiyu didn't have much impression of the foreign countries in this world. He only remembered one feature, that is, foreign special pets are very rare in China. Like his copy of the slime, and the domestic gym cat, they were all introduced from abroad. Ancient Capital University, Battle Club. When Shiyu arrived here, more than 30 people had gathered. Except for Baizai, the president, Shiyu was not very familiar with the other seniors, or he didn't know them at all. Except for the senior who is responsible for assessing him and was bombed by the ginseng baby, Shiyu had a vague impression of the others. Shiyu. When the other members saw Shiyu coming, their impression of Shiyu was almost just a genius archaeologist and a super monster freshman who made Hong Xiao overturn. However, although everyone laughed at Hong Xiao, it was not too outrageous. After all, it was just an assessment at that time, and Hong Xiao didn't send out his trump card, that is, the king race pet. This has to be said that this group of members is too young and has no idea of Shiyu's depth. Shiyu is here too, on the contrary. The instructor of the battle club, director of the battle department, looked at Shiyu with a smile, knowing Shiyu's strength best. When General Binglong tested Shiyu plus commander level, Jiuli War Beast plus extraordinary, sword spirit possession, the power of that sword was enough to be called a quasi-master. Except for individual members such as Baizai in the club, I'm afraid they are not Shiyu's opponents. It is because all the more than 600 freshmen who saw that sword signed a confidentiality agreement, so the old students still don't know Shiyu's strength. Well, Director after Shiyu came in and greeted Director he saw an acquaintance. When he didn't know the seniors, he looked directly at the corner and found Yu Shu, Wang Ling, and Miao Dongdong. After talking to Director Shiyu smiled and went over. They're all here. Shiyu smiled and came over. It's okay for Yu Shu and Wang Ling to get together, but this little goo master is also here. Yes, Wang Ling has gotten used to Shiyu and accepted this weird classmate. After all, they are in the same class and they met almost every day before. Yu Shu and Miao Dongdong from the combat department were still a little depressed after seeing Shiyu. What's the situation now? Has the person arrived? Not yet, Wang Ling said. Which country is he from? Is he a man or a woman? Is he not a master but a high-level beast master? Do you know what a pet is? Shiyu asked. Yushu, damn, you have so many questions. Shiyu, do you know? Yushu's face was dark, and he said, I just heard it and know something. Didn't the group say that a man, his father is from the ancient capital of Donghuang, and his mother is a beast master from the kingdom of glory? Shiyu was slightly startled and recalled carefully. It seems to be a western country, quite far away. I thought he was a beast master from the neighboring Kidao, Shiyu said. After all, Donghuang and Kidao are closer, and in comparison, he is far away from glory. What was that legendary senior thinking, marrying so far away? Miao Dongdong whispered beside him. What's the difference between that and marrying inter-family? It's probably harder to come back than to defeat a tyrant. Maybe the Rongguang beauties are prettier? Aren't their skins all pure white? They seem to have blue eyes, Wang Ling said. They are indeed very attractive. Miao Dongdong, black hair and black eyes are still prettier. Shiyu's red hair and red eyes are not that good looking either. Shiyu, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Shiyu thought this guy was too bad at talking. Even senior sister Lu thought he was handsome. What kind of aesthetics do you have? Gu Master Miao Dongdong immediately became timid, fearing that Shiyu would snatch away the parasite of his parasite. Yushu said, Tisk, don't worry about the parents. Since the other party has returned to China and came to ancient capital university to challenge, he will have to bear the beating of society. Yushu was very confident. After all, Donghuang was the first country to break away from the control of the totem, and the number of legendary beast masters born there was also the largest among the 7 countries that broke away from the control of the totem and entered the beast control era. In terms of the overall strength of the beast masters, Donghuang is also in the forefront. Wang Ling, why don't you go to the exchange later? Let's see who gets beaten up, Yushu said with a puff. I'm still a freshman. The other party specifically asked for an exchange with a member of the battle club. He must be a high-level beast master at the very least. If you have the ability, give me another 3 years. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Shiyu, since both parents are members of the national team and are the sons of legends, then the other party must be strong. Maybe he can match Yin Xiangfen. By the way, didn't little Yin Xiangfen come to Gudu University? Why have I never seen him? Yushu looked at Shiyu with a strange expression. Aren't you the culprit for the other party not coming to Gudu University? He heard from his mother that Yin Xiangfen seemed to have gone to Imperial Capital University in the end. The reason may be because he lost to Shiyu. He went to another school, Yushu said. Alice, children are children. Do you think that running to a more popular school will make faster progress? Unlike him, knowing that Shiyu was also in Gudu University, he still had the courage to confront Shiyu head-on, but the ending was a little different from what he thought at the beginning, and he was the one who was broken. If you are benchmarking against Yin Xiangfen, you two will definitely not be able to beat him, and it's hard to say what will happen next, Miao Dongdong said to Wang Ling and Yushu in a simple manner. After all, Wang Ling was beaten badly by Yin Xiangfen during the professional assessment. And Yushu, Wang Ling's strength is about the same. After Miao Dongdong finished speaking, Yushu and the others' faces turned black. The future is still long, do you understand? Yushu said seriously. Can the son of a legend become a legend? Yu Chuanqi, you can do it again. Wang Ling's position was very unsteady, and he ran to confront Yushu again. Yushu was very tough. As an ordinary legend, I will definitely be a titled legend in the future. I have already thought about which title to challenge. Shiyu was listening to these young people YY on the side, and his mouth was about to burst with laughter. Wow, they are better at bragging than himself. Which title? Shiyu asked cheerfully. A legendary beastmaster refers to a beastmaster who has a dominant pet, while a top legendary with a title refers to a beastmaster who can compete with a totem. In ancient times, titles were conferred by emperors, but in modern times, they are fixed titles waiting for legendary beastmasters to challenge. Either in the form of a competition, or in the form of a trial, or in the form of challenging a patron saint or a totem. After passing, you will gain world status recognized by the country and the 7 Nations Alliance, have a world-renowned title, and receive a large amount of resources from the 7 Nations Alliance. Even Yin Xiangfen's father, Yin Chuanqi, has not yet successfully obtained the title. This is the ceiling combat power of mankind in the absence of myths and legends, the main force to compete with totems. General Binglong belongs to this level, and the 3 generals under Emperor Shi are all at this level. It must be the Dragon King, Yushu said. Dragon King Yushu? It's easy to say, right? Besides, this title has been vacant for a long time. Wang Ling and Miao Dongdong rolled their eyes. Sure enough, Yushu was just daydreaming. The title of Dragon King requires the Beastmaster to control dragon creatures and fight against the dragon guardian gods for more than a day and a night. It is one of the most difficult titles. Otherwise, why did Yushu think this title was vacant for the longest time? But Dragon King should not be the title with the highest gold content, Shiyu said. The one with the highest gold content should be the world legend. I remember that Senior Lin Feng had this title. Yushu, this one is not bad, but it depends more on luck. After all, the time of the world competition is too irregular. Everyone, Wang Ling and Miao Dongdong, felt that Yushu had definitely stimulated Shiyu to the point of being stupid. He was proud before, but now he has completely let himself go and is dreaming all day long. World legend usually refers to a beastmaster who has achieved legend status under the age of 30, competed with legends from 6 other countries, won the championship, and received the blessing of the world tree. The gold content is high, but it basically represents that this is the beastmaster with the most talent and potential in that era, and he will most likely become a legend in the future. At present, only the evolutionary talent master in the ancient country of Donghuang has won this title, and Yushu is just dreaming. Chapter 191, When a friend comes from afar, he must first endure the hardships. Shiyu, Yushu, Wang Ling, and Miao Dongdong were discussing. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the training hall. Excuse me, is this the battle club of Gudu University? A short-haired young man in his 20s wearing white trousers and a gray shirt came here with a backpack. The young man looked around and saw that most people in the venue were using the equipment in the venue to exercise. There were not many people like Shiyu and Yushu who sat down to chat. Basically, they chatted while exercising. The body is the capital of beast control. If you want to be a good beast control master, a strong physique is also very important. However, you have to cultivate pets, meditate, and attend classes, so most beast control masters ignore physical training. This situation is naturally impossible in the battle club of Gudu University. Physical training is also a compulsory course for students here. In this regard, Shiyu is lucky. If it weren't for the effect of adding points and physical training, he would never be able to easily reach the current physical limit every time. The skill atlas did not directly strengthen Shiyu's body, but provided an efficient training channel. Shiyu's physical potential was no different from that of a beastmaster of the same level. As long as a beastmaster of the same level is willing to train wholeheartedly and invest huge energy and resources, there is a chance that he can reach Shiyu's level. Of course, being able to reach it is one thing. Except for beastmasters with special talents such as fusion, I am afraid that not many beastmasters are willing to invest too much energy to train their physique. On the one hand, the cost effectiveness is not as high as meditation and breeding pets, and on the other hand, I am really tired. Are you, classmate Fu Dian? At this time, seeing the real owner appear, Director He in the battle club looked over and showed a surprised expression. Yes, I am, Fu Dian, who stopped at the door of the training venue, nodded. Hello, I am Teacher He from the battle club of Gudu University. I did get the news that someone will come to visit today. Welcome, welcome. Director He's expression was calm and he greeted him calmly, leaving the members of the battle club on the scene a little speechless. Nonsense, the tone of your notification in the group just now was not like this. He also specially called over many members who did not have morning exercise tasks today, so as not to make his intention too obvious. Keep training, Director He said to the students who looked over in a serious tone when he received Fu Dian, who came to visit and communicate. The members trained silently and cooperated with Director He. Isn't your father here? Director He asked when receiving Fu Dian. No, it's just me. I want to see what the university that my father didn't get into is like, Fu Dian said calmly. Oh, when Fu Dian mentioned this, Director He was a little helpless, because Fu Dian's father did not meet the admission standards of Gudu University at the beginning. It was only after he was spotted by a large consortium that he gradually rose. Unexpectedly, Fu Chuanqi also told his son about this. By the way, this guy speaks Mandarin very well. Not only Director He discovered it by accident, but many members of the Battle Society who were listening attentively also discovered that this Fu Dian spoke Mandarin very well, and with black hair and black pupils. He didn't look like a foreigner at all, which made many people feel bored. Ah, boring, boring, Let's go. Wang Ling felt more and more bored. There was no novelty in meeting a foreign beastmaster. Why not try a girl with fair skin, blonde hair and blue eyes? Shi Yu also yawned. He wanted to fight and see the exotic pets. Are there angels in foreign countries? He heard that there is a race of angels in foreign mythology. If he could meet one, he didn't know what skills he could get. Haha, I will definitely not let you down, Director, he laughed. By the way, are you a senior beastmaster now? I heard that you are currently studying at the Glory Knight Academy. Yes, Fu Di nodded. How is the strength of the academy over there? Are there any master level beastmasters among the students? No, the master level is the graduation standard. After the master level, they will join the Glory Knights for further study, so the highest level of students is the senior beastmaster. I see, Director, he nodded and said, it's similar here. The students are basically senior, and only a few have reached the master level. He looked at the members of the battle club present. The threshold of the battle club is a senior beastmaster with command level combat power. There were only 2 masters at the Gudu University before, and now there is only 1 Baxi. The other universities are similar. The total number of master-level students in the 9 top universities may not exceed 20 at present. Students are basically promoted to masters after graduation. Glory Knight Academy, Glory Knights, what is that? It sounds like it's suitable for you 3, Miao Dongdong whispered to Shi Yu and the other 2. Yu Shu is a dragon knight, Wang Ling is a ghost horse knight, Shi Yu is an iron beast knight. Yu Shu rolled his eyes and said, it's different. His is not a real knight, but a knight. But I've only heard a little bit about it. Anyway, the Glory Knights are similar to our beast tamers, but the difference is that that country believes more in the light system. Only beastmasters who cultivate light-type pets can join the Glory Knights. In other words, this guy is studying in that academy, so he must be cultivating light-type pets, Wang Ling asked. Probably, Yu Shu was calm. Every country has its own attributes. For example, Glory is more inclined to light. Although the neighboring Kidao does not advocate a single system, it has the most water-type pets because it is surrounded by seas. The navy is huge and pirates are rampant. As for Donghuang, because of its vast land and abundant resources, although there are all kinds of systems, because of history, it is more inclined to dragons and pets with phoenix blood. It regards dragons and phoenixes as totems and patron saints, and regards them as powerful. After a while, Director He and Fu Dian communicated to the most critical point. Fu Dian felt that it was time. He looked at the many elites of the battle club in the training venue and said, Teacher He, can I have a competition with the elites of your school? Here it comes. Many members of the battle club were stunned. Choose me. This, Director He smiled. No problem, no problem. The students present are basically high-level beastmasters, and they can compete with you fairly. Do you have any ideas? Guests are guests. I don't know what the battle rules and habits are over there, Fu Dian. I have only cultivated 1 pet beast at present. And only 1 pet beast. It is currently at the commander level. The rules don't matter. As long as the opponent is at the same level as me, both parties can freely use their talents and all the pet beasts in the contract. Well, you only cultivated 1 pet beast. Director He was stunned. Yes, Fu Dian nodded. Director He was surprised. Many beastmasters present were a little surprised. Although, due to the limitation of economic strength, the majority of the beastmasters in the entire beast taming field are those who only cultivate 1 or 2 pets, accounting for more than 60%, but as the son of a legend, Fu Dian's economic conditions must be good. Then, he only cultivates 1 pet, which is a big problem. Either it is because of his special talent, or this pet is very special and can fight many at once. At this time, Director He fell into deep thought. Let's regard Fu Dian as a quasi-master, a second-tier figure in the domestic national competition. To guide him, Baizai is naturally not needed. There are also many other quasi-masters in the club who can compete with the king-level pets for a short time with all their strength. Director He couldn't help but sweep his eyes to the many elites of the fighting club present. Suddenly, Director He looked at the group of freshmen who were eating melons. There were not all reserve members over there, but there was also a formal member. Seeing one of them, Director He suddenly felt bad. Shi Yu, are you interested in fighting? He looked over there. After Director He finished speaking, the elites of the battle club were stunned. Shi Yu was also stunned in the freshman group. He pointed at himself and said, Me. Yes, I'm here now, Director He said. It's the weekend, and I'm here now. Director, he can be said to be very confident in Shiyu's strength. How can the boss of the 11th Bureau be weak? In the test of the Ice Dragon General, the Jiuli War Beast was just a supporting role, but it was so awesome. Afterwards, they asked Shiyu about the racial level of the Jiuli War Beast, and Shiyu's answer was also very simple: 1 billion evolution materials, a quasi-dominant race. Who else is there? It's not impossible. Shiyu stood up slowly with a helpless expression under the stunned eyes of Yu Shu, Wang Ling, Miao Dongduang and others. It just so happened that the 11th also wanted to fight. At this time, the other old students were slightly stunned. Let Shiyu come. Let a freshman come? Although Shiyu is also very strong and not inferior to some senior students, he is only a freshman after all, and his accumulation is definitely less. There are many candidates in the club who are more suitable than Shiyu. For example, if we let the Vice President Suze fight, the battle will be almost stable, and he can teach the other party a lesson. This is, Fu Dian looked at Shiyu curiously. Director, he laughed. His name is Shiyu, and he is a freshman at Gudo University. Fu Dian? Let a freshman fight me? Although he is only a freshman, he is the champion of this Gudo professional assessment. He is very strong and has a commander-level pet. His combat power is not inferior to that of senior students. You don't have to worry, Director, he said. I see that you are about the same age, so why not start with you first? Is that so? Fu Dian showed an interested expression. He was very interested in Shiyu's title. The champion of Gudo professional assessment? Although he is a freshman, he looks very strong. In this case, let's start with Shiyu. He has made preparations to defeat at least 3 elites of Gudo University. Now it's better to start with Shiyu, a freshman, and then fight with senior students. After a while, Shiyu came down. The other members also stopped their exercises and looked at the venue. Since Director he chose to let Shiyu represent Gudo University to welcome the challenge, they had no choice. Shiyu is very strong, don't worry, Hong Zio, who lost to Shiyu, said seriously. After all, he is a monster freshman who is qualified for me to send out an ace. Everyone, shame on you, quit the group. There are nearly 100 people in the battle club, and a ranking system is adopted. Every year, the top 10 in the club can form a school team to represent Gudo University in the national competition. Like Hong Zio, he can be pulled out to be assessed by old and new students. Even if the members of the club who are outside the top 50 completely defeat him, it's just like that, and there is no persuasiveness at all. This is interesting. Unlike old students, Yushu and his group of freshmen, like Director, he know more about Shiyu's strength. After being stunned, they found that Director he had a very bad conscience. When a friend comes from afar, he must first make his heart suffer. Freshman, you call Shiyu like that a freshman? After the match, how do you let your opponent view the freshman of Gudo University? Hello, below. Fu Dian and Shiyu nodded to each other, and Director he pointed to the site and said, let's go to that venue. I'll be the referee. Both of them thought it was okay. Fu Dian smiled slightly and walked to the other side of the venue. During this process, he directly summoned his pet. Under the flickering light around, a pet shaped like a white horse, with a spiral horn on its forehead, wings, and white thunder patterns on its body appeared. Because there was only one pet, Fu Dian sent it out directly without caring. Woo, but this unicorn pet may not have a good temper. The moment it appeared, it raised its head and suddenly made a thunderous sound that resounded throughout the venue. Boom! The huge sound almost made everyone cover their ears and tremble in their hearts. The aura of thunder and lightning covered the entire venue. Fu Dian's pet gave everyone a horse-like power without hesitation. High-level deterrent skills, thunder. Judging from the proficiency, it should be above the mastery level. It was not an attack, but a simple show of strength. The extremely exquisite energy control instantly made everyone understand the strength of this pet. This kid, what kind of pet is that? Why have I never seen it before? It's a thunder beast. Nonsense, I didn't know it was a thunder beast. It looks like a unicorn. Thunder beast, a kind of unicorn, a high-level king race, thunder and light dual system. At this time, in the thunder aura, Director he narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. His voice was very penetrating and fell into everyone's ears. In the West, it is also called a quasi-hegemonic race. Name, Thunder Beast. Attributes, Thunder, Light, Race Level, High King, Growth Level, Commander Level, Race Skills, Thunder, Light Curtain, Thunder Drill, Lightning, Light Feather, Punishment of the quasi-hegemonic race, thunder and light dual system. So strong, just based on this information. Many members of the battle club were slightly startled and showed a solemn expression. Everyone looked at the vice president. Although almost every one of the elites of the battle club present had a pet of the king race, they were all of the lower king race. In the entire battle club of Gudu University, apart from the president Baizai, only the vice president had a pet of the higher king race. Moreover, it was not up to the standard of a quasi-dominant race. No wonder, at this time, everyone was a little surprised. No wonder Fu Dian only contracted a pet. The race of this pet was the lifelong pursuit of most beastmasters. Everyone's expression became serious and looked at Shiyu. Energy value 81,997 at this time. Shiyu was also slightly surprised. This lightning beast actually had a higher energy value than when 11 just evolved. But Shiyu didn't care too much. While many students were immersed in the thunderous aura of the lightning beast, at the same time, Shiyu also summoned his own pet. The light flickered, and a deterrent wave broke out in the light and shadow, and the air and the venue began to vibrate. 11. Deterrence. A roar like a wave or a tsunami erupted in an instant, and quickly suppressed the thunderous aura. The nearly materialized spiritual power formed a wave, sweeping across the venue like a tornado, with unparalleled power. At this moment, with a wow, everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the figure of the small iron-eating beast that appeared on the field. The Thunder Beast and Fu Dian behind it also showed unexpected expressions. On the other side of the field, 11, who appeared, crossed his arms and raised his head, looking at the Thunder Beast like a strong man, showing off a little handsomeness. Iron-eating beast, intermediate beastmaster, because he admired Donghuang culture very much, Fu Dian was not unfamiliar with the iron-eating beast, a special pet of Donghuang. However, because of this, he showed an extremely surprised expression. Isn't the iron-eating beast a medium-level extraordinary race? How could it be possible to have a king's aura and be proficient in deterrence? Moreover, this iron-eating beast looked so small. What surprised Fu Dian even more was that Shiyu's summoning array level was clearly the characteristic of an intermediate beastmaster. Intermediate beastmasters can also have commander-level combat power, Shiyu said. Fu Dian didn't understand, but he couldn't refute it. Although the Thunder Beast didn't try its best just now, it was only a moment, and the Thunder Aura was broken. Does the opponent's controlled mental power still look like a gold-type extraordinary pet? At least it can be confirmed that it is at the commander level. The venue suddenly fell silent. After Fu Dian was silent, he began to wait quietly, but found that Shiyu and his team had no next move. Don't send other pets, Fu Dian frowned slightly. Shiyu said, for fairness, let's go 1 versus 1. To be honest, although the opponent is very strong, when he saw that the opponent has a thunder system, Shiyu knew that this 11 is halfway stable. Thunder skills. For 11 who has thunder storage skills and the source of physical strength, after hitting, it is immune, and it can replenish the energy of 11 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. It's purely a human attribute. 1 versus 1, Shiyu thought it was nothing, but others didn't think so. When Shiyu finished speaking, the old students in the battle club said fuck in their hearts. This Thunder Beast looks difficult to deal with. If they replace anyone, they will have to be very careful. What is Shiyu thinking? At least send out the ginseng baby. By the way, is this little iron beast the one that often goes to the gravity room and the charging room? Whatever you want. On the field, Shiyu's opponent Fu Dian raised his eyebrows and didn't persuade him much. Shiyu is an intermediate beastmaster, and he still talks about fairness with him. It's ridiculous. Don't regret it. Blame me for not giving you a chance. After speaking, he looked at the Thunder Beast and said word by word, thunder. Lightning, what if it can deter, in the face of absolute power? Boom. The next second, thunderclouds instantly condensed in the sky, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning instantly turned into a lightning bolt and fell. Lightning flashed, accompanied by thunder. The speed of lightning was extremely fast, as if it had reached the speed of light. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and they were shocked again. Such a fast speed, at least it means proficiency. A combination of 2 high-level skills, thunder and lightning? Using the deterrence of thunder to shock the opponent's heart and reduce his reaction ability. At this time, the lightning, in the eyes of the opponent, is really no different from the speed of light. It is simply impossible to defend against and react. The lightning column covering half of the venue fell. At this moment, the strength of Fu Dian and the Thunder Beast was demonstrated, and the elites of the Battle Club present became serious. Although this Fu Dian has only cultivated one pet, his strength is fully worthy of his identity as the son of legend. How to deal with this? Can she use Iron-Eating Beast Locket by hardening? Everyone thought that the little Iron Beast would not be able to react to such a high-speed lightning, but in fact, the thunder effect has little effect on 11, who has mastered deterrence and many spiritual skills, resulting in a burst of spiritual power. As the lightning fell, 11's stomach gurgled. It raised its head. I haven't had time to go to the charging room to charge today. The energy storage is only more than half, and it's almost full. Unexpectedly, someone will bring food immediately? Under the lightning, 11 raised his arm, as if he wanted to catch the lightning with his palm. On the opposite side, Fu Dian and the Thunder Beast showed ridiculous expressions, and the others were also stunned. But the next moment, thank you for the hospitality. As Shi Yu finished speaking, the hardened substance instantly spread throughout 11's body. With a boom, after the lightning completely fell on 11's palm seemed to contain a black hole, madly swallowing the amazing lightning. And its entire bear, shrouded in thunder, actually looked uninjured. Energy storage lightning plus introverted state physical source plus flat thunder hardening triple resistance activated, a terrifying thunderbolt, in an instant, completely turned into energy nutrients, stored in the physical source of 11. Zzz. With the disappearance of the last lightning arc, the whole venue is a little dead silent. Across from him, Fu Dian opened his mouth slightly, revealing an unbelievable expression. This is unscientific. He spoke in confusion. How could it be? How could an iron-eating beast be immune to absorbing lightning? This is an iron-eating beast? Are you sure it's not a thunder-eating beast? Not to mention him, even Shi Yu's seniors were slightly stunned, showing shocked expressions. What the hell is this? Fuck, don't tell me, this TM was practiced in the charging room. Suddenly someone thought of the urban legend of Gudo University. Shi Yu's little iron-eating beast often went to the charging room by himself and didn't know what to do. Combined with this legend, some people exclaimed, it's just outrageous. The case is solved. At first, everyone was still wondering why Shi Yu's little iron-eating beast went to the gravity room, but why did he go to the charging room? To practice Thunder Palm? The training facilities are not compatible. But now, seeing that the little iron-eating beast is immune to absorbing lightning, they understand something, but they don't fully understand it. Many people are a little dazed. Is the fit really so smooth? This iron-eating beast is immune to absorbing lightning. At this moment, on the opposite side, Fu Dian's heart was a little rippled. But he quickly adjusted back and said calmly, although it is very special, my Thunder Beast can do more than just lightning, light wings, woo. As Fu Dian finished speaking, the Thunder Beast spread its wide wings, and there was light on it. In an instant, the Thunder Beast took off. Light wings is a skill similar to wind wings, which belongs to the speed enhancement ability. But light wings are much more advanced than wind wings, with a mid-level and a faster light system. At this time, although the Thunder Beast did not fly at high speed, its figure became like a light after image when it was in the air, as if it was extremely difficult to capture its position. It was obviously not flying at a large speed, but it gave people a feeling of being very sensitive and fast. The extremely skilled light wing. Thunder drill. Fu Dian's expression was indifferent. The next moment, it seemed that more than a dozen light after images of Thunder Beast appeared in the sky, and the speed was extremely fast. It was the perfect embodiment of the light wing skill, the light and shadow clone. Can you absorb this move? He slowly raised his head. Thunder drill, although it is still a thunder skill, it is dominated by the light system. He didn't believe that the Iron Eater could absorb the light power together. You should know the secret. Perfect intermediate thunder skill thunder drill plus perfect intermediate light skill light wing. This is a skill that only masters can master in theory. Fu Dian showed a proud expression. Secret. At this moment, the members of the battle club showed unexpected expressions. Secret? Fu Dian, not bad, but you can show off your secrets in front of a monster that can use secrets during a professional assessment. Is there something wrong? It's really good. Shi Yu and 11 were slightly startled by the nearly 100 spiral lightning drills from the horn of the Thunder Beast falling from the sky. Among these nearly 100 spiral lightning drills, more than a dozen are real entities and dozens are residual images. If ordinary pets resist, they will definitely feel numb and at a loss. They can only rely on luck to resist and cannot dodge normally. Moreover, it is difficult to dodge when facing light skills, but that is an ordinary pet. But it's just a secret, Shiyu said. 11. Thunder armor. 11 roared, and there seemed to be lightning bursting in his mouth and eyes. Superb level thunder palm. Zzz. Surrounded by electric current, 11's hardened body glittered. In addition, perfect supervision. The power of the secret of thunder armor lies in the ability to stimulate muscles with electric current, increase cell activity, and produce a strong burst speed to enhance the power and penetration of the thunder palm. In addition, with hardening and supervision, 11 can also have extremely strong defense and reaction ability. What is proficiency suppression? Facing the thunder and lightning drills, 11 is not afraid at all, and he doesn't even need to raise his head. At this moment, 11 stepped on the ground with both feet, and under the thunder burst, he immediately showed a terrifying burst speed. His figure flashed like a lightning, shuttling through the site that was about to become a ruin. Boom! Boom! The extremely terrifying movement speed and reaction speed allowed 11 to perfectly avoid the thunder and lightning drill. It was indeed as Fu Dian said that it was difficult for 11 in an introverted state to take this extremely penetrating move, but this did not mean that it could not avoid it. Boom! Boom! After the site was bombed, many large pits appeared. On the site without a stable foothold, 11's body without a speck of dust still stood on the ground. At present, the energy value of the introverted 11 may be far less than that of the Thunder Beast, but relying on skill proficiency and tactical crushing, it has achieved the effect of equal strength. This seemed very normal to Shiyu, but it was very unscientific to Fu Dian. This, looking at the small iron beast that was flashing with electric light and perfectly dodged the lightning drills in the sky, and was almost not hurt at all, Fu Dian clenched his fists and asked in his heart what was going on. What made him feel even more outrageous was that on the ruins, the small iron beast actually slowly flew up. It's our turn to fight back. After Shiyu finished speaking, 11, who was electromagnetically suspended, instantly launched himself as a super electromagnetic cannon. Sizzle! The intersection of black hardened material and blue lightning made 11 in flight look extremely gorgeous. In an instant, all electromagnetic forces erupted. Although 11's flying speed may not be as fast as that of the Thunder Beast at this time, at this moment, the sudden flight of 11 undoubtedly shocked Fu Dian and the Thunder Beast. Bang! In the sky, rather than condensing and releasing hardened materials to make a super electromagnetic cannon, 11 prefers to launch himself as a cannonball. Under the electromagnetic explosion, his arm hit the Thunder Beast in front of him, and his fist hit the light curtain that was instantly intertwined by the Thunder Beast. Buzz! The light curtain showed a slight ripple, and even almost cracked. Under the huge impact of 11, the Thunder Beast in the sky retreated a distance and his eyes shrank. This made Fu Dian show a solemn expression. He could clearly feel that the energy level of this little iron-eating beast was far inferior to that of the Thunder Beast. However, every attack could affect the Thunder Beast to a certain extent. What does this mean? It means that the skill proficiency of this little iron-eating beast is ridiculously high, and the energy utilization rate is far higher than that of the Thunder Beast. There are such people? Even in Rongguang, Fu Dian has never seen it. It's too outrageous. It actually flew up. Electromagnetic floating? How did Shiyu cultivate this iron-eating beast? Many old students in the battle club were dumbfounded. Boom! At the same time, the thunder of the Thunder Beast erupted again, and the thunder turned into a roar, shocking the 11 in the sky back, while the 11 was filled with a faint golden light, and easily ignored it with his strong mental power and the solid defense against mental attacks. The proficiency of the light curtain is very high, and the attack of 11 can't break the defense. Shiyu was still calm at this time. In fact, Fu Dian was also calm at this time. Although it was a little incomprehensible, he never thought he would lose from beginning to end. Whether it was his talent for controlling beasts or the super-level skills of the Thunder Beast, they had never been used. Moreover, although Shiyu's iron-eating beast could compete with the Thunder Beast for a short time, after a long time, the energy was scarce, and the victory or defeat could be quickly determined. However, Fu Dian couldn't accept that Shiyu and his team had the upper hand one after another, and he was unwilling to win Shiyu by a war of attrition. Okay, the warm-up can end, Fu Dian said after a silence. Warm-up? You call this a warm-up? The old students of the battle club looked disgusted. You know whether it is a warm-up or not. You are very powerful, but next, we will use stronger moves. Fu Dian was already planning to end the battle as soon as possible. He slowly raised his arm, and the next moment, pure white electric currents wrapped around his body. With a boom, lightning burst out from his body. At this moment, everyone was stunned. And Director He, who had been standing next to him from beginning to end, pondered and spoke again. White Thunder talent? Did you inherit your father's talent, but inherited your mother's? Yes, Fu Dian nodded. Special talent, White Thunder, a special kind of thunder and lightning. Not only can you control White Thunder yourself, but you can also let your pet beast that matches Thunder and Lightning master the super level skill White Thunder. It is precisely because of the tolerance, affinity, and matching of White Thunder with the nature of the light system that he can start contracting and cultivating the Thunder Beast of the high-level King race during the apprenticeship stage. Fu Dian's body burst out with White Thunder, and it was powerful. Fuck, as Fu Dian finished speaking, the students present were boiling. Where did the perverted talent come from? The Thunder Beast already has a superclass skill, the Stomp of Punishment. Another White Thunder, 2 superclass skills? The race level is almost at the quasi-overlord level. After the talent is strengthened, the combat power is close to the low-level overlord race, the commander level. At this moment, even Shiyu couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This Fu Dian is very strong. It seems that the opponent can't help it and decided to kill him with one blow. But is it that simple? Woo! At this time, in the sky, the Thunder Beast stepped on the sky and raised its head and roared. Its whole body bloomed with unparalleled brilliance, which seemed to be able to dispel all darkness and punish all evil, with an extremely noble and holy fluctuation. Buzz! The blooming brilliance seemed to connect to the sky. A dimensional fluctuation appeared in the sky. In the higher sky, a thick hoof and leg similar to the Thunder Beast slowly appeared and fell in the form of a light column. Light superclass skill, the Stomp of Punishment. Zizzy. It's not just a single superclass skill. At this time, there is white lightning entangled around the Stomp of Punishment, as if the hoof of the Stomp of Punishment is wearing a layer of lightning armor, making it more destructive. White Thunder plus Stomp of Punishment? How to block this? Many members of the battle club looked at the thick light column in the sky blankly. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying suppression force enveloped the sky above Zio Shiai, who was floating in the sky, making it unable to move in the face of the suppression force. It could only watch the huge hoof of several meters falling from the sky, landing on its head, and trampling it down. At this moment, compared with the White Thunder and the Stomp of Punishment, the body of 11 seemed extremely small, and the body fell quickly with a falling trampling. 11 tried to resist. Everyone looked at the little iron beast who was struggling to support the trampling, but the strength was really weaker than 1 level and continued to fall, and swallow their saliva. Fuck, 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 fuck. Hong Zio and other old people in the battle club were numb. Shiyu is not going to die, is he? How can we stop him? He is invincible in single combat. At this moment, all the seniors in the fighting club showed extremely solemn expressions. However, at this time, Yushu and his group, not knowing whether they could not sit still or wanted to take a walk, came to the seniors at some point. They put their hands behind their backs, looked at the sky above the field, and said, "Senior, calm down. How could a move of this level possibly stump Shiyu?" Many seniors? They looked at Yushu, Wang Ling, Miao Dongdong and others who had a calm face. Are you stupid? You have no concept of strength? This move, even our Vice President Suzette, may not be able to take it in a 1 versus 1 single combat. Did you see the Vice President's solemn expression? Did you see the director? He was still very calm at this time, Wang Ling said. After he finished speaking, everyone realized that Director He, as the referee, was calmer than Yushu and others at this time. That expression did not look like Shiyu was at a disadvantage at all. What's going on? It's already like this. After a moment, everyone found that the most calm person at this time was Shiyu himself. Then let's not warm up, Shiyu said. 11, who is in a restrained state, would probably find it difficult to fight against the 2 super-level skills. Although these 2 super-level skills could not be considered a combination skill at this time and did not achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2, they were also greater than 1. 11 was indeed difficult to compete at this time. Fu Dian, who was wrapped in White Thunder, didn't know why Shiyu could be so calm at this moment. However, he soon knew. In the sky, 11, who was suppressed by the huge hoof, was falling rapidly. Seeing that no matter how much strength he used, it was difficult to resist this thing. Seeing that this attack was about to trample it to the ground and give it the strongest punishment, 11 stopped warming up. "Evolve, 11, she ordered." In an instant, 11's whole body was shining in the air. The source of physical strength in the body was running wildly, and with the light of evolution, the body burst into dazzling blue-white lightning. It immediately formed a contrast with the punishment of the white thunder. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the speed of the punishment step falling from the sky suddenly slowed down. In the sky, under 11's feet, a more intense electromagnetic suspension wave appeared, giving 11 stronger power. "What is this?" Seeing the sudden change in the body and the sudden slowdown of the punishment step, all the old students of the battle club stood up and focused their eyes. What did you say just now? Evolution? Could it be? At this time, Fu Dian also found something wrong. He looked at 11, who was surrounded by the light of evolution, with a confused and incredible expression, and said, "Impossible. How can it evolve in battle?" However, no matter how the Beastmaster from Glory didn't believe it, 11 still evolved. An invisible white flash of flame, like a gushing thunder, bloomed from 11, who was full of white light. In the huge flame that was several meters high, a blue arc of sizzling was bursting out at this moment, which surprised everyone. Moreover, during this process, the body of 11 was still rapidly expanding. In just a short moment, it expanded to a height of 10 meters. As the giant 11's feet fell, they slowly touched the ground. The white light dissipated, and the scene on the field fell clearly into everyone's eyes. A giant beast with a body covered in black armor, but its head and body were covered in silver-white armor, was standing on the ground at this time, raising its right arm and supporting the falling triumphant step with one hand. The blue arc of its right palm and the white lightning of triumphant step were intertwined with each other, bursting with violent fluctuations. But at this moment, triumphant step could not continue to fall anyway, as if it was still. The giant beast stood steadily on the ground, with a mysterious, domineering and noble posture, raising its head, and watching this strong blow with its lightning-like blue eyes. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Jiuli. War beast, but this posture, at this moment, the breathing of the old students in the war club seemed to stop, and they opened their eyes wide and looked at the field in disbelief. When did she use Iron-Eating Beast evolve? Has it already completed its evolution? But isn't the Jiuli war beast all black? At this time, the strong energy fluctuations on 11's body almost suffocated many old students in the battle club. Seeing the extremely powerful ballet, sanctioning footsteps supported by the giant Jiuli war beast with one hand, everyone showed an incredible expression. Introverted edge plus multiplication plus hardening plus thunder palm. The old students were shocked, but the freshmen showed an excited expression. Especially Yushu and others, they sighed secretly. It's a pity that Shiyu didn't transform himself and chop off the leg with a sword, otherwise, the shocked Fu Dian on the opposite side would be even more shocked. What is this? At this time, watching his strongest attack being easily blocked by the opponent, Fu Dian opened his eyes wide, with an unbelievable look on his face. How could it be? Wasn't the confrontation just now the limit of this Shiyu and the Iron-Eating Beast? Evolution? Can the Iron-Eating Beast evolve? How come he has never heard of it? Moreover, even if it evolves, it won't be so outrageous. His lightning beasts were the quasi-dominant race. 11, Shiyu called out. Sizzle. A strong arc of electricity quickly appeared on the hardened right arm of the giant 11, winding around and around, making a loud noise and emitting dazzling lightning. As 11's entire arm shone, its palm that supported the trampling suddenly condensed into a black sphere wrapped with strong blue lightning. The superclass skills of the Thunder Beast are actually nothing special, they are just entry-level skills. At the same energy level, compared with 11's full-level hardened, superb-level Thunder Palm, they are actually inferior, and the proficiency level is too different. Although the superclass skills have higher growth potential, they are only powerful after they grow up. What's more, 11, who is bursting with power at this time, may have broken through the 100,000 mark in energy value, and he still has to suppress the Thunder Beast. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, the hardened sphere wrapped with blue lightning suddenly rotated irregularly at a very fast speed. The lightning lingered around, like a small thunder and lightning station, and made a strong hissing sound of sizzling. In an instant, the blue lightning tore the sole of the foot of the punishment pedal, tearing it apart and completely dispelling the white lightning. Boom. The next second, what shocked everyone even more was that this huge black sphere suddenly turned into a huge blue beam with a bang and suddenly shot out. The shocking blue light wave was extremely fast and continued to tear up the huge white light column. The sound of energy collision was like thunder roaring. In an instant, this electromagnetic cannon directly penetrated and tore the stampede of punishment. Bang! Moreover, it exploded in the sky, and the internal and external mixed golden thunder power all bloomed at this moment. The terrifying energy torrent turned into a thunderstorm, like a tangible big hand, smashing the thunder beast in the sky. Boom! Let it fall on the left palm of Giant 11. At this time, Giant 11 pinched the thunder beast and looked at Fu Dian, who was blank and exploded on the opposite side. Woo! Being pinched by the hardened armor of Giant 11 with huge power and explosive strength, the thunder beast's eyes turned wide and showed a painful expression. Completely, it was hammered and exploded. The gap in combat power is not ordinary. At this moment, not only Fu Dian lost his ability to think, but the seniors of the battle club, including Vice President Li Zhen, all swallowed their saliva and looked at the power of this giant beast in disbelief. Gurgle, someone glanced at Hong Xiao, who was confused. Hong Xiao noticed his gaze and smiled awkwardly. Everyone looked back at the venue. Is this a freshman? No wonder Director He entrusted the task of welcoming the challenge to Shi Yu with such confidence. This strength, a monster. In a 1 versus 1 duel, I'm afraid that except Bai Zai, almost no one in Gudu University can compete with Shi Yu. Speaking of which, how should they face Shi Yu after the team ranking competition? Beads of sweat flowed from the heads of these seniors. This is impossible. At the same time, Fu Dian shook his head violently and said, is this a freshman? This is unscientific. Why is the evolved form of the iron-eating beast so terrible? For a moment, Fu Dian didn't know how to fight back. Let's stop here. At this time, Director He's voice came out, saying, it seems that the winner has been decided. His words made Fu Dian feel relieved and nervous. Oh, okay, Shi Yu nodded, and the next moment, 11's body slowly shrank, degenerated, and healed itself, and in this process, he gently put the Thunder Beast on the ground. Back on the ground, the Thunder Beast had lost its will to fight. Fu Dian, who came to challenge the club, was a little at a loss at this time. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at Director He and Shi Yu. He is a freshman? I don't believe it. How can a freshman be so strong? How strong should the old students be? Moreover, can the iron-eating beast also evolve? Also, he never used his beast taming talent from beginning to end. Fu Dian was crazy. Although he had always heard his father say that Donghuang was the strongest country and that the internal beast masters were extremely powerful, Fu Dian never expected that it would be so outrageous. Well, of course he is a freshman, but it is also true that Shi Yu is very strong. As for the evolution of the iron-eating beast, this is actually the latest discovery. By the way, the discoverer of the evolution of the iron-eating beast is Shi Yu. As for the talent of beast taming, he has a telepathic talent, not a combat type. He's from the archaeology department. After Director He explained, Shi Yu smiled at Fu Dian. Heart. Telepathy? At this time, Fu Dian's worldview had been shattered. The other students of Ancient Capital University wanted to say something, but in the end they couldn't say it. Ahem, they themselves thought it was outrageous, and hoped that Fu Dian would not have any wrong perceptions. At this moment, Fu Dian only felt that the beast tamers of Donghuang were too scary. In comparison, are the beast tamers of Rongguang all little lambs? He suddenly had a feeling that perhaps the atmosphere of Donghuang could make him pursue the ultimate beast tamer, but the competitors here were too scary. Chapter 192 3 months later. After fighting with Shi Yu, Fu Dian left directly. Originally, he wanted to proceed step by step, at least challenge and defeat 3 elites of Gudu University. It would be best if he could fight with the president of Gudu University's battle club. However, everything was over before it even started. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a freshman. Although the teacher of Gudu University said that this freshman was very strong, it couldn't change the fact that Shi Yu was a freshman. No wonder my father couldn't get into Donghuang University. With this feeling, Fu Dian left Gudu University. Battle club training venue. As Fu Dian left, Director He couldn't help but secretly wave his old fist. Good. No. Shi Yu, well done. Bai Zai, well done. So what if Shi Yu is from the archaeology department? Now he still comes to contribute to the rise of the battle club. Ha ha ha, not bad, director. He ran over and patted Shiyu on the shoulder, saying, you are worthy of it, in the commander level, unless you encounter a real overlord race opponent, or a more perverted beast taming talent. Shiyu's Julie War Beast is invincible in a single fight. Fortunately, the opponent is restrained, Shiyu said modestly. What restraint or not, come on, strive to reach the master level within 2 years. By then, Baizai, Suze and others will graduate, and the future of the battle club will all depend on you. I'll try my best, Shiyu smiled. Director. He was satisfied. If he could really do it, it would be too fierce. He nodded silently. A master beast tamer in his early 20s has the potential to become a legend before the age of 30. Better than Lu Qingyi at the time. Damn it, many freshmen and old students spit their handkerchiefs, letting the two of them pretend. At this time, seeing Shiyu so fierce, and finding that the ginseng baby was nothing compared to the evolved form of this iron-eating beast, the elites of the battle club fell into deep thought. If Shiyu challenges them and wants to improve his ranking in the battle club, what should they do? Will they be beaten up? The freshmen have completely given up the idea of surpassing Shiyu in the short term. There is a long time to come. Let's see if there are any adventures in the future. After Fu Dian left, half of the people in the battle club venue also dispersed. After finding it boring, Shiyu also took 11 back. What a pity, Shiyu couldn't help but sigh when he went back. Fu Dian's pet beast doesn't have any skills that are worth copying. Only lightning and white thunder are good. When lightning is trained to a very high level of proficiency, it can mobilize natural lightning to a great extent and exert stronger attacks. It will be very good to use this trick in the wild in the future with the energy storing lightning to charge itself, but it can only be said that it is promising in the future and useless at present. After all, the skill bar is not enough at present, and 11 has not yet reached the point where he must learn lightning. The racial skills have not been maxed out, so how can he have time to click on other skills? And lightning is a high-level skill that is standard in the thunder system. If you randomly pull out a few thunder pets in the university, they may be able to master it. There is no need to rush. As for the white thunder, as a super-level skill of the thunder system, it is similar to the purple thunder, which is quite good. But one is that this move does not belong to the pet, but Fu Dian's beast controlling talent, which cannot be copied. Second, the white thunder must be matched with a light system, which is not compatible with 11. Shiyu wondered, is there no Genjin divine thunder? It seems that there is really no. I can only see if there is a super-level alien thunder that is compatible with a gold system in the future. Ying. At this time, the shrunken 11 lay on Shiyu's shoulder and asked Shiyu if it could go to the gravity room. Go, Shiyu said helplessly, remember to come back early. Oh, 11 excited. By the way, starting next week, the battle club should start the internal ranking competition every weekend. Are you interested? I'm not very interested anyway. If you have an idea, go by yourself. 11's eyes lit up. No problem. Shiyu nodded. 11 was energetic anyway, so he decided to give 11 some practical tasks. It would be nice to let 11 fight with the elite pets of the battle club every weekend. Of course, evolution is too stress-free. If you want to participate, just play in a restrained state. It mainly increases combat awareness, combat experience, and combat will. Such practical experience can also be more, otherwise it would be boring to kill in seconds. 11? Is it interesting to be beaten? 11 covered his mouth with tears. It's not you who is in pain, so I won't fight. Let Shin Bao go. At the same time, somewhere in the ancient capital, after returning to China, Fu Dian's father visited old friends. In an elegant ancient house, Fu Chuanqi and Yin Chuanqi drank secret bitter tea and discussed their respective children. Inherited your talent, that's great. My son inherited his mother's talent, but fortunately, he inherited his mother's talent. Otherwise, if he inherited my defective talent, it would be difficult to go on. Fu Chuanqi shook his head. Your talent is not defective, it's just difficult to develop. In comparison, my talent for strengthening the beast space has also encountered a similar bottleneck. I have already felt its disadvantages. Yin Chuanqi sighed slightly. Even if you can contract a high-level pet in advance, contracting multiple pets, it is just like sneaking. When everyone reaches the legendary level, will there be mythical races and mythical pets who give them the talent for strengthening the beast space to contract in advance? No. By then, The only advantage of this talent will be that it can contract twice the number of pets of the same level of beastmasters. But double the number of pets is not necessarily good, because the cultivation resources must also be doubled. It is hard to say which is more cost-effective if the same resources are invested in one pet or in different pets. Totem level, you can't beat it by quantity. I don't know if Zhang Fan can break the limit of this talent. Yin Xuanqi continued to drink tea and said. You just said that he went to Imperial Capital University, right? Fu Chuanqi asked. Yes, Yin Xuanqi nodded and said, because he lost to someone else in the professional assessment, he was too competitive. Someone actually beat your son in the early stage? Fu Chuanqi was amazed. The beast control space strengthens talents, and the strongest ones are in the early stage. I'll take a call, kid. At this time, Fu Chuanqi's phone rang. He gestured to Yin's Hongrong Chuanqi and answered the call. It's over. Fu Chuanqi was very surprised to receive his son's call. So soon. Dad, you're right. Dong Huang's beastmasters are too strong. I haven't even played against a freshman of Gudu University, and I lost the first game. Fu Chuanqi fell into deep thought. Are you kidding me? It's okay to not be able to beat the master, but what's the point of not being able to beat the freshman? Who is the other party? A beastmaster named Shiyu. I heard that he is the top scorer in this professional assessment, and he is also from the archaeology department. He has a telepathic talent. He is also an intermediate. Fu Dian's voice trembled, and he repeated it, and he didn't believe it himself. After a moment, the phone was hung up. Where were you talking just now? Fu Chuanqi suppressed his doubts and looked at Yin Chuanqi. Yin Chuanqi said, we talked about how Zhang Fan lost to a beastmaster named Shiyu in the professional assessment. Because he wanted to surpass Shiyu so much, he ran to the Imperial Capital University to hone himself. Your son was also beaten by Shiyu. Fu Chuanqi was stunned. Yin Chuanqi. After this battle, Shiyu's strength was finally not just tacitly known among the freshmen. The old students of the ancient capital university also knew about Shiyu's abnormal strength. 2 days later, the beast-ear girl returned to the university. She fixed her eyes on the 3 little iron-eating beasts that 11 took to train every day, and fell into deep thought. Our iron-eating beasts so strong. Although she had overestimated Shiyu's strength before, this time, after watching the battle recording at the training venue, she directly refreshed her understanding of the evolved form of iron-eating beasts. Otherwise, she would also consider contracting one. Anyway, the evolution materials are not expensive. Why not talk to senior sister Lu, and let them each raise one together? They are cute and have good potential, why not raise them? Senior Lu, Lu Qingyi, do not disturb. Next one, possessed by the dead spirit. At this time, Shiyu has been leisurely and restarted his peaceful college life. Classes, extra classes, study, meditation, sleep, eating. The repetitive life every day seems to have brought Shiyu back to his student days on Earth. He has been waiting for the butterfly transformation conference mentioned by Senior Li, and plans to use this conference as the stage for the evolution of Chong Chong. This conference can increase the evolution potential of Chong Chong, and secondly, it is an opportunity for Shiyu to contact the guardian god-level creatures, which cannot be missed. However, this conference gave Shiyu a big surprise later. Because of the first wait, Shiyu waited for 3 months. Waiting made his scalp numb, and waiting made Chong Chong miss him day and night. Although there have been news about the Butterfly Transformation Conference during this period, it was not until today that it was completely confirmed that it would be held in Chengdu a week later. I am waiting so hard. Shiyu stood on the balcony of the student's villa, blowing the wind and looking at the blue sky. As for how hard it is, you can tell by looking at Chong Chong's expression. On the balcony, Chong Chong, who had already absorbed the power of the evolutionary materials, lay on the baby chair, swaying his body, with a look of Buddha. From the initial excitement, to the later impatience, to the current calmness, it is conceivable what kind of psychological changes Chong Chong has experienced. Perhaps, this is the most precious wealth of Chong Chong during his evolution period? And Shiyu also looked inward at his own beast control space. In 3 months, his beast control space has reached the quasi-4th level. 99% of the crystal color of the space barrier has turned green, and he can be promoted to senior beast control master and obtain the 4th contract position. Calculating the time, it will only take 2 or 3 days. And this achievement, in addition to 3 months of hard training, is naturally inseparable from a large number of sachets and ethereal stones. The dozens of ethereal stones he obtained from the ruins have long been used up, and when they are not enough, he still has to get resources from the gym cat. Nothing big happened in these 3 months. Originally, Senior Pandit planned to come to the ancient capital university to let Shiyu help her iron-eating beast improve its hardening. However, she considered that there were still a lot of tasks at the breeding base in Pingcheng, and Shiyu might have to go to class at present, so she didn't come in the end. She chose to make an appointment with Shiyu during the holidays. In this way, Shiyu spent 3 months peacefully. Of course, for Gudu University, there might be no waves. In these 3 months, apart from the rumors that the training of the crazy demon iron-eating beast and the 3 good students Sanch and Baby became more and more far-reaching, there was no other news about Shiyu, but for Shiyu's team, it was not peaceful at all. 3 months. Even if Shiyu only took out 1/3 of his time every day to add points and distributed the added points to the 3 pets, the 11 pets had also undergone a complete transformation at this time. For example, for skills below the super level, there was no skill level below the perfect level at this time. In order to free up the skill bar for low-level skills, Shiyu directly maxed out and deleted them. You continue to sleep, and when the 11 pets come back and Shitong wakes up, we will have a brief meeting and then prepare to go to the capital of the gods, Shiyu said to Chong Chong. Chong Chong's telepathy came out, and there was a bright light in his eyes. Shiyu chuckled, then returned to the bed, picked up the ruins ring, and prepared to meditate, striving for a breakthrough in the next 2 days. He would first contract with Chitong. By then, with 4 contract positions added, the insects would evolve and take off directly. He had been holding back for 3 months to accumulate strength, and he couldn't bear it any longer. He would go to the butterfly god first to hang out. Chapter 193, Plan for the first team meeting. Not long after, 11 and Shenbao came back. 11, who is about 0.4 meters tall and the size of Pikachu, opened the door. In the past 3 months, with the improvement of his proficiency in multiplication, 11's training routine is no longer 1 meter. According to unscientific experiments, 0.4 meters is the best state for its current training efficiency and restraint. This state is purely cute. Handsomeness value -10, cuteness +10. Yet, now that he has mastered electromagnetic levitation, 11 doesn't have to worry about mobility problems. After returning, 11 flew directly to open the refrigerator and took out a bottle of bamboo juice. After drinking it, it smiled with satisfaction. Next to 11, Shenbao, who was less than 0.4 meters tall, also held a bottle of frozen soda. After taking a sip, it showed a refreshed expression. The happiness of a day is to drink a bottle of cold drink after training and learning. Meeting. After 11 and Shenbao were refreshed, Shiyu's voice suddenly rang out in the huge student's villa. The 2 pets were startled, and immediately obeyed the call and ran over. After a while, 4 pets surrounded Shiyu, who was sitting on the bed. 11 was holding bamboo juice. Shenbao was holding soda. Xiao Chidan was holding ice cubes. Chong Chong was lying on the bed like a patient. They all looked up at Shiyu. What's the matter? Nothing, I decided to leave for Chengdu in 3 days. You all get ready. 11, change your training schedule. Shenbao, you also go and ask for leave. Shiyu pointed to the desk calendar. 11 said it was no problem. He could train anywhere. However, before leaving, he had to leave enough training tasks for the 3 little iron beasts, which was the most important thing. Shenbao also said it was no problem. He had finished previewing the courses for this semester, and it would not be a big problem to miss 1 or 2 classes. That's good, Shiyu laughed. Then I'll talk about another thing. You have made a lot of progress in the past 3 months, right? 11, Chong and Shenbao showed expressions of doubt. With the nutritional supplements of Shenbao on the improvement of his own physical fitness, Shiyu's efficiency of adding points has increased linearly. In the past 3 months, 11, Shenbao and Chong have been so happy. Like 11 and Shenbao, they have reached the combat power level of Quasi King. The energy value has reached more than 10 W, and they have mastered the high-level secrets. It is estimated that they can fight a few moves with ordinary king-level combat power alone, and they will not be defeated too quickly. Ordinary king level refers to the weakest king with an energy value of less than 100 W, who has not mastered super-level skills and high-level secrets, and whose race level is extraordinary and commanding. Of course, 11 and Shenbeo are not sure to what extent they can fight. After all, they have never really fought. Gee, Chong muttered to himself. Although the combat power is not high because it is currently in the cocoon form, it should be no problem to surpass 11 and Shenbeo after evolution, right? Its current energy value has increased by more than 10,000 compared to when it just cocooned, 40,000. If it triples after evolution, it will not be inferior to 11 and Shenbeo. After 3 months of accumulation, Chong believes that he will not be weak after evolution. Chong absorbed the power of evolution more than 2 months ago and can break out of the cocoon at any time. However, in order to wait for the so-called butterfly transformation conference, Shiyu and his team had to survive for nearly 3 months. This is also the reason why Chong is calm now. The Dao heart has been honed steadily. In the cocoon state, in addition to the evolutionary nutrition it brings, Chong's efficiency in absorbing nutrition from the outside world is not high. Except for adding points. The points added to the skill illustration can perfectly transform the power of Shiyu and Shenbeo into skill proficiency to increase Chong's evolutionary background. Therefore, in order to give Chong a super invincible foundation when evolving, Shiyu's main point addition target in the past 3 months is Chong. Although he has also added points to 11 and Shenbeo many times, Chong is undoubtedly the most favored during this period. Even if non-racial skills are not as effective as racial skills in improving attributes, it depends on how much Shiyu has added. Now with a bunch of full-level skills added, Chong is still willing to believe that he will soon be invincible after evolution. 11 is confident because of the high-intensity training. Shenbeo is confident because he has studied several secret trump cards to restrain 11 and Chong through knowledge. And Chong is confident because he is about to complete the strongest evolution. The 3 pets are full of confidence. However, although they are very confident in their own strength, they are actually not very clear about the strength of their teammates. In the past 3 months, the 3 pets have hardly had the opportunity to communicate and fight with each other. Chong is recuperating, Shenbeo is researching secret weapons, and 11 is using the training facilities of the ancient capital university for training. Who has the better improvement effect? If they don't compete with each other, even Shiyu can't analyze it 100% correctly. Seeing that you are so confident, let's do this. Remember the team competition I mentioned before? Shiyu grinned. 11, Chong, and Shenbeo raised their heads at the same time, showing solemn expressions. Could it be? When we come back from the capital, after Chong evolves, let's hold an internal competition. At that time, I will rank your combat power. Let me think about it. Since it is a competition, there must be rewards. I just don't know when I can teach superclass skills. How about rewarding the winner of the first competition with a superclass skill? Shiyu smiled slightly. At that time, the type of skill, whether it is an attack skill, an auxiliary skill or something else, you can choose it yourself. This is the benefit of the strongest. 11, Chong, and Shenbeo's eyes are red. Superclass skills. So far, 11 has mastered the inner edge, and Shenbeo has only mastered the source of life. These 2 superclass skills are undoubtedly their current core abilities. Although the proficiency is only at the entry level, the power of superclass skills makes all their tactics revolve around superclass skills. 11's burst beyond the limit. Shenbeo's powerful self-healing and tonic effects are all due to superclass skills. They naturally know that superclass skills are good things. As for Chong, who still doesn't have a super-level skill, although he feels that he can awaken it after evolution, isn't it better to have more of this kind of thing? The reward of super-level skills excited the 3 pets at once. This is exactly what Shiyu wanted. Chong glanced at 11 and Shenbeo without leaving a trace, calculating how much he had to evolve to win them. The leader has been sitting on the throne of the first in the team for too long, and it's time for this kingdom to change hands. Shenbeo pushed his glasses. Is the opportunity to test his learning results in the team meeting finally coming? I don't know if the anti-11 energy fruit and anti-Chong energy fruit that I secretly researched will be effective. 11 was also very excited and planned to show off an interesting skill, but suddenly, 11's body trembled. It felt the gaze from somewhere. 11 quickly turned his head left and right, but saw Shenbeo whistling, with an expression that nothing happened and it had nothing to do with him. Chong was also lying quietly, and there was no ambition. 11 fell into deep thought and rubbed his head. At this time, in the team, only little Chitong looked confused. Meow, in team competition, super level skills, what are those? Can they be eaten? With 3 super level skills, it has been like a bystander when Shiyu spoke. Do you want to participate? Shiyu smiled and looked at his own daughter. Name, Sword Spirit, Chitong. Attributes, Ghost, Fire. Racial level, High Overlord. Growth level, Awakening level 10. Skills, Zanpaku, Beginner. Possession, Beginner. Light Flame Sword, Beginner. Cross Sword, Beginner. Yangayan, Beginner. Spirit Release, Beginner. Energy Value, 2,000. In the past 3 months, Shiyu has not let little Chitong train. Although she did not get extra points, did not do any training, and just ate normally every day, little Chitong is about to break through to the extraordinary level at this time, which makes Shiyu sigh at the strength of the high-level Overlord race. Moreover, its energy value can already defeat the leader of the race, the extraordinary level. So strong. However, compared with the combat power of 11, Shen Bao Bao, and Chong Chong, it is definitely still far behind. Even if it breaks through to the extraordinary level, it will still be the same. Unless it possesses, then its combat power will rise, equivalent to the combined power of Shiyu and the Sword Spirit. Me, Shiyu spoke, and Xiao Chitong's eyes lit up, the sword light flashed. It sounds very interesting, so let it join in. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, although they don't know what happened, it seems that no matter what happens, they will not be at the bottom. They looked at Shiyu. Do they really want it to join in? Well, it's not impossible. After Shiyu pondered, he said, then when the time comes, you possess me, and we will fight together. In this case, I have to study it carefully. At least I have to quickly cultivate Xiao Chitong to the extraordinary level and close to the leader level. The possession skills must also be improved. By then, I must have broken through to the level of a high-level Beastmaster and contracted Xiao Chitong. With the upper limit of physical strength at that time, it should not be stressful to control the Overlord race, extraordinary sword spirit. Shiyu made this decision because he suddenly remembered the martial arts competition that the Beast Ear Girl senior sister talked about. It sounds very interesting. In such a competition, the Beastmaster will not be regarded as an alien if he fights in person, right? It doesn't matter whether there is a reward or not, the main thing is that Shiyu is itching to fight. It's a pity to treat a daughter sword spirit as a mascot after finally contracting it back. Let's go fight together. Meow, little Red Eye made a happy sound and immediately ran to Shiyu to stick close. Shiyu's words made Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, 11 and other pets fall silent. What? Shiyu is going to participate too? Are you kidding me? What if he beats up the Beastmaster together? Will he still have the super level skills? Chapter 194, 3-3 Breakthrough. After Shiyu revealed the upcoming trip to the capital and the team meeting plan, every pet was excited. 11. Shen Bao Bao worked harder for the new super level skills. Chong Chong's daydreaming phenomenon became more and more serious. Only the little sword spirit was still lying in the ice and watching cartoons without worries. Xiao Chaitan, beautiful girl swordsman, is so good. Like Shiyu, they can all transform. And they can also change clothes in seconds. The little sword spirit thought about it. What can he do? After possessing Shiyu, can he also change Shiyu's clothes? At this time, Shiyu also made the final sprint. Meditation. He will soon be able to strengthen the beast space to level 4, which will only take 2 or 3 days. This is why Shiyu decided to set off in 3 days. Only when his level meets the standard, there will be no accidents where Chong Chong is too fierce after evolution, but because the Beastmaster is too weak and affected by the contract, he cannot stimulate all his potential. After all, after Chong Chong evolves this time, it is very likely to be a dominant race, a commander-level Beastmaster. With the current level 3 Beastmaster space and the level of an intermediate Beastmaster, Shiyu can barely maintain the contract. But if he is promoted to senior Beastmaster, it will be much better. 2 days later, the color of the crystal wall of Shiyu's Beastmaster space completely turned green. Colorless, gray, white, green, blue, purple. Green corresponds to the 4th level of Beastmasters, the senior Beastmaster. Under normal circumstances, it is the level that can perfectly control the commander-level pet. One step forward, it is a master-level Beastmaster. This is another difficult hurdle. In the process of strengthening the space level of the Beastmaster, the 3rd level to the 4th level, the 4th level to the 5th level, and the 6th level to the 7th level are different hurdles, and the difficulty is very high. Because the difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level is whether the commander level pet can be controlled. The difference between the 5th level and the 4th level is whether the king level pet can be controlled. The 7th level is the overlord. It took Shiyu 3 months to go from level 3 to level 4 with the help of the 5 buffs of the relic meditation method, the calming and concentrating sachet, the ethereal stone, the super physique, the pet beast breakthrough, and the evolution feedback. This time is very fast, but also very slow. Compared with other beast masters, it is naturally very fast, but with so many buff bonuses, Shiyu seems very slow. Although it is said that Shiyu did not put most of his energy into meditation because he had too many things to do. But if he continues at this efficiency, Shiyu thought about it, it would be more difficult to break through to the master level. The time is at least 5 times more than it is now, which is 15 months? The king level and the commander level are completely different levels. With a race of 11, after the breakthrough, the energy value is in the millions. Even if there is a ginseng baby, even if my physique is strong, it is restricted by the contract. 11 and others may not be able to break through to the king level before I become a master. If I force the breakthrough, it will not be as simple as Shiyu being drained. But the contract will automatically break, the beast control space will be broken and downgraded, Shiyu will be backlashed, and his vitality will be seriously damaged, and even his life may be in danger. When Shiyu thought of that situation, his face darkened. My speed is still too slow, it seems that I have to increase the proportion of meditation time. In addition, the ethereal stone should be replaced with other high-level space resources, for example, the root of the cave tree, one of the evolution materials of Chong Chong, can strengthen the beast control space, but it is worth more than 100 million, and ordinary people really can't afford it. But if it can't be used, Shiyu has to buy some. If he continues to add points in meditation at the same time, Shiyu feels that he will become the first beast master to die suddenly because of cultivating a pet too strong. This is too tragic. After the breakthrough, Shiyu looked inside the space environment, then clenched his fists, convinced that his physical limit had been broken again, and he could continue to increase his physical strength by adding points, which was very comfortable. In addition, he could also contract Little Chi-Tong at this time. Little Chi-Tong was still watching cartoons, and Shiyu appeared behind it without anyone noticing. Buzz the little sword spirit turned his head quickly. Chi-Tong, what's wrong? It's not the anti-addiction time today. In order to keep Little Chi-Tong enough sleep, Shiyu set a time for it to watch cartoons every day. Not this, Shiyu smiled slightly and opened the 4th contract position. The breeze blew, the curtains fluttered, and the contract halo appeared next to the little sword spirit. Meow, Little Chi-Tong was stunned, and then reacted quickly. Condensed to surprised expression with flames. Shiyu broke through? Yes, Shiyu smiled and said, sorry, I made you wait for 3 months. Meow, the little sword spirit got into the halo without hesitation. Under the contract aperture, the little red pupil soon turned into little fluorescent light, was contracted by Shiyu, and entered the beast control space. At the same time, in the charging room of Gudo University, 11, who was holding the charging cable, raised his head slightly. In the botanical garden, Shen Bao, who was collecting anti-insect materials, also raised his head and looked into the distance. In the dormitory, Chong Chang woke up from his sleep. They all looked in the direction of Shiyu. 11 and Shen Bao's mouth slightly curved, overflowing with smiles, while Chong Chong's eyes flashed with joy. Not only did Shiyu break through, but the little red pupil was also officially contracted. At this time, among Shiyu's pets, there was originally only 11, Shen Bao, and Chong Chong, who had some kind of spiritual connection. Now, there is another little sword spirit. If the Beastmaster does not forcibly distort the will of the Beastmaster, then the relationship between different pets contracted by a Beastmaster is more like brothers and sisters. Life and life will form new emotions because of the bond of the Beastmaster. My soul power has increased. At this time, just after the contract of the red pupil, Shiyu felt that his soul power suddenly increased. And it is still being nourished continuously. As a pet of the dead spirit. The most intuitive feedback that Chi-Tong can give to the Beastmaster is the enhancement of soul power. Shiyu smiled. This way, it is easier to possess. The condition for the possession of the dead spirit is that the physical strength and soul power of the Beastmaster meet the standards. Hey, you have also broken through. After the surprise, Shiyu was suddenly stunned and sensed that Xiao Qitong was undergoing some changes in the beast control space. He quickly summoned Xiao Qitong. At this moment, compared with the size of a fruit knife at the awakening level, Xiao Qitong has grown to the size of a short sword at the length of an arm. The deep red hilt and the fiery red sword body, although there is no flame, the soul is hot wherever the eyes look. Miao Xiao Qitong made a cheerful cry. With the nourishment of the beast control space, it has reached the extraordinary level from the awakening level almost without any bottleneck. Name, Sword Spirit, Qitong. Growth level, extraordinary. Energy value, 10,000. 1W. Seeing the changes in Xiao Qitong, Shiyu was slightly stunned. It is indeed a high-level overlord race sword spirit, the race closest to mythology. It has just reached the extraordinary level, and has not yet been strengthened with racial skills, but its energy value has reached the minimum standard of the commander level. Perhaps, after Xiao Qitong also reaches the commander level, he really has the hope of using it to chase 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao? At the same time, Chong Chong, who had just entered the room to congratulate, suddenly stiffened when he heard the noise. It saw Shiyu in the room grinning at the ceiling, showing a frightened expression, and quickly retreated. I'd better go back to sleep. Shiyu, who just broke through, doesn't look normal. By the way, the skill atlas should have added 5 more pages. After a moment, Shiyu came back to his senses. In the past 3 months, he has left a lot of pages. Now that 5 more pages have been added, he suddenly feels a lot less pressure. By the way, let's see if the super level skills can be taught now. Suddenly remembering something, Shiyu quickly opened the skill atlas. Shiyu has opened the skill atlas thousands of times, but this time when meditating, Shiyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. In his mind, the black stone illustrated book cover had a darker diamond pattern than before. What the hell? The skill illustrated book has changed with his breakthrough this time. Shiyu was stunned. It is common sense that the talent of beast control will be strengthened as the level of the beast master increases. Like the white thunder talent of Fu Dian before, the current state may only be equivalent to the entry-level superclass skill, but as his strength increases, the subsequent development of the talent may be equivalent to the skill level, mastery level or even perfect level superclass skills. Similarly, those enhanced talents will also be more effective as the level of the beast master increases. Shiyu originally thought that the manifestation of the upgrade of the skill illustrated book is to increase the number of pages, but at this moment, as he turned to the first page, he immediately realized his mistake. In the dark sea of consciousness, the black illustrated book floated there, and Shiyu showed a shocked expression. The skill illustrated book has upgraded a function, skill, deterrence, skill level, introduction, status. In addition to the basic information, the skill illustrated book now has a new column. It's not the occasional, cooling time, but the teaching method, general teaching method. After absorbing the spiritual crystal power of the creatures of the spiritual royal family, the race with deterrence as a racial skill, breaking through the growth level under the deterrence of the mastery level or above, there is a probability of awakening the deterrence skill. The awakening probability depends on the pet's talent, the pet's race, and the pet's fit with the skill. Looking at the so-called general teaching method, Shiyu was stunned for a moment. He quickly flipped through a few pages. Whether it was multiplication, solid as a rock, or energy fruit, except for the super-level skills plant control, restrained edge, and sky frost cold air, every low-level, mid-level, and high-level skill that had been included had a general teaching method. Shiyu certainly understood what this was. The illustrations were updated. Even without the special power of the illustrations, some pets could learn the general skill secrets of the skill. Shiyu rubbed his eyes. Is this asking me to change my job to a skill teacher? Skill teachers and evolution planners are both branch professions of breeders. For example, the evolution plan for the goddess of light butterfly that Lu Qingyu gave to Shiyu was made by an evolution planner. And a skill teacher is naturally a profession that teaches other pets to learn skills and increase their skill proficiency. These two professions are both known as the most profitable and highest-ranking deputy positions of beastmasters. At this time, looking at the newly updated functions of the illustrations, Shiyu, who graduated from the breeding department, fell into deep thought. I always feel that my identity as a graduate of the breeding department is going to be more solid. The skill illustrations have a new version, and I can't use it. It's also good to sell some skill secrets to make some extra money. Isn't an archaeologist who doesn't want to be a breeder a good beastmaster? Chapter 195, Divine Capital. The new functions of the skill atlas undoubtedly gave Shiyu a surprise. But just after the surprise, Shiyu sighed. Because, skill, introverted edge, status, unable to teach, insufficient energy required for teaching. Damn it, Shiyu was stunned. Super-level skills still cannot be taught. However, the information in the status column has changed. Normally, if there is no target, it should show that there is no teaching target. It will not be displayed until you want to teach the pet. But this time, it directly shows that it cannot be taught. The reason is also marked. After the atlas is upgraded, more than one function has been updated. It's more humane. Damn, this made Shiyu confirm again that the inability to teach super-level skills is a physical problem. Outrageous, Shiyu shook his head after staring at introverted edge, plant control, and frost cold for a long time. His current physique should be comparable to that of a top master who has never paid attention to physical exercise. If he exercises to the upper limit, he may be comparable to a legendary beastmaster who has never paid attention to exercise. Even so, it's still not enough? Is there a possibility that my body is strong enough, but the illustration itself does not have enough energy, and needs to be upgraded again like this time before it can teach super-level skills? Shiyu guessed. Or was it that he and the illustration were both useless and their energy was insufficient? It seems so. Shiyu fell into deep thought. I feel that before I can teach super-level skills, I can even max out all the low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills of the 4 pets. It will take at least a year for him to break through again. In a year, no matter how much he slacks off, the skills of the pets should be full. Alice, baby Shin, it's time to come back. After thinking about it, Shiyu sent telepathy to a distant direction. Life is not easy. How can I relieve my worries? The only way is to numb myself with some extra energy. Before leaving, first increase Qitong's possession skill to the mastery level and see the training effect. Shiyu looked at the little Qitong who is crying at the melting ice. Because of his own breakthrough, the low-level ice crystal can't stand its temperature. Meow, Hozi Hi is unhappy. Why is there a melting reaction? At the same time, although they were far apart, Shiyu's thoughts were still transmitted to Shen Baobao. This is an ability that other talented beastmasters cannot have. Generally, when a beastmaster releases his pet, the two sides are far apart. Unless the pet loses consciousness, is dying, dies, or breaks through, it is difficult for the beastmaster to sense the situation of the pet. However, for a beastmaster with telepathic talent can strengthen the spiritual connection between the contracts and make the perception of both parties stronger. In other words, in the future, when Shiyu reaches the legendary level, even if his pet is separated from him by a country, they may be able to sense each other's status. But if it is replaced by a beastmaster with other talents, even if there is a contract, it is no different from losing contact. Based on this characteristic, many pets of beastmasters with telepathic talents in ancient times were cultivated into assassins to explore secrets. Even if they died in the process, they could pass important information to the beastmaster far away from them in time. In the botanical garden, after receiving Shiyu's information, Shen Baobao sorted out the anti-insect plants in his school bag, which are actually spiritual plants that restrain insects, and turned around domineeringly. Go home. That night, Shiyu, Shiai, Chong, Shen Baobao, and Xiao Qitong, the 5 of them had a good meal to celebrate Shiyu's breakthrough and Xiao Qitong's official joining of the team. Chong was very happy that night because he could go to the capital of the gods tomorrow. Xiao Qitong was also very excited because it was the first time to experience the point-adding skill. Shiyu took some effort to click on its possession skill 3 times and reach the mastery level. There was not much change, just that the spirit body could better fit the possessed object and exert stronger power. However, what Shiyu did not expect was that Xiao Qitong actually liked the feeling of being given points, and felt that it was as comfortable as sleeping on ice. Meow. Xiao Qitong kept flying around Shiyu and sticking to him. Why don't you continue? Don't continue. I hope to use the coquettish tactics to continue to be given points by Shiyu. Sure enough, for pets, being given points is like eating dry food to absorb nutrition, which makes them fascinated. No pet can escape the temptation of adding points, even the high-level overlord race. No more, Shiyu said mercilessly. He was just trying to see the effect of the exercise. He had to get up early tomorrow and couldn't continue. Little Chitong was crying. No more? Yet, no more. Shiyu was very sleepy and looked worried. If I had known, I wouldn't have given little Chitong more. The first time was indeed quite fresh. Unlike 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao, they could all restrain themselves at this time. Chitong wanted to say something but stopped. You also want to see where my limit is? Shiyu interrupted the spell. Next time for sure. After saying that, he fell asleep. Little Chitong pondered, The next morning. The first airport of the ancient city. Shiyu came here wearing a black and red combat uniform. There was also a red cloak in his pocket, but Shiyu didn't wear it because he felt too hot. This was the Flame Demon Code he bought specially. It was a level 6 fire equipment, benchmarked against top kings, and cost him 15 million. The reason for buying this is that this equipment can effectively enhance the Beastmaster's resistance to fire. If you wear this to bear the possession of the little sword spirit, it can reduce some of the burden on Shiyu himself. Even if it is not a fire attack, the Flame Demon Coat can also play a good protective effect. The 6th level Flame Demon Coat set, plus a 7th level Ice and Spirit dual element resource Ice Dragon Whiskers, is Shiyu's current more precious resource. Of course, the 11th Bureau exclusive illustrations, relic rings, and relic crystals are also very precious resources, even more expensive, but their value has no good level judgment standard. The flight to the capital of the gods is about to take off. In the crowd, Shiyu Yuan boarded a high-level commander race, commander-level aircraft life. Because of the Butterfly Transformation Conference, it seems that many people have gone to the capital of the gods recently. In the ancient capital university, many students skip classes and plan to go to see the excitement. There are also some Beastmasters who have contracted green cotton worms and have special evolution plans. They plan to participate in the Butterfly Transformation Conference. It is not just Shiyu who has this plan. On the plane, Shiyu just found his seat, and then looked at the guy next to him in surprise. Sitting next to him, a student in cloth clothes also widened his eyes and looked at Shiyu. Little Goo Master, what a coincidence, Shiyu said. You are the little Goo Master, please call me Goo Master or Insect Master. Goo Insect Master is also okay, Miao Dongdong retorted. Are you going to Shendu too? Then he spoke. This person was the little Goo Master who had contracted Shadow Goo and Parasitic Goo, and was killed by Shiyu and Chong Chong in the professional assessment. Now he is a student of the Battle Department of Gudu University. Of course, this is a flight to Shendu, you can't leave me alone halfway, Shiyu smiled slightly. Miao Dongdong was silent for a moment, and said, You are not going to participate in the Butterfly Transformation Conference, are you? I haven't seen your green cotton worm for a long time. Has it transformed into a cocoon? Yeah, Shiyu nodded and said, You too. Miao Dongdong was upset. Shiyu's 3 pets, Jiuli War Beast, Shen Bao Bao, and General Mu Huain's heroic spirit, were outrageous enough. When the green cotton worm completed its evolution, he estimated that he would be able to reach the king race. By then, Shiyu's combat power would be even more outrageous. Superb insect silk. How could there be such a monstrous beastmaster? Alice, sighing, Miao Dongdong said, I have made a breakthrough and contracted a green cotton worm sent by the tribe. I plan to use the tribe's method to evolve it into Golden Wingu, he told Shiyu the purpose of his trip. The Golden Wingu is a high-level leader race, a bee-like golden and insect dual-element pet. Shiyu smiled, another goo worm. When everyone else turns into a butterfly, a goo bee will come out of your cocoon. Isn't it embarrassing? Which evolutionary route is your green cotton worm on? Miao Dongdong curled her lips and asked. The Butterfly Transformation Conference is just a general term. Not everyone goes to turn into a butterfly. Well, I said I don't know either. Do you believe me? Shiyu said. Miao Dongdong? You don't know either, what do you mean? Shiyu smiled. On the surface, I didn't use any of the currently known evolutionary plans for it. I planned to take a gamble, create your own evolutionary plan. Miao Dongdong's eyes widened. Damn, how dare you? Take such a green cotton worm with such potential and talent as a gambling dog? What if it fails? Won't you feel bad? Regardless of whether Shiyu felt bad or not, Meow Dong Dong felt bad when he thought that the abnormal green cotton worm had the risk of evolution failure. It's a waste of natural resources. Yes, Shiyu coughed dryly. In the end, he was a little panicked himself. He didn't know what the bug could evolve into. He asked the bug, but the bug himself didn't know, which made him feel uncomfortable. So, isn't this a visit to the butterfly god? I hope its blessing can increase the success rate, Shiyu said silently in his heart, increasing the success rate of the bug evolving into the dominant race in one go. Two racial skills that are close to the Tao, mysterious dragon balls, roots of the cave tree, dream fruits, and full-level nutrient fruits that increase the potential for evolution. These add up to a value of more than 11 evolutionary foundations. Shiyu feels that not evolving into the dominant race is no different from a failed evolution. I hope everything goes well. After all, he doesn't have the evolutionary talent like Lin Feng, who can make a green cotton worm evolve 5 times. After the bug evolves this time, it may usher in the 3rd stage of evolution again. It's not certain when it will happen. Now is naturally better to do it in one step. Then I wish you success, Meow Dong Dong muttered. Chengdu, one of the birthplaces of Donghuang civilization, has mountains and hills interlaced in the territory, with complex terrain, surrounded by a large number of mountains, and many guardian gods live here, with a strong mythological atmosphere. On the plain, tourists dozed off while listening to the in-plane broadcast introduction to the destination of this trip. Because of this information, almost every tourist who plans to go to Chengdu knows it. At present, Chengdu is home to the most sleeping guardian gods in Donghuang. This is actually related to the evolutionary boss Lin Feng. He's from Chengdu, and the guardian gods he cultivated, including the butterfly god, naturally live in Chengdu. We're almost there. The plane passed through layers of clouds and mist, and the journey was uneventful. Meow Dong Dong took off his eye mask and looked out the window. And Shiyu was seizing every opportunity to meditate, striving to break through to the master as soon as possible. Only by becoming a master can one be considered to have the ability to protect himself in various dangerous places in the country. After all, there are almost no wild hostile overlord-level creatures in the country, and the king-level beast is the biggest boss. As for wanting to go abroad, you have to start with legend. Are we there yet? Shiyu slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Meow Dong Dong said beside him, by the way, have you booked a hotel? My brother who studies at Chengdu University has booked their on-campus hotel for me. Otherwise, I'll ask him to book one for you. By then, I can also visit Chengdu University, Shiyu said. Thank you. No, I still have to deal with some things next. Let's meet at the Butterfly Transformation Conference in 3 days. Oh, Meow Dong Dong was stunned and nodded. Chengdu City First Airport. After the plane landed, Shiyu put on his mask again and left directly. If he had time, maybe he would go to Chengdu University with Meow Dong Dong to play, visit, but this time in Chengdu, in addition to the Butterfly Transformation Conference, Shiyu could also complete another thing by the way. The accommodation in the ruined space would be fine. His other goal is the high-level wood skill, mutant. There is an alien tree in Chengdu. This is the opportunity for the evolution of the ginseng baby. Although the alien tree is ancient and has strong adaptability, it is not a native species of Donghuang, but a special pet of the neighboring Kidao. It is so common that it has become various aliens. Not even limited to the form of a tree. But in Donghuang, there are not many of them. About 100 years ago, Lin Feng, a master of evolutionary talent, introduced a batch of pets from Kidao in order to study various evolutionary forms. In order to prevent it from mutating into strange and dangerous invasive species, its number has been controlled within a certain range and in a specific area. This should be a species introduced at the same time as the gem cat and slime. In the ancient capital, there are no alien trees, but in the Chengdu side, among the pile of information that Shiyu investigated, there happened to be an organization that had alien trees. After leaving the airport, Shiyu took a taxi and came to the vicinity of the Mechanical Tree Club. The so-called club is generally a place where beastmasters supported by major financial groups are active. In Donghuang, the power of the top 5 financial groups should not be underestimated. They have great financial resources and monopolize most of the resources. They are capable of cultivating legendary forces. The heads of the 5 financial groups are almost all top domestic masters. Some financial groups are even connected with legendary beastmasters, which is the transformation of ancient clan forces. Any of them has a richer foundation than a single top university, and has a system for cultivating beastmasters similar to the school and core system, that is, the major clubs. By signing potential beastmasters, they are allowed to compete internally, compete in competitions, explore various dangerous places, and tilt resources internally in a goo-raising manner. The school system, club system, and core system are generally the normal promotion paths for ordinary beastmasters. In addition, there are also a small number of beastmasters with too high qualifications who'll enter some secret departments in advance for training. For example, Shiyu is one of these people. Compared with the dispensable school system, his identity as the 11th Bureau is more important. Is this the place? Shiyu looked at the huge and magnificent venue in front of him and planned to go in and see the situation first. After opening the door, Shiyu just entered and saw a fully armed alien tree standing in the middle of the hall. Shiyu was silent. Name, alien tree, mutation type, mechanical tree, attributes, wood, mechanical, mutation. Although he had obtained some information, Shiyu still felt it was magical. The mutant skill is a rare skill that can transform a normal life form into a mechanical one. However, it's just a ginseng baby, so forget it. The secondary attribute should be earth or light. The mechanical ginseng baby doesn't sound very reliable. It's better to directly contract a nuclear bomb baby. Chapter 196 Antiquities and Machinery. Shiyu went directly into the Mechanical Tree Club. The club is an open facility that provides a variety of services, including accepting tasks, accepting event endorsements, and playing games on behalf of others. Anyone can come. When Shiyu came in, the mechanical tree in the hall looked over. At the counter in the distance, a woman in her late 30s wearing casual clothes also turned her eyes away from the computer and looked over. At this time, Shiyu was still wearing a black and red combat uniform, with a small red sword-shaped pendant hanging around his neck, majestic and handsome. The pendant was actually Xiao Qitong. As a spirit, Xiao Qitong's form is not so fixed, just like a ghost. Even if you don't master the multiplication, it is not difficult to shrink and deform. Even through the wall. Of course, this kind of shrinkage definitely does not have the skill effect of accelerating the recovery of physical energy, it is purely for convenience. Xiao Qitong still likes to stick to Shiyu like this, more reliable and closer to Shiyu than 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao. This made Shiyu realize that choosing a pet beast really has to start from the egg. After entering, Shiyu looked at the mechanical tree. He smiled brightly and walked towards the mechanical tree step by step. Shiyu was about to say hello to the mechanical tree with telepathy, but the next moment, the mechanical tree suddenly changed its face. The mechanical alien tree has been near the entrance of the hall. As the signature pet of this club, it stands here, acting as a receptionist, security guard, cleaner, air purifier, gardener and other professional jobs. At the moment, seeing Shiyu and feeling the breath of the little sword spirit hanging on Shiyu's neck, it suddenly glared at him, and the security attribute was activated. The giant tree wearing mechanical armor trembled slightly and roared. Hey, oh no, the challenger is coming. Its voice was powerful and entered Shiyu's ears. Shiyu's footsteps stopped suddenly and he was stunned. Shiyu? I am so cute? I came in with such a kind and sunny smile, how can I look like a challenger? This tree has a problem with its IQ. The sequelae of the mutant skills? My own ginseng baby is very smart, don't let it become stupid after mutation. From the club next door, at the same time, at the counter, the woman in casual clothes who was playing on the computer stopped her work, walked over, stood next to the mechanical tree, and examined Shiyu. From the club next door, Shiyu knew he had misunderstood when he heard it. You got the wrong person, isn't it? The woman was stunned and looked at the mechanical tree. The mechanical tree widened its big eyes like light bulbs and pointed at the little sword spirit hanging on Shiyu's neck with a vine. Judging from the aura, it is. At this time, the little red pupil woke up vaguely from his sleep. Who is so loud? Mengqing looked at the slightly shaking little sword spirit inside. Then I must have got the wrong person. She looked at Shiyu's age and it did not look like the person next door. Since you said it's not, then it's not. Maybe the mechanical tree made a wrong judgment. Sorry, I'm not treating you well. The mechanical tree scratched its head. Did it get the wrong person? It's okay, Shiyu casually said. But what is the club next door? Mengqing said. Another club, called the Antique Shop Club. The pets they contracted are basically antique spirits preserved from ancient times. Look, they are similar to your little sword spirit. Maybe because of this, You were misunderstood by the mechanical tree. The relationship between our two clubs has never been good. It's a common thing to kick each other out. I'm sorry to embarrass you, is that so? It's okay, it's a small matter. Shiyu smiled slightly and didn't care. But he silently added in his heart. Your circle is really messy. No. It seems that everything is messy. Schools compete with each other, cities compete with each other, and consortiums compete with each other. It's normal for clubs to dislike each other. So what do you have to do? Sign up. By the way, I'm the owner of this club, Meng Qing. Meng Qing, the owner of the Mechanical Tree Club, guessed that Shiyu was not very old. Shiyu looked about 20 years old. He didn't look like he was here to discuss business. He was probably here to sign up for the club's newcomer selection. But, after contracting a sword spirit, I should go to the conservative guys next door. Did I go to the wrong place to come to the Mechanical Tree Club, which is dominated by modern mechanical departments? Register? No, Shiyu shook his head. By the way, this lady is the owner of this club? It turns out to be a rich woman. Shiyu just thought it was the receptionist. His eyesight was not good enough. He said, Hello, Boss Meng, I am a breeder. I have been studying the topic of mutation and evolution recently. I heard that the Mechanical Tree Club has a stable channel for cultivating alien trees. I want to visit and have a look. Shiyu looked at the mechanical tree next to him, feeling helpless. Copying mutant skills is actually quite troublesome. He had experimented before. This kind of skill, that is almost passive, can only be copied after seeing it take effect with his own eyes. In other words, he had to see the alien tree use the mutant to mutate and evolve with his own eyes before he could successfully touch and copy it. Now he can't copy anything by touching this alien tree directly. When he was bored, he tried it on other pets such as the gem cat and even the ginseng baby. So, if you want to copy this passive physical skill, you have to find an opportunity. A breeder, Meng Qing looked at Shiyu suspiciously. Really? She didn't believe it. Shiyu was too young. At this age, even if he was a breeder, he would only be an apprentice. There weren't many professional breeders. Do you have a certificate? If you are a professional breeder, I can take you to visit, Meng Qing said. Shiyu was stunned. How could he have this thing? The only certificate he had for a breeder was the graduation certificate from the breeding department of the first high school in Binghain City. This thing can only be used as a certificate for an apprentice breeder. Breeder is my secondary position. Is a university student's ID okay? Shiyu asked quietly. Are you from Chengdu University? Meng Qing showed an interested expression. No, I'm from Gudu University. Shiyu showed his student's ID to Boss Meng. Gudu, Shiyu. Archaeology Department of Gudu University. Staring at the student's ID, Meng Qing was stunned. It wasn't Chengdu University. Gudu was so far away. How could students from there come to Chengdu? Gudu is not bad either. It turns out that you are a college student from a top university, Meng Qing nodded. In this world, the Beastmasters of the 9 universities are still very representative. Here, students enter society after graduating from high school. High school is equivalent to universities on Earth, with various majors, allowing students to choose their future direction a few years in advance. There are only 9 Beastmaster universities, that is, 9 universities, and the admission requirements are very high. Those who can enter the university are all elites. For example, when a student of the archaeology department of Gudu University hears this identity, he can subconsciously think that the student is the leader of a certain first-level city professional assessment and a super genius. Otherwise, it is difficult to enter the trump card major of Gudu University. Generally speaking, such people are likely to become Master Beastmasters in the future. As a social person who has been rolling in society for many years, Meng Qing is still willing to communicate more with such potential geniuses. Meng Qing said, but you are an archaeology major, why do you choose the breeding department? Is university life so relaxed? She didn't go to college because it was meaningless. There was also a club to inherit at home, so she entered society early to hone her skills. An excellent beastmaster must know a little bit of everything. This is she used true words. That's right, Meng Qing nodded. Because Shiyu was a college student, she patiently chatted with him. What if Shiyu was interested in joining the club after graduation? Each consortium supported dozens of clubs, and each club was very competitive. The Professional League and Master League between Club Beastmasters were more competitive than the national competition for college Beastmasters. The national competition, The Professional League and Master League of the clubs are almost the most valuable large-scale events in the country. As for the military performances of the younger generation held by the Beastmaster Corps, they are generally not open to the public. In general, universities cultivate comprehensive talents, and they will move towards various fields in the future with strong freedom. The club cultivates starred Beastmasters, which are part of the business operation and national spiritual needs. They are the key to attracting most ordinary people to become Beastmasters and understand Beastmasters. They are also the main industry for developing the domestic economy. And the Corps naturally cultivates combat Beastmasters. In Meng Qing's eyes, Shiyu, a genius from a prestigious school, is a resource. After all, after graduating from college, the Beastmaster's destination and career choice are still decided by the Beastmaster himself. At this time, Meng Qing agreed to Shiyu's request to visit the Mechanical Tree Club. However, she looked at Shiyu for a while and suddenly felt something was wrong. "Wait, classmate, why do you look so familiar?" The owner of the club looked at Shiyu's face and fell into deep thought. Has she seen this face somewhere before? Oh, maybe I have a more common face. Shiyu felt guilty. Good guy. The other party has also heard of the Iron-Eating Beast Knight. There are several cities between them. Moreover, he has only been on a hot search for half a day. The most important thing is that the Beastmasters of the club should not be idle to pay attention to these things. No, I definitely haven't seen it somewhere. The young female boss thought carefully. She usually likes to eat melons and chase dramas. In addition to supervising the training of the Beastmasters signed by the club, there is nothing else to do. She is usually very idle, but she is exposed to a lot of news. You, the female boss stared at Shiyu. Gudu University, are you the top scorer of this year's Gudu City Professional Assessment? After a moment, she remembered something and opened her eyes wide. To be honest, she didn't even remember the names of the top scorers in the professional assessments of the Divine Capital, the Imperial Capital, and the Magic Capital, because these people had little to do with the Mechanical Tree Club, and they must have directly targeted the 9 universities or been poached by the consortium. But the top scorer in the professional assessment of the Ancient Capital made a lot of news a few months ago, which left a deeper impression on people. A rising star in the archaeological world, a genius archaeologist who discovered the evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast, plus the Iron-Eating Beast Knight, these topics together are more memorable than the single top scorer in the assessment. Shiyu, I really know him. It's me. He didn't expect that after a few months, someone would still remember him, but this also indirectly shows that his publicity effect is very good. Senior Panda, send me money. It's really you. Meng Qing was stunned, and suddenly didn't know what to say. What do you want to see? I can take you to see it, even if Shiyu has nothing to do with the Mechanical Tree Club in the future. Such a super potential genius must be met. After working hard in society for so long, she understands the importance of connections. Excuse me, are there any alien trees waiting to be evolved in the club now? I want to observe the process of mutation and evolution of the alien trees, Shiyu asked. When Shiyu finished speaking, Meng Qing was stunned. This is not a simple visit. Although it is not a big deal or a private matter. But I have to say that Shiyu came at the right time. Is it difficult? I can pay a certain amount of observation fee, Shiyu said. No need. Meng Qing's expression relaxed and said, 2 days later, there are exactly 2 new alien trees that need to be modified and mutated. I can take you to visit them then. Thank you very much, Shiyu thanked him. You're welcome. The female boss patted Shiyu on the shoulder and smiled. I said it couldn't be a common face. Shiyu, you are so handsome. I just took a look at the picture in the news at that time and remembered it completely. Shiyu smiled embarrassedly. Boss, you have become more popular, and your little mouth is like honey. Boss Meng smiled and said, it will take 2 days for the modified machinery to be shipped from the headquarters. Why don't I take you around the club today? Okay, Shiyu nodded and said, I'm still very curious about the operation of the club. Boss Meng smiled and said, okay, let me introduce you. Although our Mechanical Tree Club is not yet qualified to participate in the Master League, it is also a popular team in the Professional League. Overall, its strength is still very good. Meng Qing introduced Shiyu. Let me take you to the training area for formal members first. The Mechanical Tree Club is very large. After all, it is a club with a complete commercial chain. The various facilities are much more complete than the martial arts hall that Master Lin Hongnian built himself. Meng Qing first took Shi Yu to the training ground. At present, there are 6 Beastmasters and 6 mechanical alien trees practicing in the training ground. Judging from the current training tasks, it seems to be anti-strike training. The mechanically modified alien tree still retains the characteristics of most tree life that are inconvenient to move. It is like a fixed turret, and it requires a high ability to stand still and take a beating. They are official members of the club, and each of them is a high-level Beastmaster. Boss Meng and Shi Yu stood on the high platform, looking down. The 6 official members she mentioned are all between 25 and 30 years old, 4 men and 2 women, very young, and all of them are good-looking. This is normal. After all, the club is to create star Beastmasters, and they have to take on various endorsements to make a living, and they also eat the rice of youth. Are the main members of the club mechanical trees? Shi Yu asked. Yes, Boss Meng nodded. It is indeed as she said. If the Mechanical Tree Club has a stable route to cultivate alien trees and takes the Mechanical Tree of the high-level leader race as the tactical core, it will be quite competitive in the professional league, where there are no Master Beastmasters and no King-level pets. Is Shi Yu interested in alien trees and mechanical pets? Meng Qing asked. If you come to our side to sign a contract, we can give you a free alien tree and a set of modified machinery with high-level leadership potential. Excuse me, Shi Yu said. Sweet talk is sweet talk, but it's impossible to trick me into working for you. Shi Yu smiled helplessly. Study is more important at the moment. He is affiliated with an official organization, and his future development path has nothing to do with the consortium and club system. However, the consortium and the official are not completely unrelated. After all, many factions in the association are also supported by the consortium. And the founder of the Century Consortium, which focuses on technological products behind the mechanical tree, is said to be the apprentice of the legendary Beastmaster who founded the Donghuang Mechanical Department. At present, this legendary mechanical giant is likely to be the only living legendary Beastmaster in Donghuang. After all, according to normal age, he is not dead yet. But in the past 10 years, there has been no news about this person. Many subsequent top mechanical life forms were also developed by rising stars in the mechanical field. Is this person also missing like the legend of Lin Feng? Or is he in seclusion to impact the myth? Shi Yu muttered. The power of the Guardian God-level forbidden weapons exceeds that of nuclear weapons. As for the myth-level technological weapons, star-destroying weapons, at Shi Yu's level, he can't touch these at all. Understood, studies are more important, Boss Meng smiled. She just asked casually and didn't expect Shi Yu to come. With Shi Yu's identity as the evolution planner of the iron-eating beast, it would be more promising to cooperate directly with major consortiums or associations than to join a small club. After a while, the training below seemed to have ended. The club members found their boss standing on the top. One of them couldn't help but shout, "Boss, do you have any instructions? Hey, is there a newcomer?" A female teammate looked at Shi Yu next to Meng Qing curiously. "This is not a newcomer," Meng Qing smiled. The club usually recruits those Beastmasters who failed in the professional assessment or did not get into the ideal school and are unwilling to start over for a year. The top scorer like Shi Yu, even the best club can't recruit him. Let me introduce you, this is the top scorer of this year's Gudu professional assessment, Shi Yu, the discoverer of the evolution of the iron-eating beast, an archaeologist in the archaeology department of Gudu University. After saying that, she took Shi Yu down. After Meng Qing finished speaking, there was a moment of silence below. 5 people looked somewhat surprised and bewildered. Another male team member suddenly remembered something and said, "Is it that Shi Yu, who?" asked the female team member next to him. "This, how should I put it? Just know that he is a very famous professional assessment champion." The person next to her didn't know how to explain. After a while, Meng Qing and Shi Yu came down, and the few of them bumped into each other. Boss Meng continued to introduce, "Student Shi Yu came to visit our mechanical alien tree. I will take him around." "Oh, welcome, hello, Student Shi Yu." The 6 team members heard the introduction of their boss and greeted him one after another. However, soon, their attention was attracted by the sword spirit pendant on Shi Yu's neck. "Sword spirit?" The male team member who recognized Shi Yu looked at the pendant and said in surprise, "Did you contract a sword spirit with your third pet?" "Oh, by the way, my name is Lei Liang. I have seen your video." The little red pupil tilted the sword body. "Video? What video?" "I guess so," Shi Yu smiled and said, "but it's not the third one, it's the 4th one, After Shiyu finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. Wasn't Shiyu the top scorer in this year's assessment? So soon he has become a senior beastmaster? Meng Qing was also stunned. This is the standard for a freshman to be the main force of their club? A monster. Wasn't he just a beginner 4 months ago? Lei Liang was at a loss. You don't understand the world of geniuses, a female team member next to him said. I heard that this kind of weapon spirit pet is more popular in the ancient capital. Is it true? She asked curiously. Shiyu, it's not that popular, but there are indeed more psychics in the ancient capital. So, is the mechanical department not very popular in the ancient capital? She continued to ask. No, there are a lot of them. Boss Meng smiled when he saw everyone talking about sword spirits, and told the story of the mechanical tree mistaking Shiyu for a challenger from the club next door. The other club members couldn't help but smile awkwardly. When Shiyu heard it again, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Chiden and asked curiously, is it because of the club next door that everyone is very concerned about this type of pet? Boss Meng smiled and said, maybe this is the reason. We are old rivals with the club next door, and it can be traced back to my father's generation. He and the boss of the club next door were originally good friends. They both liked antique sword-type pets and were good friends with the same pursuit. However, later, because the mechanical department rose, my father changed to the mechanical department, and the two of them had a conflict and parted ways. The dispute between the ancient and the new, Shiyu asked. This question seemed to be not limited to these two clubs. After the modern era, antique swords can no longer breed spirits. Only a group of weapons preserved from ancient times, or the spirits of those weapons, are left. Compared to these, the mechanical system is a new life that replaced these antiques. In modern times, there are very few beastmasters willing to contract a sword, a bow, and a set of armor like the ancient beastmasters. From the perspective of cost performance, they are completely defeated by the mechanical system with greater potential. The former is rare, expensive, and has low potential, while the latter is an emerging attribute, relatively popular, and has high growth potential. In the eyes of most people, the difference between an ancient sword spirit and a mechanical lightsaber is more than a little bit. It can be said that the rise of the mechanical system has indirectly accelerated the decline of antique sword-type pets, and the two have never been very compatible. It seems to be a little interesting, Meng Qing nodded. By the way, are all archaeologists from the ancient fighting school? Lei Liang saw that Shiyu had contracted a sword spirit, and coupled with Shiyu's identity as an archaeologist, he subconsciously guessed and judged. The ancient fighting school is like the ancient beastmaster, who contracts armor, swords, and uses piano, chess, calligraphy and painting-type pets to fight. Generally speaking, it is an opposite name to the modern mechanical system. Now there are only a few inheritors left, mainly because this kind of life form is no longer born in nature. Speak less, Meng Qing glared at Lei Liang, and suddenly felt that if they continued to talk like this, everyone would start to debate about the ancient and new. I don't think so, Shiyu didn't care much. He said, in fact, they are all the same in my opinion, there is no difference between the types of pets. The power that can be exerted depends entirely on the beastmaster who controls it, whether it is animals, elements, undead, antique swords, or mechanical life. At the same level of race, in Shiyu's opinion, the potential is almost the same. If you add points to it, it will not be bad. Even the next pet, maybe I will choose a mechanical system. Shiyu's idea is to have all kinds of pets. Animals, plants, undead, machinery, elements. It's not a collection habit, it's just that Shiyu thinks their respective abilities are irreplaceable. For example, now Shiyu has basically no ability to fight in the sea. On Blue Star, the ocean also occupies most of the territory. The ocean has been a forbidden area for humans from ancient times to the present. Even those legendary beastmasters cannot conquer the ocean. There are many powerful sea beasts living in the deep sea, with extremely rich resources and many underwater ruins. The Dragon Emperor once said that if marine creatures collectively attack the land one day, no human country can stop them. It is because the resources on land are not suitable for sea beasts that the two have always lived in peace. But if Shiyu wants to explore the ocean, he has to contract a water-type pet, preferably an elemental one. Meow, little Chi-Tong bumped into Shiyu. Having said that, can't he praise it? What do you mean they are all the same? It also knows about mechanical life. Isn't it just a giant robot? It chops one with one sword. Good boy, Shiyu comforted little Chi-Tong. It can't chop. Don't you like refrigerators yourself? That's the prototype of mechanical life. Little Chitong was stunned. So that's it. The mechanical system is good. Like my Chitong, the strength is very strong. Shiyu smiled slightly and added, Chitong. Is this the name of the sword spirit? Everyone looked at the little sword spirit again. That makes sense, but if the next one is a mechanical system, don't you really consider the mechanical alien tree? Boss Meng was still thinking about it, and said, if you need it, you can find me. I still know a lot of mechanical masters from the consortium. The Century Consortium focuses on technological products, and there are many mechanical masters inside. At present, the mechanical transformation devices of the Mechanical Tree Club are all provided by the Century Consortium. Okay, I won't be polite if you need it. Shiyu smiled slightly. Come on, come and take a look at the mechanical alien trees in our club. Meng Qing thought of the main reason why Shiyu came here. She looked at the 6 mechanical trees standing on the scene and introduced them. Shiyu looked over. Just now they were doing anti-strike training, right? Yes, Meng Qing nodded. Just now that was the hardening skill, right? Shiyu asked. Racial skills, mutant, 3-color bullet, giant mechanical arm, lock, hardening, giant tree cannon. Recalling the skills of the mechanical alien tree, Shiyu thought for a while. Hardening, this is an intermediate skill that contains the power of both earth and wood. The effect is to harden the wood skills or plant life, integrate the power of the earth and the wood, make the plants as solid as the earth's hard stone, and turn them into hardened plants. It is a defensive skill, but it has both offensive and defensive capabilities, similar to hardening. To be honest, this skill is good. It is a racial skill that very few plants have evolved in harsh environments. Shiyu has always intended to find a defensive skill for Shen Baobao. The most common and conventional one is the wooden shield skill, but because it is too conventional, Shiyu is not very satisfied. He wants rarer and more functional skill, so that it is easier to form a secret with other skills and will not be eliminated so quickly. Like the wooden shield, it will be completely replaced by the plant control function in the future, but hardening is a skill that can be used in combination with plant control. Imagine that in the future, Shen Baobao summons a huge wooden shield to protect himself. If it is just an ordinary plant wooden shield, the opponent's flame of the same level will burn it directly, but if it is a hardened wooden shield, it contains some earth-related properties and is not so restrained, which greatly increases the power of the plant. Such skills are more difficult to practice, but Shiyu doesn't care. In addition to the mutants, Shiyu was a little tempted after seeing the hardening skill. He didn't see this skill in the ancient botanical garden. Now Shen Baobao has mastered the full-level skills advancing to the Taoth chain, and has made good use of the power of the earth, which is very suitable for this skill. After learning it, even if Shiyu doesn't add any points, it is estimated that Shen Baobao can quickly master it and even practice it to perfection in a short time. After learning this, Shen Baobao will be invincible standing on the earth. Yes, several people answered. Can I touch it? Shiyu asked. Meng Qing smiled and said, of course, casually. They are very docile. Shiyu came to a mechanical tree, touched its hardened bark, and said, it's well cultivated. One of my pets also mastered hardening, but it's still a little worse than their hardening at present. Successful collection. Everyone smiled. They have special cultivation secrets for each skill of the mechanical tree. The whole family relies on the mechanical tree for food, so naturally there are some things. Shiyu's pet beast may have mastered the hardening at the proficient level, but these mechanical trees have already trained to the perfect level. It's not very intuitive to experience it by touch. You can use your pet beast to attack. You're welcome. Let them take it as training. Lei Liang smiled and said, you can let the little sword spirit try it. Their defense is still very powerful. Mechanical trees? Human words? Shiyu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then smiled and said, no need. Little red eyes only at the extraordinary level. It's meaningless. Ordinary attacks are probably ineffective, if you use all your strength. Shiyu is afraid that the opponent can't stand it. No matter how strong the hardening is, it is the same as hardening, mainly defending against matter, but little red eye, mainly attacking the soul. Even if there is a big difference, Shiyu is afraid that little red eye will cut these big guys with less than 40,000 energy values and cause mental trauma. As a high-level overlord race, little red eye has a high talent. Although it is only at the entry level, skills like Zanpaku, Yangain and even cross sword can be easily combined and used together. Flame, soul attack, blood counter mechanical trees. I mainly want to observe, record, and study the differences before and after the mutation and evolution of the alien tree, Shiyu said. No big deal, Meng Qing laughed. I will definitely let you see it in 2 days. Next, the Mechanical Tree Club warmly entertained Shiyu, the genius archaeologist, but Shiyu did not stay for long. After all, he still had to train. Seeing that there was no chance to copy the mutant today, Shiyu and Boss Meng exchanged phone numbers and soon took the initiative to say goodbye. After leaving the Mechanical Tree Club, Shiyu let out a long sigh. He thought for a while and realized that he seemed to have not signed up for the Butterfly Transformation Conference. The Butterfly Transformation Conference was held in the Shenaiyu Mountains in Chengdu City. It was in the wild area and not everyone could go. The Butterfly Transformation Valley was separated from the city by a maze-like forest. At least professional Beastmasters were required to pass through normally. If an apprentice Beastmaster wanted to enter, he had to find a bodyguard. In addition, the area of the Butterfly Transformation Valley was limited, and the official also had to determine whether the Beastmasters who went there were really helping the pets evolve, or just to watch the fun. The latter did not have a strong enough background, and it might not be so easy to go in and watch. Generally speaking, every Beastmaster who goes to the Shenaiyu Mountains and the Butterfly Transformation Conference must register in advance and record his identity. This is also to prevent some lawless people from entering the mountains. After all, in the chaotic place, most of the cocoons may not be with their owners, and the cocoons have no fighting power. If they are not strictly controlled, they are likely to be taken advantage of by poachers. What's more, if the guardian god is angered, it will be even more serious. Go register first, don't wait until the last day to queue up. Shiyu thought about it and made a decision quickly. The process of registering for the Butterfly Transformation Conference is also very simple. Just take out your ID to register and show the official staff your contracted cocoon. When Shiyu came to Beatty Town, which leads to the Shenaiyu Mountains in Chengdu City, he found that there were only a few hundred Beastmasters queuing up to register here. It is possible that a large part of them have registered in advance, or it is possible that they have not yet arrived in Chengdu. The Butterfly Transformation Valley can accommodate 100,000 people and 100,000 cocoons. Although the threshold of this Butterfly Transformation Conference is not high, and there is a chance to see the Guardian God, it seems that not so many Beastmasters come to participate in the Butterfly Transformation Conference. Because most people don't have the evolution plan for the green cotton worm, a green cotton worm cocoon that evolves normally into a wind crystal butterfly, even if it gets benefits in the Butterfly Transformation Conference, can only be comparable to a medium-level extraordinary race at most, which is not very meaningful. The Butterfly Transformation Conference is ultimately a stage prepared for those Beastmasters who have the best evolution plan. For example, those Beastmasters who have mastered the evolution plan of the high-level leader race may be able to use the Butterfly Transformation Conference to make their pet race potential comparable to that of the king, or even reach the king race. Therefore, most of the evolution positions may still be used by the official itself, through the unified cultivation and evolution of a certain type of butterfly through the butterfly god. It's my turn. After a moment, Shiyu moved. There are 10 hall rooms queuing up for registration at the same time. Shiyu didn't wait for much time. After about 40 minutes, it was his turn. When Shiyu entered the hall, the young lady in charge of registration was more like a service staff this time, unlike the boss Meng just now. As a boss, he actually sat in the hall playing on the computer and receiving guests. Hello, please give me the Beastmaster license. The registration lady smiled sweetly and said to Shiyu. Okay, Shiyu nodded and handed his intermediate Beastmaster license to the other party. By the way, after returning, should I find Master Quiji to take the advanced license? Or will he give me assessment? Master Quiji's sealing talent is still good. Please verify it. Name, Shiyu. Age, 19 years old. Level, Intermediate Professional Beastmaster. Registered Residence, Pingcheng District, Bingidun City. Assessment Location, Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. The registration lady started the registration as usual. At this age and level, theoretically, it is very strong, but in the past few days, the registration lady has seen too many geniuses from the 9 universities coming here to participate in the Butterfly Transformation Conference, and she has become numb. No problem. Shiyu nodded. Next, please summon the pet you want to participate in the Butterfly Transformation Conference. It must be in the contracted state, And it can only be a cocoon of a blue cotton worm, the registration lady said. We will also help the pet to register for a physical examination, and we will check the health of the cocoon for you. It's free, a benefit for professional beastmasters. The blue cotton worm is not the only insect that can transform into a cocoon, but the blue cotton worm is the most numerous insect in the world. At the same time, the butterfly god was originally a blue cotton worm, so only blue cotton worm cocoons can participate in the butterfly transformation conference. Shiyu raised his head slightly and looked at the registration lady. It's okay to summon a bug, but the other party will not deny it when they see the bug's cocoon. After all, his blue cotton worm cocoon is still a little different from a normal blue cotton worm cocoon. The registration lady glanced at Shiyu. Shiyu summoned, and a space ripple appeared in front of him. A white-green flashing pattern appeared on the summoning platform. The next second, a cocoon wrapped in white silk appeared in front of the registration lady. Senior Beastmaster? The registration lady was startled when she found that Shiyu's summoning level did not match his information. Did he not take the assessment yet? If he was a high-level Beastmaster, at the age of 19, it would be a bit scary. She was responsible for registering so many people, and few of them were as evil as Shiyu. The color is not. Seeing the cocoon of the green cotton worm, the registration lady was about to be polite, but her eyes suddenly froze. Because there was a small hole on the white cocoon, and the big eyes in the hole were blinking and observing her. To be precise, there were two eyes, but the worm was currently lying on its side. After a moment, the worm turned around and both big eyes looked at the registration lady. Fuck, the registration lady was stunned. Her mouth opened slightly. What the hell is this? At this moment, she almost forgot all the service etiquette. Beep. 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 At the same time, the current energy value of the worm was displayed under the summoning table responsible for the physical examination. This is a device similar to the machine that detects energy value in professional assessments. Energy value. 38,869 this time. Seeing the number, Miss Registration's heart trembled again, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes and took a step back. 3W8? She didn't see it wrong. Shouldn't the cocoon of the green wool worm be awakened to level 10, with an energy value of no more than 100? Yours, 3W8, it's almost close to the standard of the monarch race, the commander level. No, this is not a green wool worm cocoon at all. Miss Registration couldn't help but look at Shiyu. This is not a green wool worm cocoon at all. Chong. Then who am I? Are you polite? This is a green wool worm cocoon, Shiyu said, the real thing. Miss Registration shook her head frantically. She didn't believe it. She pointed at the cocoon with white eyes and the energy value of more than 3W below. You call this a green wool worm cocoon? When it comes to the butterfly transformation conference, other people's cocoons are sleeping and waiting for the butterfly god to bless them to transform into butterflies. Only your cocoon is wandering around with white eyes. You can call this a green wool worm cocoon? Shiyu smiled slightly and said helplessly, really, my green cotton worm is quite special, so it is also quite special after cocooning. It is a new form. I have only written half of the paper. I will finish the other half after it turns into a butterfly, and then I can publish it. Registrar? She can't understand. This cocoon is not scientific at all. A green cotton worm cocoon with the potential of a monarch? Are you kidding me? I need to inform our person in charge. I can't make the decision, she said. She didn't know whether she should put Shiyu and Chong, the two aliens, in. She still didn't believe that this was a green cotton worm cocoon. Okay, if Shiyu remembered correctly, the person in charge of the butterfly transformation conference should be a legendary beastmaster. A legend who specializes in insect-type butterfly creatures. At that time, the entire butterfly transformation conference will be hosted by her, and she has always been responsible for communicating with the butterfly god on the association side. At the same time, in a garden in Beatty Town, a beautiful woman in her 40s who still had charm received a call. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the registration for the butterfly transformation conference? Huachuanqi? Yes, during the registration, a beastmaster with a very strange green cotton cocoon appeared. How strange is it? The legendary beastmaster surnamed Hua smiled and said, is it a different color? As a legendary beastmaster who is proficient in the cultivation of butterfly creatures, she has seen many strange and abnormal pets and is no longer surprised. However, despite this, when hosting the butterfly transformation conference this time, She still asked the registration office to pay attention to the special participants. No, it's the green cotton cocoon that has a pair of eyes and is not sleeping. Hua Chuanqi was stunned. Growing eyes, and its energy value has reached 38,869, and its growth level is the commander level. Hua Chuanqi? Its Beastmaster said that this is the evolution of the green cotton worm. The Beastmaster thinks it is normal, but I have never seen it, I have never heard of it, and I am not sure. Do you want to come over? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Your Cocoon is Unscientific. Chengdu. At the foot of Shenayu Mountain Range, Beatty Town, the registration site for the Butterfly Transformation Conference. When others registered, they went in for a few minutes, then came out immediately, and the next one followed. When Shiyu registered, he was invited directly inside. Have some tea first, our person in charge will be here soon. By the way, our person in charge is Huaziajin Legend. The registration lady made a cup of tea for Shiyu, and even used the honorific. You can imagine how much influence Chong Chong had on her mind. A commander-level cocoon with eyes. I don't understand, but I was shocked. Thank you, Shiyu said. At this time, Chong Chong was also on the table. When Shiyu drank a sip of tea, Chong Chong looked at the tea and sighed slightly. It has not eaten or drunk for 100 days. Although it can absorb nutrients by sleeping, it is quite bland. It wants to change its taste. Chong Chong has made up its mind. After evolving, it will first drink 10 buckets of juice. Shiyu put down the teacup, and the registration lady's eyes were still observing Chong Chong. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. In fact, it was only a few minutes later that the person in charge mentioned by the registration lady arrived. A beautiful woman with black hair and wearing a colorful cheongsam with butterfly wing patterns came to the room. Hua Chuanqi, the registration lady, breathed a sigh of relief when the beautiful woman arrived and greeted her. Shiyu also stood up and looked at the legendary Beastmaster with a smile on his face. Huaziajin, one of the legendary Beastmasters in Chengdu, specializes in butterfly beasts and has a dominant race and dominant level pet 10,000 flower butterfly elf king. The rest of the pets are said to have reached the quasi-dominant combat power. This is the team configuration of most legends, one dominant plus many quasi-dominants. Overlord-level pets are also extremely difficult to obtain for legendary beastmasters. Generally speaking, a legend has only one dominant level pet. Only those top legends have a high probability of having multiple dominant level combat powers. I just received a call. I was originally curious about who it was. It turned out to be classmate Shiyu. Huaziajin's voice was like the warm spring sun, and she said gently after entering the door. Hua Chuanqi, hello, Shiyu also greeted. Hua Chuanqi, Mrs. Hunzi looked at Huaziajin, and then at Shiyu. From Hua Chuanqi's tone, it seemed that she knew this beastmaster. Then, she looked at the green wool cocoon on the table again. Could this cocoon really be the evolution of a green wool worm? Mrs. Hunzi's heart was churning. She had really seen something she had never seen before. My students showed me the battle video of your professional assessment before, Huaziajin Chuanqi said. I was very impressed by your green wool worm. Has the green wool worm mutated now? This sentence once again confirmed in Mrs. Hunzi's heart that the cocoon was indeed a green wool worm. At this time, Hua Chuanqi looked at the green wool cocoon on the table and was very surprised. As a legend who specializes in insects, she naturally pays more attention to the field of insects. After learning from her students that there was a newcomer with a special green wool worm in his contract, it was impossible for someone like Hua Chuanqi not to pay attention. In her opinion, Shiyu's green wool worm must have greater potential than that of the ice phoenix moth. I thought that after 4 months, Shiyu's green cotton worm might have evolved immediately after the professional assessment, but I didn't expect that Shiyu would catch up with the Butterfly Transformation Conference. He was really lucky. Yes, it's that green cotton worm. Shiyu looked at Chong Chong. Chong Chong looked at Hua Chuanqi. It felt that the scent of this ant was very good. It smelled better than the fragrance created by the baby ginseng. Did Shiyu feel it? Beastmaster. He is hanging out with this rich woman. It has eyes. Incredible. Huaziajin Chuanqi looked at Chong Chong in surprise. Chong Chong shook his body to show his friendliness. This action surprised Hua Chuanqi even more. Generally speaking, after a green cotton worm cocoons, it will enter a state of absolute deep sleep in the cocoon, quietly absorbing the power of evolution, completely sleeping, and it is a very quiet state. Then, after absorbing the power by instinct, it will naturally break out of the cocoon and evolve. As a result, Shiyu can still stay awake in the cocoon state. What's more, it has broken through to the commander level and has a terrifying energy value of nearly 40,000. How did Shiyu cultivate it? With her many years of cultivation experience, she couldn't tell what this cocoon would be after it evolved. In addition, it has eyes and is completely different from other green cotton cocoons. Can it still be called a green cotton cocoon? At this time, the registration lady quietly withdrew and left the room to Hua Chuanqi and Shiyu. This cocoon form, is it like this after the cocoon is transformed? She looked at Shiyu, wanting to ask something deeper, but she didn't know if Shiyu was willing to answer. Yes, and, I think, compared to the ordinary cocoon form, it is actually more like a new over-evolved race at this time. Oh, Hua Chuanqi was quite curious. Shiyu looked at Chong Chong, and at this time, Chong Chong looked at the teacup. The next moment, a blue telekinetic wave enveloped the teacup out of thin air. Then, the water flow rose from the teacup and floated quietly in the air. Under Hua Chuanqi's shocked expression, the water flow changed several forms, turned into water butterflies flying, and then fell back into the teacup. In this state, in addition to silk, it can still use other skills. In addition, it has awakened a new racial skill, telekinesis, replacing silk as its hands and feet at this stage. From the energy value, perhaps its cocoon form is the leader of the race. After Shiyu finished speaking, Hua Zhaijin Chuanqi didn't react for a while. But after tasting it carefully, she suddenly looked at Shiyu and suddenly realized what Shiyu meant. One of the rules of racial evolution is that pets cannot evolve across two major racial levels at a time. But if the cocoon is also considered an over-evolved race, and compared to the green cotton worm, it has already crossed a racial level. When it broke out of the cocoon again, the largest race in theory is not the king, but the overlord. Of course, it is still too difficult to evolve to the overlord race. The overlord race is the darling of nature and it is not so easy to be born. But even so, the cocoon of the leader race has undoubtedly greatly enhanced the evolutionary potential of the green cotton worm, allowing it to reach a higher race after evolution. Unbelievable, she stood up. It is said that your green wool worm inherited the legacy of a dominant dream shell in the ancient ruins. She looked at Shiyu and murmured, could this be the key to its evolution into this transitional race? This cocoon state is too important, greatly enhancing the potential of the green wool worm race after its first evolution. Although, after the green wool worm turns into a butterfly, according to the evolutionary rules, it can still evolve infinitely, from a butterfly to another form. However, subsequent evolution is undoubtedly more difficult than the first evolution. From worm to cocoon to butterfly, it is a natural law, but from butterfly to another butterfly or creature, it is a racial variation evolution. There are very few beast masters who can cultivate to this point. For most beast masters, one evolution is the limit of the green wool worm. However, if other green wool worms can evolve once more, awaken one more racial skill, and improve the life level twice in a row like Shiyu's green wool worm, it will definitely be a groundbreaking discovery of great significance for the beast control field. This marks that the green wool worm has completely stood up. The cost for ordinary people to become beast masters has been greatly reduced, while the growth potential has been greatly increased. However, considering the special nature of Shiyu's blue cotton worm, she also felt that it was almost impossible to replicate. It's possible, I'm also studying it, Shiyu said. In fact, he felt that the worm's form might have nothing to do with virtual reality and illusion, and nothing to do with space skills. The most likely related skills are absolute sleep and deterrence, which are purely spiritual skills. The cocoon is a special state of deep sleep, and because your own blue cotton worm can sleep so much, has absolute sleep, and has explosive mental power, it is not so difficult to understand that it can control whether it is awake or not on the cocoon state, and the mental power can be transformed into telekinesis. Do you have any ideas for research? Hua Chuanqi was surprised. This is a very meaningful research. If there are results, it will be a revolution for the entire beast control field of Donghuang. If you need any help, you can contact me at any time, Shiyu. Hua Chuanqi smiled and said, by the way, what evolution plan did your green wool worm use? Hua Chuanqi did not doubt that this was not a green wool worm cocoon, but now she was more curious about which route Shiyu chose to let the green wool worm evolve. Empty crystal butterfly, thinking of the silk properties of Shiyu's green wool worm, she couldn't help but judge that with Shiyu's potential, it shouldn't be difficult to get the evolution plan for the empty crystal butterfly, just like that little boy Yin Zhengfen. Shiyu smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't prepare evolution materials for it according to known evolutionary path, but planned to study the evolutionary route myself like my predecessors. Hua Chuanqi's expression froze. Huh? After all, it has mastered the attack skills before evolution, and it shouldn't be difficult to break the cocoon, so it's better to choose some evolutionary materials you like. After Shiyu finished speaking, Hua Chuanqi's expression relaxed. This is the truth, but is this really scientific? Others use evolutionary materials to awaken new race skills to break the cocoon. Did you practice the cocoon breaking skill before evolving, and then feed it a bunch of materials you like to evolve? No, this is absolutely counterintuitive and is an exception. After all, the green cotton worm is one of the races that is least likely to learn other skills. Hua Chuanqi looked at Shiyu and Chong in silence. There are talented people in every generation. Hua Chuanqi, just call me Auntie Hua, Hua Chuanqi said. Shiyu was stunned, and then said, Auntie Hua. Next to him, Chong glanced at Shiyu. She asked you to call her aunt? Call her sister. You are narrowing your path. I should be able to take it to the Butterfly Transformation Conference. There should be no problem, no problem. Hua Chuanqi nodded and said, even if you don't want to participate, I will drag you to participate. Now, I may want to know more than you what race it will be after breaking out of the cocoon, and maybe it will have the opportunity to receive the only gift from the butterfly god. In the Butterfly Transformation Conference, every cocoon can receive the blessing of the butterfly god to metamorphose, increase the potential for evolution, and accelerate the evolution process under the blessing of the butterfly god. It is said that the creature with the greatest potential after evolution will receive an additional gift from the butterfly god. Shiyu asked curiously, do you know what this gift is? Hua Chuanqi smiled and said, of course I know, because I once received a gift. My 10,000 flower butterfly elf king evolved into a dominant race because of that gift. At the same time, it is also the first and only 10,000 flower butterfly elf king in the world, and I named it. Hua Chuanqi smiled slightly. Shiyu was stunned. You should know that the butterfly god is a pet cultivated by that senior with evolutionary talent. That senior had tried many times on the butterfly god to make it break through to the mythical race, so he prepared a lot of evolutionary materials. Of course, the final result was still a failure, and some of these evolutionary materials were used, and some were left behind. The remaining evolutionary materials are the gift prepared by the butterfly god, although it is no longer useful to it. After its transformation, these evolutionary materials can allow the evolved creatures to have the opportunity to evolve again. After all, they are materials prepared to break through the mythical race. Even if the power dissipates a little, it is only the remaining ones. For the races below the high-level overlord, it is also a rare treasure. Is that so? Shiyu was shocked. Evolutionary materials prepared for the evolution of the mythical race? He suddenly became more interested in the so-called gift. However, speaking of this, Shiyu suddenly looked at Chong. After Chong broke out of the cocoon, would the cocoon shell left behind be an extremely rare material? Can it be used as fertilizer for ginseng baby? Chong? Anyway, I look forward to your appearance at the Butterfly Transformation Conference. Hua Chuanqi smiled at Shiyu and others. I will definitely go. Thank you for coming here specially, Shiyu said. You're welcome. Hua Chuanqi smiled slightly. Next, Shiyu and Hua Chuanqi chatted for a while. After a while, Shiyu completed the registration and left here. Next, Shiyu only needs to wait for the opportunity to copy the mutant in 2 days and the Butterfly Transformation Conference in 3 days. However, there are still a few days left, and Shiyu does not plan to be idle. After chatting with Hua Chuanqi for a few words, Shiyu suddenly had an idea. Can he really research an evolutionary plan that allows other green cotton worms to evolve into cocoons? If he can research it, this may be super rare knowledge that is not inferior to the final evolutionary plan of the iron-eating beast. The evolutionary plan of the iron-eating beast is powerful in that it may evolve into a dominant race and become the only channel that can stably breed dominant races. But the disadvantage is that the evolutionary materials are limited and belong to the middle and high-end market. The evolutionary plan of the green cottonworm cocoon lies in its popularity. As long as the required materials are not so expensive, the popularity must be very good. After all, the green cottonworm is everywhere, and it is not difficult to capture, raise, or contract. It is indeed as Hui Chuanqi said, if such a pet can have more evolutionary potential and the threshold is not high, it will definitely have a huge impact on the current beast control field. It will greatly improve the grassroots strength of the beast control field. Sometimes, popularity is the most rare, and quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. What many people lack is an opportunity to become a professional beast control master with a relatively low threshold. If a country can achieve the level of universal beast control masters, the probability of the birth of a strong person will definitely be much greater than before under the internal volume. When a war breaks out, there will be more wartime power, so that some people will not be completely powerless to resist the invasion. After leaving Beatty Town and entering a small path, Shiyu entered the ruined space. He opened the skill illustration and turned to the page of absolute sleep. If I give an ordinary green cottonworm the materials used to teach absolute sleep and other skills that enhance the spirit system as evolution materials, will it also be able to evolve into the cocoon race first? Thinking about it, Shiyu felt that he could give it a try. After all, if it succeeded, an iron-eating beast and a green cottonworm would directly change the national strength of Donghuang in the future, and could greatly avoid the disasters that have happened in history from happening again. During the Totem War, there was no difference between the rations of ordinary people and wild beasts. This was also a country with many disasters. Shiyu shook his head. Although he was not from this world, and his soul was not from this country to be exact, he had been here for so long and did not feel as strange as he did at the beginning. After understanding the history here, he was slowly integrated into it. You all laugh at me for being a ferruginous knight, but when the time comes, everyone will have a ferruginous and a blue worm, and that will be the mainstream. Okay, skill teaching teacher, evolution planner, it seems that I really have to become a breeder. Shiyu felt that if he hadn't been so mean to find the stone statue and was caught by Lu Qingyi, maybe he would have already completed his original plan, made a fortune by selling worm silk, and then became a legendary breeder and lived happily in his old age. After digging a hole for himself again, Shiyu turned his attention back to his own blue worm. As it was about to evolve, Shiyu once again confirmed its information: name, cocoon of the green cottonworm, attributes, insect, racial level, evolving, growth level, commander level, skills, silk, skills are beyond the Tao, absolute sleep, perfect, illusion of reality and virtuality, superb, deterrence, perfect, supervision, perfect, high-speed healing, perfect, space shackles, superb, instant movement, superb, void invisibility, perfect, telekinesis, skills are beyond the Tao, energy value. 38,869. These are all the results of Shiyu's 3 months of adding points. Shiyu has upgraded its intermediate skills supervision and high-speed healing to the perfect level. The high-level skills absolute sleep, deterrence and void invisibility have also been upgraded to the perfect level. And the 2 major attack skills like illusion of reality and virtuality and space shackles, as well as the space magic skill instant movement, have been upgraded to the superb level, which is the maximum level of non-racial skills. That is to say, in these 3 months, the skills of Shiyu's pet beasts have finally reached the level of perfection, not just limited to low and mid-level skills, but also high-level skills. Below the perfect level, in fact, the skills will not change much, and they are still within the scope of the ability and function of the skill itself, belonging to the peak of a skill. After reaching the perfect level, they will be upgraded to have some other characteristics. The new abilities of Chong Chong are probably perfect level supervision, energy vision, illusion nemesis, see through the opponent's energy scale, and distinguish the enemy's strength. Perfect level high-speed healing, after paying a huge amount of energy, it can restore the whole body's ordinary injuries and the ordinary injuries of the designated group of objects within 1 second. The word high speed is fully reflected, and the healing is almost instantaneous. Of course, this skill is only for ordinary physical injuries, and is ineffective for mental and soul damage and some special states. Perfect level absolute sleep, digest the nutrients in the body at a faster speed, in less than a minute, dig out and break through the hidden limits of the body, and convert them into physical energy. Of course, it can only be used once in a short time and in a battle. Perfect level deterrence, Potential can cause substantial physical damage, even interfere with the weather, and boost the fighting spirit of teammates. Perfect level invisibility can stay in the invisible state for a long time, until the physical energy is exhausted, and the maintenance time reaches the extreme. All of these have made Chang's strength change qualitatively, but because of too little time, Shiyu did not have time to max them out. He is looking forward to the perfect level of invisibility. By then, Chang can not only be invisible by himself, but also bring items and teammates into the invisible state. What really made Shiyu feel that Chang's strength had changed qualitatively were the three superb high-level skills of instant movement, space shackles, and virtual and real phantoms. Superb instant movement, it can move over a long distance. If the energy is sufficient, Chang can instantly carry a large number of items and life forms from one end of the city to the other end of the city. This distance will continue to grow as the strength increases. This is just a conventional ability. The most exclusive feature of superb instant movement is that Chang can move skills instantly. Create a telekinetic group, move the telekinetic group instantly, and let it land 1,000 meters away. Cross a super long distance to attack the enemy. The premise is to have an accurate locking method. This can be used with a super telekinetic perception field with full telekinesis. Superb space shackles. In addition to the greatly improved strength of space shackles and space shock damage, space shackles can be preserved for a long time. Advanced to sealing skill, Chang can let the space shackles escape from his control and stay in the outside world for a long time. As the strength increases, it can even be almost permanent. You can use space shackles to seal certain things and seal them in a different space. If the creatures inside try to struggle, they will suffer from space shock damage. If the creatures outside try to open the shackles, they will also suffer from shock attacks in the space field. The first thing Shiyu thought of at the beginning was to use this skill to regularly preserve the nutrients of the ginseng baby and make a relic treasure for future generations to play with. Superb level virtual and real phantom, it can make the created phantom separate from the main body and exist in the outside world for a long time, which is equivalent to a program that can enable it to complete certain guardian tasks. Even after the main body dies, as long as the energy is not exhausted, the phantom still has a chance to maintain. In the Pingchang ruin space, the virtual and real phantom of Dream Shell should belong to this level. Shiyu feels more and more that he has the potential to build ruins. Now he even has the guardian phantom. At present, so many magical skills have shaped the rich foundation of Chang. Perhaps, the cocoon state cannot see anything, but Shiyu believes that his investment is worth it, and all its foundation will burst out perfectly when it evolves. Thinking about the luxurious properties of the bugs, even Shiyu, the Beastmaster himself, couldn't help but sigh. His cocoon was indeed unscientific. Chapter 198, Shen Bao is the big moneymaker. After signing up, Shiyu was thinking, how should he make use of the next 2 days? Should he do it right away and start researching ways to make ordinary green cotton worms evolve into cocoon worms? Or should he continue to add points, meditate or study? If he tries hard, he might be able to max out one more skill of the worm. However, Shiyu felt that it was not very meaningful. The evolutionary boss said that if you want to be powerful after evolution, except for some individual cases, you can just practice racial skills. Other bosses also said that if you want your pet to grow faster, you can just practice racial skills. Racial skills are the foundation of a pet. It is about growth and evolution. No matter how well you practice skills other than your own race, it will not have much impact on the growth and evolution of your pet, and it will only increase combat power. Don't look at the fact that the energy value of the worm has increased from just over 20,000 to nearly 40,000 in the past 3 months. But in fact, most of the energy value is added when improving telekinesis. Shiyu maxed out 3 high-level skills, and the promotion of the growth of the worm is not as great as 1 low-level skill. This is the difference between racial skills and non-racial skills. This is why, to advance to a totem, one needs a superb race skill of the superb level, not just any superb skill. After convincing himself, Shiyu realized it. Combine work and rest. He has been working hard at school for 3 months, and it is time to relax in front of the big scene. He summoned all the pets and said to 11, Chang, Shen Bao, and Xiao Chaitan, how about we try all the special delicacies in the capital in the next few days? It's time to reward ourselves. Ying, Yi, me. Speaking of eating, 11, Shen Bao, and Xiao Chaitan are not sleepy. To be honest, although what Shiyu feeds them now is the most nutritious and most suitable food for absorption. But eating this kind of thing, being nutritious, does not mean that it is 100% in line with the taste, and it does not mean that you will not get tired of it. Shen Bao, for example, likes to drink non-nutritious soda. The delicacies that Shiyu mentioned are definitely not nutritious food that can promote growth for them, but they are definitely food that can satisfy the mouth and tongue and please the soul. Several pets, even if it was 11, still felt that they could squeeze out time for eating. However, when Shiyu finished speaking, Chong Chong showed a confused expression. It wanted to say something, but it was a pity that it had no mouth. Chong Chong. You guys go eat delicious food, what should I eat? Ah. Chong Chong hated it. Wait, it seems that Xiao Qitong can't eat traditional food? It suddenly looked at Xiao Qitong. Xiao Qitong also looked at it. Meow, it's not a big problem, it's not a big problem. After it burned the food with flames, it can still vaguely feel the taste. Chuang Chuang? Chuang Chuang? Is this scientific? It has seen burning paper money for the dead and burning clothes for the dead on the internet, but it has never seen burning food for the dead. Then it's a happy decision. Chong Chong, don't worry, just bear with it for 3 more days, Shiyu comforted. Chong Chong, TT. In the next 2 days, Shiyu really took the pets to eat everywhere. Each region has its own special cuisine. Shiyu is also a rich man. So he doesn't care whether it's expensive or not, just eat it. Eat for yourself and your pet. For 2 consecutive days, 12 meals, breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon dessert, dinner, and supper. After a set of procedures, Shiyu felt very fulfilled, and suddenly felt that this was the right way to open up the life of crossing. Mechanical Tree Club. When Boss Meng saw Shiyu again, he was a little surprised. Shiyu, have you gained a little weight? The food in Chengdu is very good. Shiyu smiled slightly, which was considered an answer. In fact, he didn't gain much weight, only 10 pounds. It doesn't matter much, because when he adds a little later, his body will automatically adjust to the most perfect state due to the effect of exercise. Because of this function, Shiyu had been overeating for a long time in the ancient capital before, but it was not considered overeating, because his physique was far superior to his peers, and the nutrients he needed to maintain his physical strength every day were indeed a bit too much. The same is true for 11 and the others. Although 11 and the others eat a lot and take in a lot of nutrients, these things are sometimes not used to become stronger, but simply to maintain body functions. Some totem creatures sleep for years or decades at any time. It's not that they want to do it, but that their powerful bodies need to take in a lot of nutrients every day just to maintain life activities, even if they don't fight or train. Oh, really? Why didn't you ask me? I'll treat you. How long do you plan to stay in the capital? How about I treat you a few meals later, Boss Meng said generously. I'll see about my schedule later. I'll definitely treat you when I have the chance, Shiyu smiled and nodded. Forget it. He was treated to a meal, so he felt a little uncomfortable when eating. Okay, but you came here quite quickly. The delivery man just left, and now those mechanical devices are in the warehouse. I rushed here as soon as I received the call, Shiyu said. Well, when the newcomers are ready, we will start the mechanical transformation of the alien tree, Boss Mengqing smiled. The alien tree is just a supernatural race creature, but after mutating and evolving into a mechanical tree, it is a high-level leader race. Generally speaking, this kind of transformation opportunity is reserved for those newcomers with potential in the club's youth training camp. This time, Shiyu happened to catch up with the mechanical tree club, helping the club's new beast master to evolve. He was lucky. After a while, the club was ready, and Boss Meng took Shiyu to watch. This time, Shiyu also looked very serious and brought some things that a breeder should bring. Otherwise, if he just touched it later, he would have studied it for nothing, which was too fake. In the huge transformation room, Shiyu, as a bystander, was slightly surprised throughout the whole process. There were all kinds of dazzling and complex machines all over the room. 2 extraordinary level alien trees stood in fixed positions nervously, and expectantly. Before the alien tree evolved, it was very ordinary, like a dry and leafless tree with a single eye on the trunk. At this time, next to the alien tree, 2 mechanics were communicating with their beastmasters. Obviously, the one who is responsible for helping the alien tree transform and evolve this time was not the beastmaster himself, but the professional mechanic in the mechanical tree club. The mutation, Transformation and evolution will take about half an hour. The two alien trees will undergo physical examinations before and after the evolution. Shiyu, do you want to record some data? Mengqing asked after bringing Shiyu over. After all, Shiyu said that he wanted to study mutation and evolution, so the data of the mechanical tree before and after evolution must be collected. It's troublesome, Shiyu said bluntly. If you want to act, you have to do the whole set. Otherwise, if you just say that you want to touch it after evolution, you will be regarded as a pervert. In fact, this kind of tree is okay now. What if the skills you like appear on elves, dragon girls, angels, and succubi in the future? What should we do? With tangled emotions, Shiyu and his friends came here. The four people in the transformation room looked over. The two young people and the two middle-aged mechanics said, "Boss, you are here. This is the classmate Shiyu who I told you about before to observe the research." Mengqing smiled and introduced. After the words fell, the four people also smiled and looked at Shiyu and nodded. But this smile, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like that kind of warm smile. Instead, it seems that they want to show a polite smile, but they can't help but want to laugh more crazily. I've heard of you for a long time, because of Mengqing's introduction, or maybe it was the reminder of the clubmates. Even if they didn't know Shiyu at first, they would definitely check it out later. This check is good. Shiyu's expression was indifferent, and he swung his sword down. The sword light was crisscrossed, and he rode the iron-eating beast to defeat the enemies in all directions, and the old things that crushed the withered and rotten were all found out. To be honest, even the group of beastmasters who played with antiques next door, they all felt that they were not as good as Shiyu at playing. The iron-eating beast knight is awesome. But several people had to admit that Shiyu, as the top scorer in the ancient capital professional assessment, was a genius archaeologist who discovered the evolution of the iron-eating beast. They were ashamed of themselves. Such a genius actually came to visit the Mechanical Tree Club, which was really a rare guest. "You're welcome." Shiyu's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and smiled. "Are you trying to hold back your laughter? I tell you, your pet skills are very good, but later, it will be mine. Let's get started." Boss Meng coughed dryly. "Okay," everyone responded one after another. The preparations were carried out quickly. Soon after, the preparations were almost done. The alien tree was examined, and the device-like mechanical armor was ready. During this period, Shiyu also learned a lot of information about the mutants. This skill is undoubtedly very strong. At this time, the alien tree is just a wood-type creature, but through these special transformation devices, they can have 3 series and 3-color bullets with the ability of fire, frost, and electric shock. Even this kind of attribute skill that is not related to each other can be given through mutation. Shiyu believes that there is a high probability that Shen Baobao can use this skill to mutate a second powerful attribute. Here, after a moment, the alien tree was ready. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two mechanics began to install mechanical armor on the alien trees. This process took more than 20 minutes. Shiyu and Boss Meng are also talented. From the alien tree skills at the beginning, they talked about the transformation device, and then talked about which of the 5 major consortiums is more profitable. In the end, the two came to a common conclusion that no matter how much money the 5 major consortiums in the Beastmaster market make, they can't make more than the official monopoly of tobacco and real estate. Donghuang Tobacco's annual income is heading towards trillions, easily beating a single consortium. The housing price makes ordinary people even more desperate. What's more uncomfortable than on Earth is that the more expensive the house is, the farther away from danger it is. Therefore, even though they know that the house is sky high, many ordinary people will still save money desperately, just to live in a relatively safe place. It doesn't matter whether you are a Beastmaster or not, but you have to live in a place where the Beastmaster is strong to feel safe. It can be said that these incomes have supported countless Overlord-level pets. It's still strength, Shiyu sighed. Without strength, the Donghuang Association can't monopolize these blood-making businesses. Evolve. At this time, Mengqing suddenly spoke, and Shiyu also looked at the venue. Buzz! The white evolution light bloomed on the alien tree. After a moment, a brand new armed mechanical tree appeared in front of Shiyu. Shiyu looked at the changes in the information on the illustration, his mood surged, and he was ready to move. Invincible, finally, there is a pet that leads the race. The Beastmasters of the 2 mechanical trees were the most excited at this time. and their joyful expressions were difficult to conceal. "Masters, thank you for your hard work," they said to the two mechanics who helped with the transformation. The two old men in the club laughed and said, "Thank you, boss." The two young beast masters nodded quickly. "From today on, the Mechanical Tree Club is my second home, boss. Just do your job in the future." The two looked at Mengqing with gratitude. After all, both the alien tree and the evolution equipment were provided by the club. They only need to work for the club for a period of time according to the contract to change their fate. For most beast masters who are not in good financial conditions, this is a very good way. Look how happy you are. Wait until the growth level of your pet breaks through to the commander level, and you will be happy again. Mengqing smiled slightly, turned to look at Shiyu, and said, "Let's go and take a look." Yeah, Shiyu had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. On the field, the owners of the mechanical trees were patting them happily. Shiyu passed by and followed suit, confirmed to be included: skill, mutant, skill level, advanced, introduction, wood type skill, can collect mutant power through external stimulation. Whether it can perfectly absorb and digest the mutant power to complete the race mutation depends on the skill level and the growth level of the pet. Originally, Shiyu still had some concerns about the mutant skills, because in the published information, it seems that no alien tree has mutated to the king race or above. But now, seeing the description of the mutant in the skill illustration, many of Shiyu's concerns have dissipated. It seems that this is clearly an ability that is extremely difficult to improve proficiency and extremely difficult to achieve mutation conditions. At present, no one has systematically summarized the method for the alien tree to improve the mutant skill level, but Shiyu doesn't care, because he can directly add points until the full level, and then, no matter how strong the mutant power is, the ginseng baby can also perfectly absorb it. Your grandmother, but soon, Shiyu's face fell, because after confirming that the mutant can be used by the ginseng baby, it is probably a huge expense to create a mutant environment at that time. Mutant light, alien water, and alien soil, it seems that there is no cheap stuff at all. If Shiyu wants to make the king race ginseng baby evolve, he will definitely not be willing to make do. He must mutate towards the overlord race. He must even go for the high-level overlord race. With such a pursuit, it is estimated that it is difficult to find a perfect mutation environment for ginseng baby in nature. Most of the time, he has to shape it by himself, just like the material of the worm. If you can find the best in nature, even if it only meets one item, you can save a lot of money. If you can't find it, it seems to be another billion, maybe more. Shiyu feels that even a rich cat may feel dizzy. 11. Just after the worm was done, the ginseng baby came again, and it seemed to be the big money maker. But everything is worth it, worth it. It takes hundreds of billions to build a hegemon-class battleship. I invest less than a fraction of it, and in exchange for the potential of the overlord, it's worth it. When the ginseng baby becomes powerful, I can earn it all back, Shiyu comforted himself. This is a strategic level supplement. In the future, it will take the damage of super-level skills for me. I can't save it. Student Shiyu, your face. Mengqing suddenly noticed that Shiyu, who was staring at the mechanical tree, had a bitter expression on his face. Nothing, I just suddenly felt that mutation science is too difficult. I can't understand it. Everyone? Calm down, you are already very good at archaeology. There is no need to get stuck in the horns of breeding. Chapter 199 The Butterfly Transformation Conference begins. Boss Meng thought that he had treated Shiyu very warmly. But after studying the mutation and evolution of the alien tree, Shiyu seemed to have mixed emotions. Sometimes he was happy, and sometimes he was frustrated. She didn't know what Shiyu was thinking specifically. Maybe this was a genius. Next, Shiyu stayed in the Mechanical Tree Club for a while. After all, he was not a scumbag, and he couldn't do the behavior of copying skills, wiping his hands and leaving. Later, he continued to study in a formal manner. It was not until the inspection of the two mechanical trees after evolution was over, and they could be taken away by the Beastmaster for training, that Shiyu got out. How is it? Did you gain anything? Do you want to continue the research? Mengqing asked. No, it's been long enough. Let them and the Beastmaster go back, Shiyu said. The information I just got is almost enough for me to digest for a while. If I need it in the future, I will definitely find you again. Okay, Boss Meng laughed and said, it's a piece of cake. You are welcome to come anytime. By the way, do you want your sister to take you out for a meal tonight? At this time, Shiyu was about to say something else. His mobile phone rang, and a call came in. Is it a call? Pick it up, Boss Meng said. Shiyu glanced at the name and chose to answer it. There was a questioning voice on the other end. Shiyu, are you coming together? Where are you now? The person who called was the young Gu master Miao Dongdong. At the beginning, Shiyu and him said that they would have a chance to attend the butterfly transformation conference together. After all, they were from the same school, and they could chat and relieve boredom when they went together. Tomorrow is the butterfly transformation conference. Miao Dongdong saw that Shiyu had not yet believed it, so he couldn't help but call to ask. He had to go with Shiyu. After all, he was also very curious about what Shiyu's green cotton worm could evolve into. There would be so many people and so many cocoons there, and if he didn't go with Shiyu, he would probably miss the first-hand evolution scene. I'm outside now, I'll send you the meeting place later, okay, Miao Dongdong said. The two just said a few words briefly and hung up the phone. Boss Meng said, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Shiyu said, yes, I may not be able to do it tonight. Next time. I have something to do later, Boss Meng. Thank you very much this time. The matter is tomorrow, but at night, Shiyu does plan to have a good rest and adjust the bugs. It's better to take the opportunity to leave. Okay, Meng Qing didn't say anything, just smiled and said, are you leaving now? Let's go now, Shiyu said. Then I'll see you off, Meng Qing said. At this time, there is still one day before the butterfly transformation conference begins. However, the popularity of the butterfly transformation conference has been completely raised. At present, it has firmly occupied the second place in the internet hot search list. After all, it is a guardian-level creature that has appeared. As for the first place in the hot search, it is the official announcement of the love news of Zhu Xiangwang of the Dark Club, which suppresses the Guardian. This is one of the superstar beast masters of Donghuang, the top figure of the club system, a national-level superstar. And the king is the title given to the best beast masters in these club systems. The champion of the national competition is called the national champion. The champion of the club's master competition is called the heavenly king. The champion of the military performance of the beast taming corps is called the soldier king. Because the contestants of these competitions are all under 30 years old, the beast masters with these titles are basically the best and leading figures of the younger generation. Top master can fight the overlord, Zhu Xiangwang. After leaving the club, Shiyu took a taxi to Beatty Town, planning to live in the ruins outside the town and wait for the butterfly transformation conference. At this time, he was sitting in the car, watching the news, and was amazed. He is a super genius at the same level as senior sister Lu. The national championship champion, the Masters King, and the military performance soldier king, in terms of combat power, are actually from low to high. The reason is very simple. The national competition is aimed at college students who have not graduated, basically under 25 years old, and ordinary masters are the extreme. The master competition and the military performance are aimed at all young beast masters under 30 years old, so it is not surprising that top masters appear. And the reason why the age limit is so strict, even according to Shiyu's understanding, even the world competition requires under 30 years old, is also very simple. Because before the age of 30, the most efficient stage for a beast master to upgrade the level of the beast master space is. After the age of 30, although he can continue to become stronger, the efficiency will be a little worse. After that, as the age of the beast master increases, the upgrade efficiency will become lower and lower. When he reaches old age, let alone advancement, it is good to maintain the current state. Therefore, in the field of beast masters, there is a saying that if you don't become a master before the age of 30, you will have no hope of becoming a legend for life, and if you don't become a legend before the age of 30, you will have no hope of becoming a legend for life. And the legends of Donghuang dynasties, from the Emperor of Time to the Mechanical Giant, a total of 7 people, all confirmed this statement. They were all promoted to legends before the age of 30, and even the evolutionary talent boss became a legend before the age of 30. Special Miao, however, falling in love actually suppressed the popularity of the patron saint. After a moment, Shiyu felt it was outrageous. It is also unparalleled to show affection to the extent that it is known to the whole country. If he had this popularity at that time, the price of the iron-eating beast would at least double. Shiyu later looked at the hot searches of the Butterfly Transformation Conference. According to the data, More than 73,000 Beastmasters have registered for this butterfly transformation conference so far, and most of them are trainee Beastmasters, led and organized by Beastmasters from schools, clubs and other institutions. I knew it, although the official recommendation is that it is best to have professional strength before participating in the butterfly transformation conference. In fact, most of the people who contract the green cotton worms are trainee Beastmasters. As for the problem of being unsafe to go to the Shenyu Mountains by yourself, it is easy to solve it. Just find a bodyguard. After a while, Shiyu arrived outside Beatty Town. Handsome guy, there are a lot of people. I won't drive in. Can you walk for a while? In the taxi, the driver uncle looked at the sea of cars and people in front and said to Shiyu behind him. No problem, Shiyu nodded and paid several hundred yuan for the fare. He found that there were indeed many more people today than the day he came to register. The number of 73,000 may increase before tomorrow. They all came to register on the last day. Shiyu didn't know where they were going to sleep. It seemed that most people were going to set up tents, and there was definitely not enough room in Beatty Town. After getting off the car, Shiyu yawned, found a place at random, and entered the space of the ruins. Fuck, he didn't hide it. 2 or 3 passers-by who accidentally saw the sudden disappearance of living people widened their eyes. A person, just now a person, disappeared. Isn't it just a person who disappeared? Look at your ignorant look. Do you know about teleportation? Fuck, shameless, using teleportation to jump the queue? This boss is a bit mean. Shiyu definitely didn't jump the queue. In the space of the ruins, Shiyu summoned 4 pets. At this time, Chong was in tears. He finally waited for it and could evolve soon. It was so miserable. It will evolve tomorrow. Are you looking forward to it? Shiyu smiled and looked at Chong. Gee, Chong's telepathy came out. Of course he was looking forward to it. Ever since it had instincts, it has been looking forward to evolution. It dreams about it. In its dreams, the green cotton worm has evolved to become stronger more than once and defeated its natural enemies. Now that it finally has this opportunity in reality, it is extremely excited. The most important thing is that after evolution, maybe it can become the strongest in the team. It looks at 11, Shen Bao, and Shi Tong. Ah, come on, get stronger, said 11. Seeing Chong grow from a small insect that was slapped off a branch by him to now, although 11 feels that Chong is not as hard-working as himself, this should not be Chong's limit. It looks forward to Chong becoming stronger and then fighting with him. Yee. Don't waste the evolution fruit. Shen Bao looked at Chong with pain. Chong ate a lot of full-level nutritious fruits that he worked hard to make. If he doesn't evolve to be stronger, Shen Bao will feel that he is also a waste. After evolution, you can eat, although Xiao didn't know what was going on. After all, when he joined the team, Chong was in cocoon form, but seeing that everyone was cheering Chong and telling him not to be nervous, Xiao also cheered Chong in his own way. Gee, Chong was in tears. The leader was still the leader. Even if he could crush Shiai after evolution, he still recognized this leader. For his own evolution, Shen Bao also worked hard to help make nutrient fruits and assist Shiyu in adding points. Chong was very grateful. As for the little sword spirit, Chong showed a resolute expression. Wait, soon, tomorrow you will see its true appearance. It is definitely not this miserable cocoon form. Okay, everyone take a good rest today, and go watch Chong evolve together tomorrow. Shiyu laughed, and the pets such as Shiai excitedly. The Butterfly Transformation Conference? Great, 100,000 pets evolve together, just think about it. It's a big scene, and Shiai and the others are very much looking forward to it. Not only Shiyu and his team, but every Beastmaster with a green cocoon was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, their green cocoons were all asleep at this time, unconscious and unable to communicate with the Beastmasters. The Beastmasters could only hold their expectations alone. That night, a silver meteor shower streaked across the sky. Countless people looked at the sky and prayed, hoping that their pets could evolve smoothly. Miao Dong from the ancient capital was among them. Hua Xiajin Chuanqi, the person in charge of the Butterfly Transformation Conference, also stood in the moonlight and looked at the silver meteor shower that suddenly appeared in the sky. Her face was illuminated by the moonlight and was very beautiful. The butterfly god has already started to prepare, She smiled slightly and recalled the scene of participating in the butterfly transformation conference when she was young. At that time, the beautiful figure of her pet was the best in the audience, and she was finally recognized by the butterfly god, laying the foundation for her to become a legend later. So who will be the lucky one this time, she, you, or someone else? Amid countless expectations, the sun rose as usual the next day. Early in the morning, a large number of beastmasters gathered in Beatty Town. Shi Yu came to the agreed place and met Miao Dongdong in cloth clothes. The young man was very energetic at this time, but Miao Dongdong's first sentence was, "Did you fall asleep yesterday? I have insomnia and meditated all night." Shi Yu touched his cheek and said, "I can't sleep, most of the time I'm not weak enough, Miao Dongdong. Why can't I understand what you said?" At this time, the 11 and ginseng babies in Shi Yu's 2 pockets, which had shrunk to a miniature level, poked their heads out, and the sword hanging on Shi Yu's neck also shook, urging Shi Yu to go to the scene quickly. "What's the hurry? It hasn't started yet," Shi Yu said. "Chong Chong is not in a hurry, but you are." 3 pets, Chong Chong is not in a hurry? It is obviously afraid that it will be too excited, causing the cocoon to explode, forcing itself to sleep absolutely, and waiting for you to wake up. Ahem, Miao Dongdong looked at Shi Yu, who had a family, with an envious expression. The little sword spirit of the Iron Beast with explosive combat power and self-discipline, the Unscientific University Ginseng, and the high-level race, who was formerly a beautiful general sister, is really good. In comparison, the parasitic goo hidden in the emerald tree python and the shadow goo in his body, how come they are less and less cute the more you look at them? The golden wing goo that is about to break out of the cocoon. I hope there will be some surprises. Let's go too. Shi Yu saw that the large army was heading towards the Shenaiyu forest, and he said to Miao Dongdong. "Yes," Miao Dongdong nodded, and Shi Yu went there together. Next, the first thing to go through is the forest between Beatty Town and the Butterfly Valley in the Shenaiyu Mountains. This forest is extremely huge, like a maze, and there are tens of thousands of butterfly pets living inside, from awakening to commander level. They don't like the people flying over the forest. So everyone can only walk. It is estimated that it will take a long time to walk through the forest, and you can't get lost. As for ignoring the preferences of the butterflies, flying in the air, you have to see who is covering them. The Butterfly God's Butterfly Transformation Conference was originally just to assist the wild green cottonworms in the Shenaiyu Mountains to evolve. The green cottonworms of the Beastmasters were the result of later exchanges and were incidental. Therefore, the butterflies here are just like the people of the Butterfly God. It is better not to provoke them. This forest is actually the first test prepared by the Butterfly God for human Beastmasters. When the Butterfly God wakes up, the tens of thousands of butterflies in the entire mountain range are equivalent to the eyes of the Butterfly God. It is already watching everyone at this time. At the moment, the only one flying in the air is the legendary Huaziajin, who is blessed by the Butterfly God. She saw that the large army had entered the forest from all over the place and was about to shuttle through the forest, so she flew to the destination of this Butterfly Transformation Conference, the Butterfly Transformation Valley, in advance. As for other people, whether they can cross to the end is not something she can decide. Under normal circumstances, 99% of people can still pass normally, but there may be some unlucky ones who are expelled by the Butterfly God. After people and pets live for a long time, they will be infected with each other's breath. Different Beastmasters and different pets have their own breath, and some pets are very sensitive to this breath. Sometimes, some pets with strong perception can even judge a person's goodness and evil, and judge whether he is loved by pets or is using pets as tools to enslave them. Shi Yu's insects had previously sensed the breath of butterflies on Huachuanqi. Therefore, sometimes, the butterflies in this forest will occasionally replace the Butterfly God to expel some garbage Beastmasters who are not worthy of the Butterfly God's blessing. After Shi Yu and Miao Dongdong came in, they had not walked for long when a group of wind crystal butterflies suddenly appeared in front of them. A group of wind crystal butterflies will not be strong in combat, but at this moment, seeing them, Miao Dongdong next to Shi Yu became nervous. He said, "I heard that it is not absolutely safe to cross the forest. Sometimes the butterflies in the forest will expel humans, and if a fight occurs, it will attract more butterflies to expel them, so it is best to avoid fighting, even if we can win." At this time, this group of wind crystal butterflies were flying in front, and Miao Dongdong was extremely nervous. He was afraid that this group of wind crystal butterflies would attack them. At that time, it would be neither fighting nor running. However, at this time, Shiyu, who had telepathy, listened to the information conveyed by the wind crystal butterflies and said in surprise, "What, you want to lead the way for us?" Swish, the wind crystal butterflies nodded. They felt a breath of the king from Shiyu and felt convinced. "I hope Shiyu can have a good harvest in this butterfly transformation conference and be noticed by the butterfly god." "Thank you." Shiyu smiled and looked at this group of cute wind crystal butterflies. "Good guy, did the perfect deterrence of Chong Chong take effect?" Chong Chong didn't come out either. "By the way, why were you so nervous just now? Aren't they all very friendly? They even led the way. I heard that it's not easy to walk here." Shiyu looked at Meow Dong Dong. Meow Dong Dong? Chapter 200, The Final Evolution of Bugs. Divine Capital, Divine Feather Mountains, Butterfly Valley. An extremely huge elf, 10 meters long, like a flower fairy, with a body like a dream butterfly, flew in the sky. The elf king of 10,000 flower butterflies. On the overlord butterfly, Hua Chuanqi stood here, watching the beast masters coming little by little below. The butterfly conversion conference will officially begin at noon. The beast masters entered the forest at dawn at 6 o'clock in the morning. Normally, even if they get lost, they can still arrive here before 12 o'clock. What's more, there are so many people. Even if there are few people who are really bad at finding their way, as long as they follow the main group and are not targeted by the butterflies in the forest, there will be no problem at all. He's here too. As a legendary beast master, Hua Chuanqi has a good vision. He can clearly see Shiyu, who is communicating with Meow Dong Dong in the crowd. At the same time, Meow Dong Dong was incredulous. It's so easy to cross over. Next to him, Shiyu looked as if it was a matter of course. Otherwise, do you still think you will get lost in the forest? Anyone can get here smoothly. Okay. Please don't summon the cocoons yet. Wait until the butterfly god descends, then you can summon the cocoons to the area designated by it. As more and more people came, the flower legend appeared in the sky, and the voice reached everyone's ears. Many people looked up at the one-who butterfly elf king with admiration. The dominant race pet is great. The flower legend is also very beautiful. It seems that we have to wait for a while. Meow Dong Dong glanced at the time and said, "I don't know where the other students in the school are. Many people came to Gudu University this time. There are so many children." Shiyu's focus was not on the classmates Meow Dong Dong mentioned. Instead, he looked at the many apprentice beast masters around him and found that most of them were 16 or 17 years old and looked very immature. "Meow Dong Dong? You are not much older, okay." However, Meow Dong Dong looked at Shiyu, who was wearing a black and red combat uniform and a red cloak, and did find that Shiyu looked more mature and handsome, provided that the little iron beast and the little ginseng baby in his pocket did not show up randomly. Ying, Yi, 11 and Shen Bao Bao asked, "Has the butterfly god not come out yet? Has the butterfly transformation conference not started yet?" "Soon," Shiyu said. At this time, beast masters from all over the butterfly transformation valley were discussing in anticipation and excitement. There was a lot of noise and excitement below, and the sound covered everything. In the sky, Hua Chuanqi was silent, and then she said, "From now on, everyone will meditate." After she finished speaking, the voices below stopped immediately, and tens of thousands of people suddenly fell silent. Although they didn't know what was going on, they guessed that it might be a specific ceremony, so they stopped discussing and meditated quietly, waiting for the butterfly transformation conference to begin. "It's much quieter," Hua Zhaijin Chuanqi laughed. "You are too noisy. There is no ceremony for the ceremony. I just want these people to shut up." After Hua Chuanqi's persuasion, even Shiyu followed and meditated. The beast masters who came later saw that the people who had arrived were meditating, and they quickly entered the meditative state. In this way, in a silent environment, more and more people gathered in the butterfly transformation valley. As time passed, this place slowly began to change. A light breeze blew from afar, making everyone feel cool. This breeze seemed to be silver, perhaps mixed with silver scale powder, or perhaps mixed with crushed silver insect silk. In the sky, a silver substance fell into Hua Chuanqi's hand. She suddenly looked up and smiled. "Stop meditating," she spoke loudly, and her voice reached everyone's ears again. At this time, everyone stopped meditating, opened their eyes, and looked at the sky. Silver. I don't know when, the silver whirlwind blew all over the sky, and in an instant, The butterfly valley seemed to have turned into a silver world. Countless silver substances were swept and blown together, like a group of rolling silver waves, extremely dazzling. The sky disappeared. At this time, the number of people on the scene had reached 60,000 to 70,000. After opening their eyes, many people looked at the sky shock. Because in a short moment, the sky here seemed to be covered, and the blue sky and the sun could no longer be seen. Everyone seemed to be wrapped and shrouded under a silver dome. The dome was shining, extremely beautiful, and illuminated all directions. Under the gaze of everyone, the glittering silver substances in the sky began to change again, just like a retrograde silver meteor shower, quickly converging at a certain point, accompanied by infinite fluorescence, gradually combining into a huge figure, with a powerful aura, covering the sky and the earth. This figure is extremely huge, up to 100 meters high, like a god, with a silver glow all over its body. Even Huachuanqi in the sky and the overlord butterfly she rides on seem like a baby in front of it. Below, in the crowd, Shiyu, like everyone else, had a faster heartbeat, quietly looking at the huge figure emerging in the sky. This is a butterfly creature over 100 meters long, with 2 pairs of wings like a sea of silver feathers. The body and head cannot be seen clearly, but the overall aura reveals a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. The patron saint of butterflies of Donghuang, the divine feather swallowtail. Seeing this creature, everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. After all, this is currently the highest level creature in the world. On Shiyu's body, the little sword spirit did not express anything. Shen Bao was a little scared, feeling that 100 of himself would not be enough for such a creature to eat. 11 looked at this behemoth with shining eyes. It's so big. Although it can become this big after Shiyu multiplied its giantization to the skills advanced to the Tao level, this 100-meter state consumes too much physical energy. Even if it does nothing, it just steps on the ground a few times after becoming bigger, it can't maintain it for a few seconds. Is there really a creature that can maintain this state to fight? Then how destructive will the battle be? At the same time, next to Shiyu, Miao Dongdong saw the butterfly god and trembled with excitement. Such a pet is what a beastmaster should pursue. After the divine feathered swallowtail appeared, it did not express anything special, but continued to gently flap its wings. The endless silver storm once again turned into a tsunami and swept past. After a moment, not only the sky, but also the ground below the valley turned silver. At this time, the beastmasters standing on the mountain swallowed their saliva. Now you can summon your own cocoons. Summon them to the silver area below the mountain, and you stay on the mountain. Huachuanqi spoke again. Yes, many beastmasters nodded and listened to Huachuanqi's instructions. After a moment, countless summoning lights and summoning diagrams appeared on the flat ground below the mountain. In the blink of an eye, cocoons appeared one after another in the vast silver area. Tens of thousands of cocoons appeared, and the scene was extremely shocking. There were so many cocoons, and they were almost exactly the same. If there was no contractual induction between the beastmasters and the pets, after the evolution, the beastmasters might not be able to find their pets. Chong, come on. In the crowd, the inconspicuous Shiyu also summoned Chong. Because of the lack of space, his summoning array was released very far. In the sea of white cocoons, a different green cocoon soon appeared. At this time, Chong had just woken up in confusion, but after discovering the surrounding environment, it found that there were oval-shaped sleeping white cocoons everywhere, and there was an unparalleled giant butterfly in the sky. It suddenly became excited. Unlike the group of sleeping cocoons, Chong raised his head and looked up at the divine feather swallowtail butterfly. His eyes glowed like 11. Next, Chong quickly sensed that a layer of silver material on the ground was very warm, as if it had been woven into a soft big bed, and slowly released special power, radiating the surroundings. This feeling was very similar to when it ate the nutritious fruit, and its evolutionary potential was slowly changing. Not only it, but every green cocoon between the silver earth and the silver sky could feel it. Not only here, but also in the entire Shenayu Mountains, the wild green cocoons scattered all over the place also had silver wind blowing around them and merging into their bodies. The divine feather swallowtail was using its own strength to help more than 100,000 green cocoons improve their evolutionary potential and assist them in their evolution. In the sky, the divine feather swallowtail seemed to make a sound for the first time, and the sound was deep and distant like the sound of a whale. After it made the sound, its wings began to diffuse with light, and the wings like a silver feather sea seemed to melt into light spots. The light spots in the sky were like vitality, like a falling meteor shower, falling towards the green cocoons. In this process, they will be able to accelerate their growth, absorb the evolutionary power from the butterfly god, and will gradually complete the final evolution according to their different talents and potentials. Huaxiaojin legend smiled and looked down. It seemed that he had already seen the spectacular scene of the evolution of thousands of butterflies. It is indeed as Hua Chuanqi said. At this time, each cocoon is absorbing the unabsorbed evolutionary power at an accelerated rate because of the metamorphosis talent of the divine feathered swallowtail. In addition, this process is integrating the blessings from the butterfly god, increasing the evolutionary potential and absorbing additional evolutionary power. Awesome, looking at the silver world of light in front of them. Many trainee beastmasters, even professional and master beastmasters, were shocked. Is this the power of the guardian god? No wonder he can be called the national guardian god. How powerful must he be to bless more than 100,000 cocoons at the same time? I feel that my green cotton worm will soon break out of the cocoon. At this time, beastmasters in various places looked down the mountain and spoke as if they had sensed it. Me too, my green cotton worm has awakened. My family's is trying to awaken new skills. It's starting to try to break free from the cocoon. After a while, beastmasters everywhere showed surprised expressions and looked forward to it. Of course, there are also knowledgeable ones who show disdainful expressions. Sensing that the pet is going to evolve so early means that your pet's potential and talent are not good. It had no time to absorb and carry the blessing of the butterfly god, and it reached its limit. Still laughing? At the moment, nearly 10,000 people have sensed the changes in their pets. In fact, their pets are quite similar. None of them used any special evolution plan, but simply evolved based on the level of the silk. Green cotton worm, wind crystal butterfly. Under the blessing of the butterfly god, even if the silk level of the green cotton worm reaches the perfect level, the green cotton worm inside may not be unable to break free. Swish. Not long after, finally, on the vast silver land, the first cocoon changed. Chaotic wind blades entangled the inside of the cocoon out of thin air. Surrounded by several wind blades and the light of evolution, a wind crystal butterfly broke out of the cocoon and flew into the sky. Swish. 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 Then, one wind crystal butterfly after another broke out of the cocoon in the same way. With a newly awakened race skill wind blade, the shackles of the cocoon were broken. The wind crystal butterfly, whose color was as beautiful as the sky, was extremely beautiful. At this moment, tens of thousands of wind crystal butterflies, as the first batch of evolved creatures, flew into the sky together, wanting to surround a divine feather swallowtail butterfly to express their gratitude. Evolved, the evolution of these cocoons seemed to be ignited. As a white light lit up, dozens or hundreds of white lights flashed in turn, illuminating this place with incomparable brightness. Countless cocoons began to break free, and the butterfly-shaped pets flapped their wings a few times in discomfort, and then flew up one after another. From the wind crystal butterfly at the beginning, to the ice crystal butterfly that broke the cocoon by freezing the cocoon and breaking the ice crystal, the flame crystal butterfly that burned the cocoon, the dark crystal butterfly that penetrated the cocoon with darkness and light, and even the light crystal butterfly, the evolutionary forms of many extraordinary races were born one by one. At this moment, the sky above the entire butterfly valley was covered with various wings of evolved forms, and the picture was like a colorful fairyland, which was beautiful beyond words. Looking at the colorful sky, many beastmasters can lock onto the figures of their own pets, and their hearts are surging. Shiyu also saw the changes of these pets through the illustrations. The energy value of each butterfly that evolved here is surprisingly high, far exceeding the pets of the same race. And this moment is actually just beginning. Next, the birth of the evolutionary forms of various leading races is the highlight. The ice crystal swallowtail butterfly with a larger body size of nearly 1 meter, which is the dual system of ice and wind, appeared. Generally speaking, this is the evolution of the wind crystal butterfly and the ice crystal butterfly, but some beastmasters use special methods to complete the evolution in the first stage. They came out with a blizzard, and the scene of breaking out of the cocoon was gorgeous. There was also a cocoon that suddenly became extremely strange with black mist lingering. These cocoons seemed to be twisted into a terrifying mask by a dark force. In a moment, A butterfly with different patterns on the left and right wings, like a skull in a beautiful woman, was born. It was surrounded by an ominous aura, and the patterns on its wings were black, yellow, and red, blurry and extremely strange. It was the ghost beauty butterfly of the middle-level leader race. In addition, there was the large peacock butterfly with eyes all over its wings, a total of 10 eyes, the thunder-crowned butterfly, the three-tailed bird-winged swallowtail butterfly, the dead-leaf spirit butterfly, the glass butterfly, and then, all kinds of butterflies were born one after another, instantly suppressing the limelight of the extraordinary race butterflies breaking out of their cocoons. In fact, it was not just butterflies, but also various moths, beetles, and bees that broke out of their cocoons. They had different forms and competed with other pets for beauty. The Butterfly Valley suddenly reached its peak scene. Every creature broke out of its cocoon in a different way, which was extremely ornamental. Unfortunately, there were too many powerful evolutionary forms. Even the butterflies of the high-level leader races were counted in the thousands a year, and no evolutionary form could attract everyone's attention. My golden wingu has also completed its evolution. Meow Dong Dong's side immediately locked onto his fingernail-sized golden wingu from among the thousands of butterflies. Due to the special nature of the goo, its body was very small. Although it had reached the high-level leadership of the race, it did not cause much commotion. However, Meow Dong Dong was still very happy and communicated with a golden wingu to understand its situation. Almost all the beastmasters who had completed their evolution were sensing the new power of their pets after their evolution. Next, the insect field will usher in a new round of explosions. In the sky, seeing this scene, Huaziogen Legend still smiled, and then his eyes fell on the few pets that were still in the cocoon. At this time, there were still very few cocoons left on the ground. Some of the beastmasters who had completed their evolution shifted their eyes from the sky to the ground. At this time, those who have not evolved, have they failed, or are they still accumulating evolutionary potential? Where is your cocoon? Meow Dong Dong asked beside Shiyu. Shiyu looked quietly into the distance. He knew that the insects were still absorbing the power of the butterfly god's metamorphosis. Just like an insatiable wolf. At this time, as the number of cocoons became very small, everyone noticed a strange phenomenon. Fuck, suddenly someone shouted, their eyes widened, looking at the white cocoon on the ground in shock. While the other cocoons were lying quietly, there was actually a cocoon that was floating and running at a low altitude. Its target seemed to be a place with a strong metamorphosis power. Every time it stayed in a place with a weaker energy, it would immediately roll to another place. What is this? What made tens of thousands of beastmasters stare at the cocoon the most was that this cocoon actually had eyes. Not only did it have eyes, but it also had consciousness, absorbing the remaining metamorphosis energy everywhere. Huh? That's also a green cotton cocoon. Whose? Is it evolved, or not? Or did it fail to evolve and become like this? At this moment, looking at this weird cocoon, most people were stunned and felt it was outrageous. Damn, that cocoon. Meow Dong Dong also stared at the cocoon. What the hell? The next second, he looked at the calm Shiyu next to him and was startled. He opened his mouth slightly, with a premonition that something was wrong. Don't tell me, this cocoon is yours. Shiyu said nothing, because at this moment he sensed Chong Chong's heart. At this time, Chong Chong went to a place with rich metamorphosis energy to absorb the rare energy that can be perfectly absorbed in the cocoon state, while looking up at the divine feather swallowtail in the sky. That's it. Butterfly God, let me see where your limit is. Divine feather swallowtail? It's been so long, even if the butterfly god has to take care of hundreds of thousands of cocoons in the divine feather mountains at the same time, the butterfly god should have discovered Chong Chong's abnormality. It looked at Chong Chong silently, a little confused. Seeing this freak, the butterfly god almost thought that his beastmaster was back and cultivated some strange species again. It seems to have attracted a lot of attention. Now I guess many people are curious about who its beastmaster is. In the sky, Hua Chuanqi watched the show quietly. Those who haven't broken out of their cocoons at this time should all have the potential to be kings. Countless people were attracted by the insects, but soon, the creatures that began to break out of their cocoons diverted people's attention. The space-based empty crystal butterfly, the yin-yang butterfly with light and darkness, the ice and fire twin butterflies that evolved into two bodies at once, the latent butterfly that abandoned its body and transformed into a spirit body, the spirit butterfly that transformed into elemental life, and the evolutionary forms of quasi-kings of various races were born at this moment. Under the blessing of the butterfly god, it is no problem to say that their race is a low-level king race at this time. The owners of these evolutionary forms always pay attention to their pets and are not attracted by the freak cocoon until their pets evolve, and they all smile. At this moment, strange phenomena are flourishing in the butterfly valley. However, just when these butterflies that had reached the potential of the monarch were about to bloom their own glory, a more powerful breath burst out. A phoenix cry suddenly came out from a cocoon lying quietly somewhere. Then, the surroundings of this cocoon changed rapidly, and the terrifying frost immediately froze the silver earth, as if creating a more silver-clad ice and snow world. In an instant, with it as the center of the circle, the area within hundreds of meters instantly became a field of ice and snow. Such a big change instantly attracted everyone's attention. This evolutionary phenomenon completely suppressed the other evolved cocoons and suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. What happened? Countless people looked at this cocoon in disbelief. The fluctuation just now. This breath, Unscientific legend's eyes fell on a girl in a blue dress surrounded by countless people in the crowd. She was in her early 20s, with a cold and beautiful appearance, watching the changes on the field like an iceberg beauty. It's time to evolve, Ice Phoenix Moth. At this moment, no matter how cold her temperament was, as the cocoon changed, she still smiled. This stage should be prepared for her. 10 years ago, her mother discovered the evolution method of the king race, the Ice Phoenix Moth, and became famous all over the world. Today, she wants to use the evolution method her mother has researched to gain the recognition of the butterfly god and become a powerful woman like the legendary Unscientific. It's the daughter of Dr. Zhuo Jiangayan. Unscientific quickly recognized the cocoon and its origin as a beast master, and couldn't help but smile. In the extremely huge momentum, soon, in the ice and snow world, this Ice Phoenix Moth broke out of the cocoon. Originally, without the blessing of the butterfly god, relying on the superb level of insect silk and ice phoenix materials, it could evolve into true king race. Now, because of the blessing of the butterfly god, the potential of this Ice Phoenix Moth will only be higher, reaching the middle king or even the high king race. Surrounded by the phoenix's cry and the wind and snow, the next thing that broke out of the cocoon seemed not to be a butterfly, but a phoenix. However, it only used some phoenix materials, and it was only a stage of evolution, and it was definitely far from the point of changing the race across species. Similar to the way the ice crystal butterfly and the ice crystal swallowtail butterfly broke their cocoons, its cocoon was soon frozen into ice and then shattered. With the cracks and the incomparable light of evolution, a giant ice phoenix moth of 3 or 4 meters in size appeared in people's sight. It has a blue body and wings like a phoenix feather, and its figure is extremely cold and aloof. It was born with the crystal snow and wind, and instantly became the focus of the world. Even the butterfly god recognized the potential of the Ice Phoenix Moth. The limelight of other evolutionary forms was all suppressed by it. At this moment, theoretically there are no other cocoons. But in fact, it is not that there is no cocoon left. On the Silver Land, Chong Chong glanced at the Ice Phoenix Moth and continued to absorb the last bit of metamorphosis energy. Because it was very sober, its absorption efficiency was much faster than other cocoons, and it was always looking for a place with abundant energy. At this time, the energy absorbed was unknown. How many times more than other pets? The butterfly god was not strong enough, and Chong Chong could only work hard on his own. After the Ice Phoenix Moth completed its evolution, Chong Chong finally felt that his body had reached saturation, and this time it had completely tapped its evolutionary potential. Evolve. Shiyu saw this and said silently in his heart. His attention, as well as the attention of 11 and Shen Bao Bao, were the few that were not attracted by the Ice Phoenix Moth. They had been watching the insect, waiting for it to complete the final accumulation. Chi, the insect sent out telepathy, slowly closed its eyes, and completely stimulated all its strength at this moment. At this moment, everyone was still immersed in the beauty and power of the Ice Phoenix Moth. But the next moment, something strange happened. Boom. In an instant, a huge momentum burst out from the last green cotton cocoon on the ground at this time. The attention of everyone in Wandi had to be shifted to it. The incomparable aura rushed straight into the sky, accompanied by a huge deterrence, which shocked everyone. How could there be another green cotton insect that had not evolved, and this momentum, what was going on? It's the cocoon that has eyes and has been running around before. At this moment, everyone was stunned, looking blankly at the cocoon that had just behaved extremely unscientifically. And at this time, its behavior was even more unscientific. Under everyone's gaze, the cocoon slowly rose into the air with a blue light, flying higher. It flew up. Fuck, many people were stunned, and then looked at the earth and the sky. So, the ice phoenix moth was not the last one to evolve? The cocoon that opened its eyes and could run had not evolved yet? Now, was it going to evolve as well? What on earth is this? Chuanqi took a deep breath and looked at the butterfly god. However, the butterfly god was not calm at this time. It felt that this little guy flew into the sky just to absorb more of its power. Outrageous. Moreover, there were more than 100,000 cocoons present, and each evolutionary form was within its expectations, but to be honest, it was a little confused as to why this one would evolve. What's going on? The Beastmaster of the Ice Phoenix Moth frowned. Xiaozuji, that cocoon is a bit strange, a student from Magic City University said to Xia Qingwei, a talented woman from Magic City University. Xia Qingwei remained silent, feeling the information transmitted back by the Ice Phoenix Moth. At this time, although the insects were still evolving, the Ice Phoenix Moth, which had already completed its evolution, was actually shocked by the huge power that the insects had burst out, and had a feeling of wanting to surrender. The feeling described by the Ice Phoenix Moth made her feel incomprehensible. In fact, although the butterflies were dancing wildly at the moment, they were only at the extraordinary level at most. At this time, as a commander-level insect with perfect deterrence, even if it did not evolve, its power would definitely crush every pet present. Boom. Under the gaze of countless eyes, this strange cocoon in people's eyes began to evolve. Its whole body burst into the light of evolution, and it rushed straight into the sky like its momentum. At this moment, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide, showing an incredible shock expression, because, heaven, the sky is cracked. Looking at the silver sky that was cracked because of a space crack and the fragmented space, everyone opened their mouths wide. What happened in the end? Why did the evolution of this cocoon crack the silver sky created by the butterfly god? Divine feather butterfly. Not only were people shocked, the butterfly god also suddenly felt something was wrong. Impossible, with this commander-level cocoon, even if its level reached the monarch level, it would definitely not cause such a big change. What evolutionary material did it absorb? At this moment, the butterfly of divine feather suddenly felt a trace of dragon power on the evolving cocoon. It was purer, stronger, and richer than the phoenix majesty on the ice phoenix moth just now. Did the evolutionary material of this cocoon absorb dragon power? And it seems that it is the power left by the dragon race, with a very high bloodline level and a race above it. Kaka. 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 In the light of evolution, the insect deterrence completely erupted. Tens of thousands of evolution butterflies present could not help but dance for the evolution of the insect. The deterrence brought by the perfect level deterrence to the same race, and it was a deterrence that crossed a large level. Even if the insects did not have this idea, these evolutionary butterflies could not help but look at the changes in the cocoon in the sky with full admiration and dance to celebrate. Even the ice phoenix moth lowered its posture slightly at this moment, leaving the stage to this mysterious cocoon. 10,000 butterflies dancing together, the overlord is born. There were many knowledgeable masters in the crowd, and even Chuanqi, who took a deep breath and showed a surprised expression when they saw this scene. That cocoon is going to evolve into a dominant race? Except for Huazai and Chuanqi, everyone said it was impossible, because this violated the evolutionary law set by Senior Lin Feng. How can a green cottonworm cross two major stages of evolution and reach the dominant race? This is unscientific. But the current scene, the scene of 10,000 butterflies dancing together to celebrate, can't help but confuse them. Impossible. The beast masters who evolved the monarch potential butterfly beasts, led by Xia Qingwei, looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief, looked at their convinced pets in disbelief, and felt that the scene in front of them was outrageous. They were all super geniuses. How could they accept this situation? If it was a dancing butterfly god, it would be fine, but what on earth is going on with this cocoon? The light of evolution is still fermenting, and the mutation is also escalating. At this moment, not only the sky is cracked, but also the cocoon is filled with dense space cracks. It is hard to imagine that this is the power that a green cottonworm can awaken after evolution. At this time, countless information began to be fed back to Shiyu from the worm: skill, dream stealing, level, advanced, introduction, a mental skill that can enter the dreams of other lives, peek into their secrets, and copy their dream phantoms to manifest in your own dream world. Skill, Space Pocket, Level, Advanced, Introduction, a space skill that opens up space in the body and can be used for storage. The worms began to awaken new racial skills one after another, and Shiyu's expression gradually became happy. Dream stealing, it's here. Space Pocket? It comes from the roots of the Dongshan tree. Will it conflict with the effect of the relic ring? Not at all. It allows the worm to store huge energy crystals in the body. Top resources such as ice dragon whiskers can give the worm the most perfect ability to manifest phantoms anytime and anywhere. It is simply built for it. It is equivalent to opening a bunch of equipment slots for Chong Chong, and being able to wear equipment infinitely. Next to Shiyu. Miao Dong Dong had always been suspicious of this strange cocoon. At this time, he saw Shiyu smile and shuddered all over. Oh my god. The evolutionary awakening continued. Soon, Shiyu received the information feedback of the first super level skill, fantasy domain, level, super level, introduction, spiritual and spatial skills, allowing the dream and fantasy world to overlap with reality. Within the fantasy domain, the user masters the power of fantasy. All factors including environment, space, changes, etc. will change due to the user's thoughts, and in the fantasy domain, the user's spiritual power will undergo a qualitative change. Shiyu. Good job, he now wanted to shout that Chong Chong was awesome. This super level skill. This super level skill is simply the perfect upgrade of virtual and real phantoms. This is simply the ability of the creator god, and even perfectly includes various weather skills and field skills. And this is still not over. Roar, at this moment, the sky was filled with dragon power. It was not from the cocoon, but during the evolution of Chong Chong, the fantasy realm unconsciously spread to the outside world. At this time, the sky was already dark and full of dark clouds. Under the influence of its deterrence and fantasy power, it began to rain. Everyone was shocked to see the weather change. Even 11, Shen Bao Bao, and Shi Tong couldn't help but look at Chong Chong. What kind of monster was Chong Chong going to evolve into? At this time, in the sky, in the dark clouds, a phantom of a body loomed, and gradually formed a dragon-shaped phantom. Shiyu was stunned for a moment, because this was not the ice dragon that Chong Chong had transformed into, but an unknown dragon. At this moment, even Shiyu, the Beastmaster himself, was a little confused, but soon, he thought of the mysterious Dragon Ball that Chong Chong had absorbed. Could it be the owner of the Dragon Ball? The phantom in the sky was a huge oriental dragon, with a huge and unmatched dragon-shaped body, and covered with the blue and white dragon scales. It kept swaying and circling in the sky, and its scales shimmered, dazzling the viewers. Watching it, it was as if they were pulled into another world. Countless people felt the huge dragon power and terrifying magic of this dragon, and could not help but be stunned for a while. What the hell is this evolutionary phenomenon? Is this still the evolution of the green cotton worm? Are you kidding me? Roar, after a moment, with a roar from the dragon, the body of the worm and the cocoon of the worm bloomed to the extreme, incomparable and huge. Seeing this, the phantom of the dragon flew into the light, as if it had turned into the nutrients of evolution and merged into it. The scales and claws touched the sky with gold, and the lingering anaconda knot went to ride the clouds. With the integration of the dragon, at this moment, the information of the last super level skill appeared in Shiyu's mind. Skill, Fantasy Dragon, Level, Superclass, Introduction, Spirit, Space, Dragon 3 Series Skills. Through the power of fantasy, one can transform his physique into the body of a dragon. He has the real attributes, physique, energy, vitality, and dragon power comparable to those of the dragon race. This is an ability to match and surpass the dragon race. If you train to perfection, you can evolve into a dragon. Break through the skill limit, surpass the dragon. Reach the extreme, and walk your own way. This is a superclass evolutionary skill. At this moment, Shiyu was completely shocked. He didn't expect Chong Chong to be so powerful. He had never heard of this skill. The insect system has the physique of the dragon system? The butterfly's flesh body resists the superclass skills? Is this scientific? Boom. Just when Shiyu was extremely surprised, Chong Chong's body finally broke out of the cocoon. The huge body is not inferior to the previous ice phoenix moth. It reaches 3 or 4 meters. It is a giant butterfly. After evolution, Chong Chong's body has the same blue and white color as the dragon just now, and its body is like a dream. It is large and gorgeous, with a shiny metallic blue and white luster, extremely beautiful. The entire wing surface is like white waves surging on the blue sea. Its color and pattern are very spectacular, completely surpassing any previous evolution. The huge wing surface is like a string of bright white halos inlaid in the blue sky. It is gorgeous and elegant. When it spreads its wings, it is more like a peacock spreading its tail. However, its huge body seems to contain powerful magic like a dragon, which is shocking. Boom. After the evolution of the insect, the momentum burst out again, and the thousands of butterflies were shocked. All the beastmasters looked at all this in disbelief. In front of Shiyu, the energy value of the insect at this time was jumping wildly. Energy value 141,112. This is the 4 newly awakened race skills. Before the level is upgraded, it is a full 100,000 more than before, which has surpassed the energy value of 11 and Shen Bao at the moment. It is a true overlord race, and it is definitely not as simple as a low-level overlord race. Spirit, space, dragon, these 3 powerful attributes are combined together. Chong's current combat power is definitely not weak. Let's call you the fantasy butterfly. Shiyu looked at the huge evolutionary body and said to himself. 11. Shen Bao and Xiao Chiden looked at Chong blankly and thought it was okay. Next to him, looking at Shiyu, Miao Dong's eyes exploded, and his arms and fingers trembled as he pointed at Shiyu. At this moment, nearly 100,000 beastmasters present were all crazy, looking at this huge butterfly, and lost the ability to think. What is this? What race of butterfly is this? Who is its beastmaster? Countless people looked at the fantasy butterfly in confusion. At this time, Hua Chuanqi was also extremely shocked. She looked at the fantasy butterfly and swallowed her saliva. She felt that this guy's potential completely surpassed her own One-Ho butterfly elf king. And this was before accepting the gift from the butterfly god. There was absolutely no accident. In this butterfly transformation conference, Shiyu and his team were the real protagonists. Follow me. At this time, the butterfly transformation conference was completely over. The guardian god level or totem level divine feathered swallowtail looked at Chong and Hua Chuanqi in silence. His eyes crossed the crowd and fell on Shiyu, and immediately locked onto the beastmaster of the fantasy butterfly. It sent out telepathy. Let Shiyu, the fantasy butterfly, Hua Chuanqi and others leave here with it. At this time, Shiyu patted Miao Dong's shoulder, raised his finger in front of him, and hushed. I'll leave first. Don't sell my information. I'll talk to you after I finish my thesis. Shiyu didn't want to be disturbed without preparation. Then, he smiled, his figure slowly disappeared, and Chong moved it in an instant, leaving Miao Dong in a daze. He regretted following Shiyu. This guy is not a human being. At this moment, the divine feathered swallowtail turned into a silver breeze again, leading the way for Shiyu and others in front. As Shiyu appeared on the fantasy butterfly, everyone saw this mysterious beastmaster in black and red combat uniform, but unfortunately, they couldn't see his appearance. Xia Qingwei and the others were shocked and clenched their fists. Who on earth was this person? That pet, could it be cultivated by humans? A dominant race. And it was definitely not just a low-level dominant. He actually broke the evolutionary law set by Lin Feng Chuan. At this moment, countless people were shocked, and there was an uproar in the crowd. The butterfly transformation conference is over, everyone please leave in an orderly manner, Hua Ziajin Chuan said, and then looked in the direction of Shiyu and the others. The figures of the fantasy butterfly and Shiyu and the others, now slowly disappeared from everyone's sight with a silver wind. Hua Chuan thought that the butterfly god had called him, and he couldn't help but calm his tumbling heart, and then followed him. At this time, sitting on Chong, Shiyu was smiling happily, and 11 and Shen Bao were also jumping on it. Chong's light voice came out, thanking Shiyu, 11, Shen Bao and the others. At this moment, hearing Chong's cry, 11 and Shen Bao looked at each other. Oh, it's over. The combination of Yingji Changquang and Bukan Yiji, snap, gone. Chong, you have evolved, who wants to play with you? Shiyu smiled slightly, and found that Chong had not changed much after evolution, and he was in a good mood. By the way, should Chong be given a multiplier? This is too big and not easy to put in the pocket. How do you feel? Shiyu asked Chong. Chong's eyes flickered, and the scene of himself being knocked off the tree by the leader, and then transforming into a cocoon and breaking out of the cocoon appeared in front of him. He nodded heavily. He was very strong now and had invincible strength. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.